Marruecos. Volvemos con ustedes pronto, pero por el momento insistimos a todos los competidores que están practicando esta mañana acá en el Sunzal, también a los free surfers que vayan ya tomando su última ola. Nuestros competidores ya ingresaron al agua con las camisetas, solo deberíamos estar viendo pronto a los competidores con la camiseta roja, azul, verde y blanca en el agua. Muchas gracias, muchachos. Que sea un excelente día 3 de competencia y sigan, por supuesto, la transmisión a través de ISAsurf.org en el podio de El Sunzal. Esto es Surf City El Salvador, ISA World Surfing Games 2025.
Just about 7 minutes to the start. We ask that our first heat competitors make their way into the primary takeoff zone. And all free surface and practicing competitors, please come in. And we appreciate our water safety jet ski as well, rounding up those riders. So we have just over 7 minutes to the start. Plenty of time to make it out into the zone. Once again, we're going to be starting today here at the Podium 2, El Sunzal, with our men's main round 2, heat number 17. We also have an announcement for today's schedule. We're going to be running our round 2, 8 heats of our round 2. That will be from 17 to 24. We will not be running, we'll move into our men's Repacharge round 1 with 16 heats. A reminder that heats 9, 11, and 13 will have automatic advancement. So we'll not be running heats 9, 11, or 13 of our men's Repacharge here. So starting with our men's main event, finishing off the round 2, then we move into our round 1 of our men's Repacharge. Once again, we'll be doing heats 1 through 19, but we will be skipping heats 9, 11, and 13. 6 minutes to the start. So once again, we start with the heat number 17. I'm going to go ahead and call heat number 18 to check in. We'll give another call during the heat, but that will be Sherry Fall for Senegal, Team Ireland's Geroid McDade, Team Portugal's Guilherme Ribeiro, and Morocco's Abubakar Bauwada. Want to make sure that they're also checked in and ready to go, and we'll be sending you guys out to that buoy to stand by for your heat at the 10-minute mark.
First of the day it starts. You understood that one, no?
Yeah,
In red, do not surf.
Yeah.
And
I
we
announced
finish
the
in
11:30.
the green.
Nice. I like the colors. 3 minutes and 15 seconds to the start. Once all of our riders make it to the primary takeoff zone, we'll ask you to stand by without riding any waves, and we will give you a heads up before getting you started. We also appreciate all of the free surfers for your cooperation. Makes things easy on us if we start the lineup with no surfers in the water, except those in the first heat with jerseys on.
Probably, maybe it's connecting with your phone. Or the iPad? No, I don't think so. I don't know.
Just under 2 minutes to the start. All right, we're exactly 1 minute to the start. Riders, stay put. We'll give you a heads up before starting you up. Once again, we start with our men's main round 2, heat number 17. And we wish everyone around the area a great day 3 of competition for this 2025 Surf City El Salvador ISA World Surfing Games. Once again, in Surf City El Salvador. We're now 30 seconds to the start. "20 seconds. Attention riders, 10 seconds to the start. And we're counting you in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So we have started our men's round 2, heat number 17. Out in the water representing Team France is Yoran Cousinet. For Team France in red, Team Costa Rica in blue, Tosh Talbot. For Team Israel in green, Uriel Usiel. And in white, representing Norway, Noah Storhog. Coming up in our next heat, as we mentioned before, we'll have Senegal's Sharif Fall, Ireland's Giroid McDade, Portugal's Guilherme Ribeiro, and Morocco's Aboubakar Bawada. I want to make sure that they're checked in, and we'll give a heads up at the 10-minute mark when we send our riders out to standby. So for all of our friends joining us from around the world, we welcome you to day 3 of this edition of the 2025 Surf City El Salvador World Surfing Games. We had an amazing full day of competition here at the El Sunzal Podium. Beautiful waves all day long. Today we have a little bit of drop in the size, but as yesterday, we started in the morning with the outgoing tide. That always kind of puts some space between the sets. As we turn that tide and it starts pushing in towards our early afternoon, we will have a lot more energy being pushed in. Currently 18 minutes and 40 seconds of this heat. And we are excited to see some amazing surfing here. Once again, today's event for our friends at home. Please stay tuned with us all day long. We are going to finish off this men's round 2, which we started yesterday, moving into the men's Repacharge. And we go from heats 1 through 19. However, we're skipping heats number 9, number 11, and number 13 due to a lack of competitors. So that means that the competitors from heats 9, 11, and 13 have automatic advancement. 18 minutes remaining. So for our friends at home who don't know what the Repacharge round is, anyone who falls out of the main event in 3rd and 4th place, they go into a separate round, which is called the Repacharge round, and all of those surfers will surf almost a completely different competition all the way and fight their way towards the final. In this first round, the main round, the top 2 surfers will advance through, and 3rd and 4th go into the Repacharge. Which means they have a lot more time to surf out here with only 4 people in the water, sometimes 3 in the heat, which is unbelievable. This is the most popular spot in town, El Sunzal. A very friendly, beautiful rock reef point break that always has beautiful surf. It's always also a very friendly beach for beginners due to its big wide channel. Makes things very easy to kind of get out there and choose how far you want to ride. If you start at the top of the peak, you can get 2-minute rides when we have a lot of swell here. Just under 17 minutes. So while we all stay excited to see some first rides of this heat, I'm going to tell you a little bit about this 2025 Surf City El Salvador ISA World Surfing Games. So this competition, we have 61 nations and 291 athletes joining us. We're very excited to see our new nations in the World Surf Games, which are Angola and Vanuatu. Vanuatu was with us in the World Junior Surfing Championship, I believe in 2010. We're happy to have them back doing their first World Surfing Games here with us at the ISA. Just under 16 minutes of this heat. So for all of our friends joining us at home, we are in beautiful Surf City, El Salvador. If you don't know where that is, open up Google. But we're the smallest country in Central America, just between Honduras and Guatemala, down below the bottom of Mexico. Beautiful Pacific Ocean with a ton of right points. Currently, we simultaneously have our La Bocana Peak, which is just down to the south end of our contest area, across the big famous Tunco Rock. And over there we have a trestle-style reef break with a punchy left and right. So it's not only the land of the right surf, there's also some lefts out there for you goofy footers. Just under 15 minutes. So the World Surfing Games was originally named the International Surfing Federation World Championships, and they crowned the first world champion in Manly Beach in Australia in 1964. So we're really excited to be going on 61 years of these competitions. And the World Surfing Games has been crowning champions ever since, with competitions being held on all 5 continents of the globe. Starting next year, these World Surf Games will also be Olympic qualifiers as we work our way into Los Angeles 2028, which will be held at the very Bocana-like Trestles in San Clemente, the base of Orange County, Southern California. We have 14 minutes and 20 seconds. We'll have a first score for Jorgen Cousinet for his first ride. Team France grabs the first wave, and we'll keep them updated with the situation. So as much as we'd like to keep you entertained at home, we also do have to keep paying attention to the technical information. Our job is...
White Coast.
So we do have information from the priority judge that White had a block causing him to go into 4th priority. So the way the priority system works, whoever gets the first wave, as they paddle back out to the primary takeoff zone with the rest of the competitors, they will go into the priority positions. So the first one to get a wave, for example, in a 4-man heat like we're doing right now, normally the first person to get a wave and get back to the lineup will get last priority. In the matter of a block without a wave ridden, that will cause that rider to go into last priority. So red in third priority, white is in fourth priority, and we'll have an opening score for red in just a moment. As we have green, first wave for Israel. First priority now goes to blue, second priority goes to red, and third priority is with white. Just 13 minutes remaining. Once again, ensuring that our next heat competitors, we're going to have Senegal, Ireland, Portugal, and Morocco with Sherry Fall, Giroid McDade, Guilherme Ribeiro, and Abubakar Bawada, making sure that they're all checked in as we see just how long you can ride waves here. And this is the low tide. Wait till you see when the tide pushes up. The waves will start on the outside, and these riders will be ending on the sand and rocks here in the shore break. Exciting stuff. 12 minutes and 20 seconds. So we're waiting on opening scores. We'll have a score for red and for green in just a moment. Priority change, first priority blue, second priority white, now third priorities with red. Waiting on red's opening score. We'll also be working on the first score for Team Israel. 12 minutes. So hemos arrancado la ronda principal 2, masculino, heat número 17. En la cual tenemos en rojo representando Francia, Jorgan Cousinet. Red's first wave, 6.0. La primera ola de rojo fue 6.0. Y aquí tenemos la primera ola de Costa Rica. First wave for Costa Rica up and riding, Tosh Talbot in blue. So currently working on the score for green. Estamos esperando el primer puntaje de verde. Pero el momento, primer prioridad blanco, segundo prioridad rojo. First priority is with white. Second priority is with red. So now we'll have scores to work on for Israel and for Costa Rica. We'll have green and blue scores in just a moment. But first wave of the heat, 6.0 for Jorgan Cousinet, representing Team France. So still first priority stays with white, second priority with red. And here we go, opening wave for Team Norway. So now first priority goes to red. So we're going to work on scores for blue, green, and white. So for all of our less competition-savvy viewers at home, whenever we start the contest day, the first heats, the judges are deciding what the possibilities are on the conditions of the day. So they will be starting to kind of set their scale of what is good surfing, average surfing, all the way to excellent scores. And we will have scores for blue, green, and white. Green up and riding. This is his second wave for Team Israel. And as we mentioned the priority system earlier, before any waves are ridden, we use the right-of-way rule. So this is a right point situation. Whoever is deepest to the peak, whoever's closest to the part of the breaking wave, is going to have the right-of-way before the priority positions are established. So we got scores coming in for blue, green, and white. We'll also have the second wave for red. So we're going to let those scores come in, and as I was mentioning, as we have the first heats of each day, the judges are deciding whether they're going to set their scale. So the first scores for the first rides of the first heat of the day always take a little bit longer. We appreciate your patience. 8 minutes and 40 seconds. We also want to make sure that our next heat is starting to paddle out on standby at their leisure. That will be Sharif Fall, Giraid McDade, Guilherme Ribeiro, and Abu Bakr Bawada. They are welcome to paddle out and start standing by the buoy. First priorities with blue at the moment. We have 2 scores coming in for green, a score for blue, a score for white, and the last of red, all being worked on at the moment. Green, your first wave, 7.67. So we'll have one more score for each of our competitors coming in. We'll give you those scores as they arrive. We have first priority with blue, second priority green, third priority white. Blue, your first wave. Tosh, 4.83. 4.83 for Costa Rica's first wave. Now waiting on the second wave for Israel, second wave for France, and the first wave of Norway. Green, second wave, 4.23. So currently green, Israel goes to the lead with a 7.67 and a 4.23. We'll have another score for red in just a moment, and white's opening score. First priority blue, second priority green, third priority white, and fourth priorities with red. Time call, 7 minutes and 20 seconds remaining. So waiting on 2 scores, one for red, one for white, and we'll give you a complete updated rundown of the situation in this heat, number 17. 7 minutes and 10 seconds. So special thanks for the country of El Salvador for having us for our 6th year in a row since our first ISA championship in the World Sup Championship that we had in 2019 with the recent election of Nayib Bukele. And he and our Minister of Tourism, Reina Valdez, have pinpointed the perfect surf in El Salvador as the perfect bait for surfers to come here from all over the world and enjoy this world-class surf. First wave of Norway, 5.50. Now waiting on the second wave of red, and I'll give you an update. Once again, green, your scores are 7.67 and 4.23. White has a 5.50. Blue has a 4.83. Red's first wave was a 6.0. Now waiting on red's second score. Just over 6 minutes remaining. So we mentioned all the efforts of President Nayib Bukele and Minister of Tourism for El Salvador, Reina Valdez, but don't forget our ISA President, Fernando Aguirre, who rode the impossible wave of making this amazing sport of kings of ours, surfing, an included sport in the Olympic Games. So we are now, everyone has a chance to be an Olympian, and we have 2 Olympians. The gold medalist from Paris 2024 representing France, Kaoli Vast, and Team Japan's bronze medalist from Tokyo 2020 in Chiba, Japan, that was Amuro Suzuki. We also have 4-time World Surfing Games gold medalist Sally Fitzgibbons joining us from Australia, and 2-time World Surfing Games gold medalist Leandro Asuna from Argentina. We have junior champions Dane Henry. Blue, we're still waiting on 1 score for red. So I can't give an update until we get that last score in for red. I'll keep you guys posted as quick as we get that score in. Red up and riding. Seguimos esperando el segundo puntaje de rojo para que podamos decir la situación renovada. 4 minutes and 40 seconds. First priority blue, second priority green, third priority white, and fourth priority is with red. Now waiting on 2 scores for red. So for our friends at home, just so you understand how all of this works, if there are multiple waves ridden at the same time, the judges can keep their eyes on all of the surfers at once, so they will sometimes go back on a replay. Red, we have your second score, 8.43. Red, Team France in the lead with an 8.43 and a 6.0. Last of red did not factor, was a 0.50. Red is in first with an 8.43 and a 6.0. Green, Team Israel in second with a 7.67 and a 4.23. White is in third. Team Norway has a 5.50, needing 6.41. And blue, Tosh, you have a 4.83, needing 7.08. Blue has first priority, second priority green, third priority white, and fourth priority is with red. Ya con el segundo puntaje de rojo, 8,43, le subió a primera posición con 8,43 y 6.0. Verde está en segundo con 7,67 y 4,23. Tercero blanco con 5,50, buscando 6,41. Y azul está en cuarto lugar con 4,83, buscando 7,08. 3-minute mark. We have blue up and riding on his second wave for Costa Rica. First priority green, second priority white, and third priority is with red. Red up and riding. This will be the fourth wave for Team France. First priority goes to green, second priority goes to white. So you can just see the machine of this perfectly shaped reef that creates a virtually endless right, giving a lot of opportunity for combinations of maneuvers, which will amount to high scores. First priority green, second priority white, and third priority is with red. We got scores coming in now for red and for blue. Time call, 2 minutes, waiting on scores for red and for blue. Restan 2 minutos. Faltamos un puntaje de azul y de rojo. Primera prioridad verde, segunda prioridad blanco, tercera prioridad rojo. So I will give you guys an update as soon as we get those scores for blue and for red. Time call, 1 minute and 45 seconds. So as I had mentioned before, when we have multiple waves ridden, we have a panel of 5 judges, and they'll start to put their first marks down, but to really pay attention to the rides, they'll go back to replays from our cameras. We have 1 camera on each of the surfers following all the rides. So anything they need to reference from, we have a camera for that. So whenever scores take time, it's usually the judges checking the replays and making sure that they're giving the proper just score for that ride. We're just under 1 minute. First priority green, second priority white, third priorities with red, waiting on scores for red and for blue. Restan 55 segundos. White up and riding, first priority green. We're down to 45 seconds. "35 seconds, green up and riding. Now red has first priority. We're down to 30 seconds. And next heat, please wait for the horns before you paddle. We're trying to set a good example for the rest of the heats for the day. 15 seconds. 10 seconds. And we are counting down. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So a lot of waves ridden. We will have a short pause while we go over some of these last rides so the next heat can move into position. Take your time. I think it's going to take a minute. We got about 5 scores to work on at the moment. Scores coming in for blue, for red, for green, and for white. What a sicko. All right, so we're still waiting on scores for red, blue, green, and white. So we cannot give our unofficial results just yet. We'll let those scores come in, and we'll start reading off the scores as they're working their way in. Waiting on the second score for blue, waiting on 3 scores for red, a score for green, and a score for white. Out of that entire exchange, blue Costa Rica had gotten his second wave before the rest of the scores, so we're waiting on those scores at the moment. So once again, as I mentioned before, we had a lot of waves ridden. And Jorgen, my friend, we need to make sure we set a good example of not standing up after the horn. All right, Blues second wave, 7.83. Now waiting on scores for green, white, and red. So I remember seeing Jorgen in contests in Spain where he would get out of his heat and his dog would give him a high five. That was my favorite thing to see ever. Just a fun fact for you guys at home while we wait for those scores to come in. So next heat, please, we appreciate your patience. Stay in position without riding waves. We still have 5 more scores to work out. Fourth wave of red was a 4.33. That didn't factor. Fifth wave was a 0.23. That does not factor. Now waiting on the last of red, green, and white. So it's currently 7 minutes and 20 seconds. 7:20 in the morning. Sorry, still haven't had my first coffee. Last of red, 4.03 does not factor in. Waiting on scores for green and for white to determine the situation. So yes, 7:20 in the morning on this day 3 of competition, and here in beautiful El Salvador, it's already about 75 out. No wind, beautiful conditions, and we are waiting on the last 2 scores of our first heat of the day. That was heat 17 that just ended. We've got a score coming in for green and for white. So one thing, the longer the wave is, the longer the replay is. So it takes a bit to really watch every maneuver of every ride when we have that many waves ridden on such a perfect, long stretching wave like we do at El Sunzal. So please be patient. We'll have those scores for you, competitors. And for our next heat also, we appreciate your patience. We'll start you up as soon as we can. So for all of our friends at home joining us from around the world on your device, on your laptop, we appreciate your presence. This is day 3 of this edition of the 2025 Surf City El Salvador World Surfing Games, and we're here at beautiful Surf City El Salvador on one of my favorite waves in the world. This is the beautiful, perfect point of El Sunzal. So this is the superstar. This is the Malibu of here of Surf City El Salvador. And just down the beach at our other podium, we have more of a trestles-like peak where we actually have a left and a right, giving a lot of options for the regular footers and goofy footers. We are still waiting on scores for green and for white from our previous heat. So hang in there, guys. We'll get those scores, and then I'll give a heads up to the next heat before getting you guys started. So yes, we are waiting patiently to see what the situation with the previous heat unofficial final results were. We still have 2 scores to work out to determine what that is. So we appreciate your patience, riders and people at home. And as I mentioned before, in this main round, the top 2 surfers stay in the main round and advance, while the lower 3rd and 4th place will go into the Repacharge round. Today we'll be doing the Repacharge round after we finish this round 2 of our main men's division. We're waiting on scores for Israel and for Norway. So as I mentioned, some of the superstars here joining us. We also have 3 ISA previous world junior champions. That was Dane Henry for Australia, Saw him in an interview yesterday at Bocana. I think he won his heat, and he won in 2024 in the under-18 division. Green's last wave, 4.70. We got one more score to work out for Norway. We also have Noah Clapp for Team Germany. She won under 16 2019, and Ignacio Nacho Gunderson was the under 18 champ in 2017 for Team Argentina. We still got one more score, and I'll put the next heat on standby before we get you started. Last of white, 4.10. All right, heat 18, attention. I'm going to start you up as soon as we get our score screen cleared. So we have a screen that the beach commentators work off of with all the judges' information, and that will have all of their rides, all of their scores, as well as the previous heat results. And now we have that scoreboard cleared for our heat number 18. Heat 18 starting you up in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So we have now moved into our men's round 2 heat number 18. In red for Senegal, Sherif Fall. For Ireland in blue, Geroid McDade. For Portugal in green, Guilherme Ribeiro. And for Morocco in white, Abubakar Bawada. So I'm going to go ahead and call up our next heat real quick. That's going to be Callum Robson for Australia, Tommaso Layson for Barbados, Noel de la Torre for Chile, and for Germany we'll have Lenny Jensen. So here it is, guys. Previous heat, unofficial final results. Winning the heat was Team France, Jorgen Cousinet, with 14.43 points. He was in red. Second, blue, Tosh Talbot, Costa Rica, 12.66 total points. Third place was green, Israel's Uriel Usio, 12.37 points. And fourth was white, Noah Storhog for Norway, with 9.60 points. So we just moved into our heat number 18. Once again, we are at El Sunzal, the gem of Surf City, with some of the longest rides that you'll find. We're just 2 minutes in. So far, no rides, no scores just yet. And here we go, opening ride for Sherif Fall for Team Senegal. He'll be seeing the first score. So for all of our competitors also, the reason you're hearing us talk in between the situations is we're also doing a live webcast for all of your fans around the world watching you live. So there'll be a little bit more noise than you're used to, but we will keep you updated on the situation. You guys are first, and our viewers are second. Don't worry about that. 17 minutes. Fourth priorities with red. We'll have an opening score for red in just a moment. So I'll only be talking to the people at home while we're waiting on scores or after we've given situation. So waiting on a score for Team Senegal at the moment. And he goes into fourth priority. So as I mentioned before, the first surfer to get a wave, as they move back into the pack, they go into the last priority position, and then they move back on up as the other surfers catch waves. 16 minutes and 30 seconds. And here we have our first left of the competition. I actually love that left. That's Sherif Fall on his second wave. And here we have blue up, white up. First wave for Ireland. Giroid finding the stretch on this one. White up on the outside for a moment. Now green, Portugal has first priority. So Sharif for Senegal has already gotten 2 waves. So we'll have 2 wave scores for red, one for blue, one for white, and green has first priority. Just under 16 minutes. So as Sharif just showed, there's also a fun left option. So when this place is really pumping, you'll have everyone fighting for those long stretching rights on 2 different sections, but you do have that little backdoor left over there, which is a lot of fun as well if you don't want to fight the crowd. 15 minutes and 30 seconds, first priority green, waiting on 2 scores for red, a score for blue, a score for white. So as El Salvador is known as the home of the right surf, they also have some lefts too. First priority green, second priority white. We got 15 minutes remaining. And green up and riding, opening wave for Team Portugal. That's Guilherme Ribeiro getting his first ride. So as I had mentioned, as these early heats come, the judges are kind of setting their scale for what's possible in the conditions of the day. So it takes a little bit longer for those scores to come through. We appreciate your patience, and things will speed up as we move through the morning once we've kind of set that scale of what is poor, average, good, or excellent surf. 14 minutes and 25 seconds. First priorities with white. First wave of red was a 4.67. Now waiting on the second wave of red, first of blue, first of green, and first of white. We will read you off those scores as they come in. Time call 14 minutes and 10 seconds. Second wave of red, Team Senegal, 3.0. Senegal has a 4.67 and a 3.0. Now waiting on scores for Ireland, Morocco, and Portugal. First priority white, second priority red. Time call, 13 and a half minutes. White up and riding. Now first priority goes to red, second priority goes to green, and third priority goes to blue. So that's the second wave for Team Morocco. We're still waiting on his first score. So in case any of our friends at home missed the morning first call, today's regulations, just as yesterday, we'll have 20-minute heats. The riders have a maximum of 25 waves within a 20-minute heat. This amazing 2-minute ride of Sunzal, it's impossible to get 25 waves. We probably don't have to worry about that, but they will be judged on their top 2 waves. Green, Portugal, first wave, 5.0. And white up again on his third wave for Team Morocco. So currently blue, Giroid has a 4.83 for Team Ireland. Green, Team Portugal's Guilherme has a 4.67. As we watch Morocco's third ride. 12 minutes and 20 seconds remaining. So white, Team Morocco, Abu Bakr has a 2.0 for his first wave. Now waiting on 2 more scores for his second and third waves. 12 minutes and 15 seconds. Currently Sharif Fall, Team Senegal in the lead with a 4.67 and a 3.0. Blue, Giroid McDade for Team Ireland has a 4.83. Now waiting on 2 scores. For white, Portugal's Guilherme has a 4.67. Red up and riding, decides to fade it and go left again. First priority green, second priority is with blue. So while yesterday we had virtually no lefts, it shows us a little change in swell direction today as we have Portugal's second ride. First priority blue, 11 minutes and 30 seconds. First priority blue, second priority is with red. Blue up and riding. Second wave for Team Ireland. So a lot of stretch to these waves, especially when we get the lower tide and these shallower conditions. Any swell is just forced over this perfectly shaped rock reef that we have underneath these surfers and stretches these waves all the way through to the beach. Just under 11 minutes. Now waiting on 2 scores for white, a score for green. Blue, we have your second score. It's a 4.67. First priority, red. So red, I'm still waiting on 2 scores for white and a score for green before I can give the updated situation. Appreciate your patience. Scores are taking just a bit. We got some long rides that they're watching the replays of. 10 minutes and 30 seconds. Once again, red's first wave, 4.67. Red's second wave, 3.0. The last little left only gave you a 0.50. That didn't factor in. Team Ireland Blue has a 4.83 and a 4.67. Now waiting on Portugal and Morocco's last waves. First priorities with red. And we're now down to the 10-minute mark. Our next heat is welcome to hit the water. So waiting on the second score for green and second, third waves of white. White's second wave, 4.57. Now waiting on the last of white and last of green before I can give you an update. Red up and riding. First priority blue. So 9 minutes and 30 seconds. So this is the fourth wave for Team Senegal. So Sharif has a score for a left and a right now. And we're going to get another score for this last ride, 4.73. Still waiting on the last score for white and for green before I can give an updated actual situation. 9 minutes. Blue has first priority, second priority is with white. Still needing that second wave of white and that second wave of green before I can update the situation. So the longer the wave, the longer the replay. Takes a little bit more time for the judges to review those replays if needed. So we're taking a good check at the last of Morocco and last of Portugal at the moment. First priority blue, second priority white. Time call, 8 minutes. Still waiting on scores, guys. We appreciate your patience. 7 minutes and 45 seconds. First priority blue, second priority white. Third priority is with green. First priority blue, second priority white, third priority green, 7 minutes and 30 seconds. We need that score for white and for green before I can update the situation. So once again, red has a 4.73 and a 4.67. Blue has a 4.83 and a 4.67. We're waiting on scores for white and for green. Just under 7 minutes remaining. We also kindly ask that any competitors that will be on standby for their next heat, that they stay within an invisible line between the two black buoys or somewhere hugging that buoy before paddling in. Please wait for the two horns at the end of the heat. First priority blue, second priority green, third priority with white. We need white's third score and green's second score before I can update the situation. So replays are taking a little bit longer than normal as we have another ride. So this is the third wave for Team Portugal. So we're still needing his second score. This is his third ride. First priority blue, second priority white, third priorities with red. Also waiting on white's third score. Time call, 6 minutes. So very important to give these riders their situation. So I'm going to focus on these scores for now. Waiting on 2 scores for green and a score for white, which is really necessary for the surfers to kind of know their information, to see how to navigate through their heat and see where everyone's at. We appreciate your patience. We'll have 2 scores for green and a score for white in just a moment. 5 minutes and 30 seconds. Blue has first priority, second priorities with white, third priorities with red, waiting on scores. So for green and white, Noel and Lenny for the next heat, that's about the perfect line to stay until you hear the 2 horns, just so we can give an example to the rest of our competitors. Please pay attention to where they're sitting. That's where we'd love to have them on standby and no farther into the zone. We really appreciate that. 4 minutes and 40 seconds. White's last score, 7.33. Change in situation. Morocco goes to the lead with a 7.33 and a 4.57. Green's second wave was a 6.07, moving him to second. Blue, you're now in third, needing a 5.92. Red in fourth, needing a 7.07. I repeat, white in the lead. Morocco has a 7.33 and a 4.57. Portugal green has a 6.07 and a 5.73. Blue, Ireland in third, needing 6.97, and red fourth, needing 7.07. First priority blue, second priority red. We're down to 4 minutes. As we have white up and riding. So Guilherme, your second wave, 6.07. Third wave is a 5.73. Currently has green in second place. First white, second green, third blue needs 6.97, and fourth red needs 7.07. 3 minutes and 30 seconds. Blue has first priority. Last of red came in as a 0.50 that did not factor. We'll have another score for white in just a moment. 3 minutes and 20 seconds. So for our friends at home, normally all of this technical information is the only thing that these competitors will hear. This is a rare occasion where we do webcast and beach announcing at the same time. And so we'll have some entertainment mixed in with the technical information, but it is the most important to keep these riders in the know of what's going on their time, their position in the heat, and also their priority. First priority blue, second priority red. And we are in a Latin American country, so you will hear Spanish and English in the heats that we have Spanish speakers. In this occasion, I know Portugal's Guilherme can speak perfect English, so we're going to stick with this for now. 2 minutes and 30 seconds. First priority blue, second priority red, third priority green, and fourth priority is with white. So once again, current situation, white in first with a 7.33 and a 4.57. Green second with a 6.07 and a 5.73. Blue's third with a 4.83 and a 4.67, needing 6.97. Red has a 4.73 and a 4.67, needing 7.07. We're now down to 2 minutes. Last of white, 4.03 does not factor in, but white is in the lead with a 7.33, 4.57. So when I say it doesn't factor in, that means that the score didn't meet the previous 2 high scores that they're holding. So that can also be called a throwaway score, one that will not go into their score line. They are judged on their top 2 rides of the heat. 1 minute and 20 seconds. So blue held the higher priority. He decided to go left. First priority red. Nope, that's red on the left. Just 1 minute. First priority is with blue, second priority is with green, and third priority is with white. Just under 1 minute remaining. That was another wave for red. We'll have another score for him in just a moment. 45 seconds. Green up and riding. First priority blue, second priority white. Waiting on the last score of red. We're down to 30 seconds. This is the fourth wave for Team Portugal. We're down to 20 seconds. Waiting on a score for red. We're now down to 10 seconds. Attention riders, counting down. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So we have a priority interference call, red on blue. So for you at home who aren't savvy with surf competition, when there's an interference that will affect your scores, when there's a priority interference, that takes away your second wave or the lower score of your two scores. So we're going to readjust our score line. We do have scores to work out for red and for green. So next heat, move into position. We're working on two scores from our previous heat. So in a priority interference situation, your second score, your lower score of the two scores gets taken away. If it's a non-priority interference, so if there's an interference before priority position is obtained, then half of the backup score will be taken away. So either that does affect your score line and does make things a little bit more tough. We've got scores coming in for red and for green for Senegal and Portugal before I can give those final results. And heat 19, we appreciate your patience. We'll let you know before getting you started. So as we do have a pretty far distance between the buoy line of the standby buoy and the caddy buoy to the top of the point, we do have an automatic 30 seconds between each heat to give them time to move into position. However, in this case, we're still waiting on a couple scores. So we've got to work out those scores from the previous heat before we can clear our score panel and move on to the next heat. So we appreciate your patience. Heat number 19. While we wait on those scores, I'll go ahead and introduce the riders that will be in that heat. That's going to be Callum Robson for Australia in red, Tommaso Layson for Barbados in blue, for Chile, Noel de la Torre in green, and in white representing Germany, Lenny Jensen. They're waiting patiently for these last two scores from the previous heat before we can get them started with some action. Green's last, 7.83. Waiting on one more score for red, and we'll move on.
So they're going to have yoga classes at 8 here with Catherine in the Palapa, in the big Palapa. So if you want to say,
So we're working on that last score. We appreciate your patience. I will give you a heads up before getting you started. And every day for all of our friends around the competition area, anyone who's not busy focused on competition today, we have yoga. We have a free yoga session with Catherine at 8 o'clock, and that's at the Palapa by the entrance of our Club Salvadoreño. So we're still waiting on a score for red. So hang in there, guys. We got one more score to work out, and we'll move on. Last. So red ended with a 4.73 and 4.67. Okay, next heat. Standing by. Starting you up in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And I'm going to hand the mic over to Ixa Marietta for these next two heats. And I'll ask Ixa politely to read off those previous heat unofficial final results. Good morning, Ixa.
Buenos días, Ben. Bueno, estaré con ustedes entonces en los próximos dos hits. Vamos a repasar los resultados del hit anterior. Unofficial previous hit final results in the lead. Green. Guilherme Ribeiro, Team Portugal, with a total of 13.90 points, coming up in second. White, Abubakar Bawada, Team Morocco, with 11.90 points. In third, blue, Gerard McDade, Team Ireland, with 9.50 points. And finish in fourth place, red, Cherry Fall, Team Senegal, with a 4.67 points. Now we have heat number 19 in the water of this main men round 2. In the red jersey, Callum Robson for Team Australia. In blue, Tomás Layson, Team Barbados. In green, Noel de la Torre, Team Chile. In white, Lenny Jensen, Team Germany. Ya damos inicio al hit número 19, que es el tercer hit del día. Para este día 3 de Surf City, El Salvador, ISA World Surfing Games 2025. Y como les ha ido contando desde el podio de El Sunzal, estamos transmitiendo en vivo a través de nuestra página web oficial ISAsurf.org. Por lo tanto, además de estar dando los anuncios para los competidores más la transmisión técnica, estamos añadiendo un poquito de color para la gente que nos está sintonizando desde sus casas, desde donde sea que estén en el mundo, siguiendo a sus surfistas favoritos, a sus naciones y apoyando sus banderas. Aprovechamos también de invitar a quienes estén aquí en el área de competencia a la clase de yoga que va a impartir Catherine a las 8 de la mañana, en unos 6 minutos más, que va a comenzar aquí en la palapa principal del club salvadoreño. Así que quienes quieran relajar el cuerpo, activarlo también un poquito, invitamos a que asistan a la clase de Catherine en la palapa. Un saludo ahí para las profesoras de yoga que están activando todos los días distintas cosas. Surf City, como bien ustedes saben, se encarga de hacer actividades en paralelo a solo la competencia para que podamos aprovechar todo el talento que hay aquí en El Salvador y sobre todo en el Tunco, en este Surf Town, que tiene mucho por ofrecer. Ya tenemos puntajes para la primera ola de verde, el chileno, 5.50. Opening score for Green, Team Chile, 5.50. Time call, 17 minutes and 10 seconds remaining. And we're going to make the call for our next heat. Number 22, please check in at the beach marshal area. Reo Inaba, Team Japan. Carlos Humberto Escobar, Team Guatemala. José Joaquín López, Team Venezuela. Luis Rey Hernández, Team México. The third priority goes to blue. We have one more score coming in for Team Chile. Sorry, no priority established yet on the heat. No priority established yet on the heat. with blue on the third priority and blue that I was like, why blue? But if I see that, I'm gonna announce it, you know? I don't know what's happening because I'm watching the screen, not the people. I might see just like a little bit here closer to you because then I can see what's happening.
Attention surfers, after replay, white goes to third priority.
I'm gonna see a little bit closer to you because then I can see because here is the screen. So maybe you can sit in this here. So we have this space because if not, I'm not able to watch. Second scar of green is in 0.50 and the third of green is a 3.83. So we're down to 15 minutes and 15 seconds. In the lead position is green, Team Chile, with a 5.50 and a 3.83. Restando 15 minutos y 5 segundos, tenemos los puntajes para el chileno. Su primera ola 5.50, la segunda fue un 0.5 y la tercera ola 3.83. Estás en primer lugar con un 5.5 y un 3.83 de backup. And we have red up opening right for Callum Robson, Team Australia. Now priority goes to blue. Second priority, white. And this is blue's opening right for Team Barbados. Priority now goes to white. But it says blue. He just catch a wave. First off, blue is in 1.27. First off, red 4.40. Priority goes to blue as we watch Lenny Jensen for Team Germany on his opening ride. Priority blue, second priority green. Time call 13 minutes and 35 seconds remaining. 13 minutos 30 segundos restan en el reloj. Prioridad 1. Azul, prioridad 2, verde. Estamos esperando por una nota de blanco. Ya tenemos la primera de rojo, un 4.40. Cuando más atrás viene verde, ahí está el chileno Noel de la Torre en su cuarta ola. La prioridad la mantiene azul, el competidor de Barbados. 13 minutos y 10 segundos en el reloj. Nuevamente hacemos el llamado para que estén preparándose a entrar a su hit número 20. Reo Inaba, el japonés, Carlos Humberto Escobar de Guatemala, José Joaquín López de Venezuela y Luis Rey Hernández de México. Muchachos, les volvemos a comentar que el tiempo de paddle out acá en el Sunzal es de 10 minutos. Vamos a recordárselos por el altoparlante, pero también les recomendamos que estén preocupados del reloj que está encima de la torre de jueces. Deben mantenerse pegados a la boya hasta que finaliza el hit que está en curso. Tenemos un gap de 30 segundos obligatorio entre hit y hit, pero además les vamos a dar el tiempo suficiente para que se puedan ubicar en la zona principal de competencia. We have the last of green is a 5.67. Opening score for white, 5.30. So current hit situation in the lead position, green, Team Chile, top two scores, 5.67 and 5.50. In second, white, Team Germany, with a 5.30. Third place, red, Team Australia, with a 4.4. Needing a 0.91 to go to second. In fourth place, blue, Team Barbados with 1.27. Blue needs a 4.04 to move to second. Time call, 11 minutes and 45 seconds remaining. Priority blue, second priority red, third priority green, fourth priority white. Restan 11 minutos y 35 segundos. Esta es la situación del hit. Está liderando verde el chileno con 5.67 y 5.50. Segundo, blanco el alemán con 5.3. Está tercero, rojo el australiano con 4.4. Rojo necesita 0.91 para ir al segundo lugar. Cuarta posición, azul de Barbados con 1.27. Él está buscando 4.04 para ir al segundo lugar. Tenemos azul en ola. Segunda ola para Tommaso Leison de Barbados. Just under 11 minutes. Priority red, second priority green, third priority white. Y aprovecha esa carta de prioridad. Viene en la segunda ola el australiano Callum Robson. La prioridad se va para verde. Prioridad 2 para blanco. Más atrás viene verde, el chileno. La número 5 para Noel de la Torre. La prioridad ahora se va para blanco. Now priority goes to white as we're down to 10 minutes and 25 seconds. And we're down to 10 minutes, so our next heat can enter the water. 10 minutos ya restan de competencia, muchachos, pueden ingresar al agua. Last of green, 0.80 does not factor in. Priorities with white, second priority green. Waiting on the second scarf red and second of blue to give you an update on the situation. Time call, 9 minutes and 35 seconds remaining. Prioridad 1 blanco, prioridad 2 verde. Restan 9 minutos con 25 segundos. Estamos aguardando por notas. And we have the second scoring for blue, 8.83. That takes him to the second place. Now waiting on the second score of red for Team Australia. So now white dropped to third. White needs 4.81 to move to second. And we're waiting on that second score for red Team Australia, and I'll give you hit situation. 9 minutes remaining. Priority white for Team Germany. Second priority red for Team Australia. Third priority blue for Team Barbados. Entra la segunda ola de azul. 8.83 lo lleva al segundo lugar. Con 8.83 y 1.27 de backup, baja a la tercera posición blanco el alemán, que tiene un 5.30. Él necesita 4.81 para ir al segundo lugar. Va a ingresar un puntaje de rojo para el australiano y ahí les vuelvo a dar la situación del hit. 8 minutos y 20 segundos, prioridad 1 blanco, prioridad 2 rojo, prioridad 3 azul, prioridad 4 verde. 8 minutes and 10 seconds remaining. Priority white for Team Germany. Second priority red for Team Australia. Third priority blue for Team Barbados. Fourth priority green for Team Chile. Waiting on one score for red, one for green to give you an update on the situation. And we have second of red in. It's a 7.17 changing situation that takes him to the lead position. So new hit situation. In the lead, red, Team Australia with 7.17 and a 4.4. In second, green, Team Chile with 5.67 and a 5.5. In third, blue, Team Barbados with 8.83 and a 1.27. Blue needs a 2.34 to go to second. Fourth position, white, Team Germany with a 5.30, needing a 5.87 to go to second. Time called, 7 minutes and 10 seconds remaining. Priority white, second priority red, third priority blue, fourth priority green. We have a previous score of green is a 1.43 as we watch him on his wave number 7. That's the Chilean. And out the back, Team Germany in white up and right. In priority goes to red for Team Australia. Second priority blue for Team Barbados. Y ahí continúa en ola el alemán, es la segunda ola para Lenny Jensen y más atrás viene Tommaso Leison de Barbados. La prioridad la mantiene rojo, restan 6 minutos 30 segundos. Time call 6 minutes and 30 seconds. We have scores coming in, 1 for Team Germany, 1 for Team Chile, 1 for Team Barbados. As we have Callum Robson for Team Australia up and riding, priority board is clear. 6 minutos restan de competencia. Buen intercambio de olas en esta postal que es el Sunzal, esta punta derecha perfecta que no para de entregarnos olas. Ya llevamos 3 días de competencia y no vemos un momento sin olas. Increíble lo que es el Salvador, que es capaz de entregarnos el mejor surfing, el mejor canvas para un campeonato de surf. Estamos con doble podio en la Bocana y acá en el Sunzal. Y todo el tiempo tenemos olas. Estamos trabajando, imagínense, en 4 puntajes. Un intercambio restando 5 minutos con 25 segundos. Están manteniendo al panel de jueces muy ocupados los muchachos en este hit número 19 de la ronda 2 principal. Por el lado de los varones, la prioridad la tiene azul, el equipo de Barbados. 5 minutes and 10 seconds, priorities with blue. We're waiting on scores, 1 for red, 1 for blue, 1 for green, and 1 for white. And we have the last of green in. It's a 6.57. Goes to the top 2 scores for Team Chile. The top 2 scores for Chile is a 6.57 and a 5.67. Verde, su última ola, 6.57. Entra en tu sumatoria, es tu mejor ola, un 6.57 y tu backup 5.67. Estamos esperando por notas para rojo, azul y blanco. Ya les entregamos el tablero de posiciones y también los requisitos. So we're down to 4 minutes and 20 seconds. Priority blue, second priority white, third priority green. We have the second scoring for white, Team Germany, 8.77. White, your second wave, 8.77. So we're waiting for scores, 1 for red, 1 for blue, but for now, in the lead is white, Team Germany with 8.77 and 5.30. In second, green, Team Chile with 6.57 and 5.67. Third, red, Team Australia with 7.17 and 4.40. Needing a 5.07 to go to second. We're waiting on your last wave. In fourth place, blue, Team Barbados with 8.83 and 1.27. Needing a 3.41 to go to second. We're waiting on your last score. 3 minutes and 20 seconds remaining. Priority blue, second priority white, third priority green. Ingresa el puntaje para blanco, el alemán, 8.77, lo lleva directo al primer lugar. Estamos aguardando todavía por una nota de rojo y una más de azul. Restan 3 minutos, la prioridad 1 azul, prioridad 2 blanco, prioridad 3 para verde, prioridad 4 rojo. Por el momento está liderando el alemán, está segundo verde, está tercero rojo el australiano buscando un 5.07 y está cuarto azul. El competidor de Barbados necesita 3.41. Vamos a esperar esos puntajes que aparezcan para rojo y azul y ya les actualizamos entonces el tablero de posiciones. 2 minutos y 30 segundos en el reloj. Red, we're still waiting on your last wave. As soon as I have that score in, I'll give you hit situation. We're down to 2 minutes and 20 seconds. You have the fourth priority. Para la gente que está mirando en sus casas, aquí la ola del Sunzal es bastante larga y por lo tanto nuestro panel de jueces tiene que mirar los replays para poder definir esos puntajes. Por lo tanto, siempre hay un delay para entregarlos para que puedan ser bien evaluadas. pero ya lo tenemos aquí en pantalla, 7.40, esa tercera ola de rojo lo lleva directo al primer lugar, baja a la tercera posición verde, verde necesita un 7.51 para ir al segundo lugar, está cuarto azul de Barbados buscando un 5.24 a ingresar una ola más para azul. So last of red, 7.40, that takes him to the lead position. Now in the lead, red with 7.4 and a 7.17. In second, white with an 8.77 and a 5.3. In third, green with a 6.57 and a 5.67. Green needs a 7.51 to go to second. And the last of blue was a 2.73. Blue is in fourth, needing a 5.24 to go to second. We're just under 1 minute. We have one score coming in for blue. First priority is with white, second priority green, third priority red. Prioridad 1 blanco, prioridad 2 verde, prioridad 3 rojo. Restan 40 segundos. Va a ingresar un puntaje más para el competidor de Barbados. La ola anterior fue un 2.73. Azul está cuarto. Él está buscando un 5.24 para ir a la segunda posición. We're down to 25 seconds. Blue, we're waiting on your last wave. Your previous was a 2.73. You're in fourth place. Blue, you need a 5.24 to go to second. We're down to 12 seconds as we see red up. That's Team Australia. White up, and we're ready for the countdown in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Time is up for this heat number 19. White is up for Team Germany. We're waiting on scores, 1 for blue, 1 for white, and 1 for red. Estamos esperando puntajes del hit anterior, muchachos. Del próximo hit, por favor, tomar posiciones en el lineup. Vamos a ir con ustedes en un momento. Next hit, please take your positions. We'll be with you in just a moment. We have to work on couple scores from the previous hit. We appreciate your patience. Bueno, tuvimos olas que se tomaron en los últimos segundos del hit. Por lo tanto, vamos a tener que trabajar en esos puntajes. El panel de jueces está ahí revisando los replays, comparando para poder definirlos. We have the last of red in. It's a 1.33. Does not factor in for Team Australia. Now waiting on the last of blue for Team Barbados and last of white for Team Germany. Blue last wave, 4.07. Goes to your top two. That takes you to the third place. Was not enough to go to second. Now waiting on the last of white for Lenny Jensen, Team Germany. La última de azul, 4.07, fue en la sumatoria para Tomás Oleison de Barbados, mas no fue suficiente para irse al segundo lugar. Él queda tercero. Falta que ingrese un puntaje para blanco, Lenny Jensen, el alemán, y ya podemos avanzar con nuestro hit número 20. So we have one more score coming in for white Team Germany, and as soon as I have that score in, we are gonna move to our next hit number 20. Por favor, muchachos, un poquito de paciencia y ya vamos a ir con ustedes. Last of white, 5 points. It's not factoring for white. La última de blanco, 5 puntos, no entró en la sumatoria para el alemán. Nos preparamos ya para el próximo hit. Voy a esperar a que el jefe de jueces me levante la mano y me diga que, ok, estamos listos para empezar. ¿Sí? All right, surfers, count you into the start in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Hit number 20 is on. We have in the water, in the red jersey, Reo Inaba, Team Japan. In blue, Carlos Humberto Escobar for Team Guatemala. In green, José Joaquín López for Team Venezuela. In white, Luis Rey Hernández for Team Mexico. And the unofficial previous hit final results. Winning the heat, Red, Callum Robson, Team Australia with a total of 14.57 points. Coming in second, White, Lenny Jensen, Team Germany with 14.07 points. In third, Blue, Tommaso Layson, Team Barbados with 12.90 points. In fourth position, Green, Noel de la Torre, Team Chile with 12.24 points. Tenemos los resultados extraoficiales del hit anterior. En primer lugar, finaliza rojo Callum Robson, el australiano, con 14.57 puntos. Segundo, blanco Lenny Jensen, el alemán, con 14.07. Tercero, azul Tommaso Layson de Barbados, con 12.90. Cuarto, verde Noel de la Torre de Chile, con 12.24. Y ya dimos inicio a nuestro hit número 20. Estuvimos introduciendo a los competidores que están en el agua. En rojo, Reo Inaba, el japonés. En azul, Carlos Humberto Escobar de Guatemala. Verde, José Joaquín López de Venezuela. Blanco, Luis Rey Hernández de México. We're going to make the call for our next heat to please check in at the Beach Marshall area. Dane Henry, Team Australia. Joshua Burke, Team Barbados. Sebastián Williams, Team México. Pedro Fernández, Team Dominican Republic. Por favor, muchachos, chequearse en el área de Beach Marshall de Henry de Australia, Joshua Burke de Barbados, Sebastián Williams de México, Pedro Fernández de República Dominicana. Es tiempo ya de que vayan a buscar sus camisetas y prepararse para entrar al agua. El tiempo de paddle out es de 10 minutos aquí en el Sunzal. Tenemos ya un puntaje entrando para rojo. We have an opening score for red in. It's a 0.80. As we watch, blue opening right, Carlos Humberto Escobar for Team Guatemala. Ahí tenemos la primera ola para el guatemalteco, el país vecino. Y se viene acción por parte del mexicano Luis Rey Hernández. La prioridad se va para verde. Now priority goes to green as we're down to 17 minutes and 30 seconds. Y se activa entonces ya este hit número 20. Continúa en ola el mexicano. La prioridad la tiene verde el competidor de Venezuela cuando restan 17 minutos y 10 segundos en el reloj. Para la gente que está sintonizándonos en casa, les mandamos saludos aquí desde el Sunzal. Esta maravillosa punta de derecha que está en el Tunco, en La Libertad. Un lugar que sin dudas tienes que venir a visitar. Y también aprovecho de comentarles que nosotros estamos haciendo la locución técnica de playa y es el sonido que ustedes tienen en casa. Así que por lo tanto van a estar escuchando más información que va dedicada a los atletas con un poquito de color y de historia acá del Salvador para que también sepan lo que está ocurriendo en el torneo. Ahí tenemos hola de José Joaquín López, el venezolano. Abre su marcador, la prioridad se va para rojo, prioridad 2 para azul. So, priority goes to red for Team Japan, second priority blue for Team Guatemala, and we have an opening score for blue, 3.33. Primer puntaje para azul, 3.33. Carlos Escobar, su primera ola, 3.33. Restan 16 minutos y 5 segundos. Y estamos esperando por puntaje para verde y también para blanco. Ya les actualizo la situación en el agua. Just under 16 minutes remaining. Priority red, second priority blue. We're waiting for the opening score for green and the first for white. And I'll give you an update on the situation. Estamos viviendo el día 3 de competencia en Surf City, El Salvador, ISA World Surfing Games 2025. Todavía continuamos la ronda principal. 2 por el lado de los varones acá en el podio de El Sunzal. Después de finalizar con esta ronda 2 del evento principal, que teníamos hits pendientes del 17 al 24, nos vamos a ir con la ronda 1 de repetaje de los varones acá en el Sunzal, hits 1 al 19. Vamos a tener 3 hits que no se van a correr porque solamente tienen 2 competidores. Eso va a ser el hit número 9, el 11 y el 13. Como bien saben, los hits que tienen 2 surfistas clasifican automáticamente por seeding a la próxima ronda. Muy bien, entonces ya este día 3, este día lunes 8 de septiembre, vamos a comenzar con los hits de repechaje más tarde acá en el podio de El Sunzal. We have an opening score for white, Team México 6.33. Primer puntaje para blanco, 6.33. Waiting on the second of blue and 2 scores for green. To give you an update on the situation, priority remains with red for Team Japan. We're down to 14 minutes. Restan bajo los 14 minutos de competencia. Prioridad 1 para rojo, prioridad 2 para blanco. Estamos esperando a que ingresen las notas de verde y también una de azul para entregarles la situación del hit y los requisitos, muchachos. For now, we have in the lead position white, Team Mexico with a 6.33. In second, blue, Team Guatemala with a 3.33. In third, red, Team Japan with a 0.80. And we are waiting on those scores for Team Venezuela in green. And we have the opening score for green is an 8.33. That takes him to the lead position. And second wave of blue is a 4.17. Blue is in second with a 4.17 and a 3.33. In third, white, Mexico with a 6.33. White needs a 1.17 to go to second. And in fourth place, red, Team Japan with a 0.80. Red needs a 6.70 to go to second. 12 minutes and 45 seconds remaining. Priority red for Team Japan. Second priority white for Team Mexico. Third priority blue for Team Guatemala. Fourth priority green for Venezuela. Y entra la primera nota de verde 8.33 y su segunda ola 0.5. Estás en primer lugar verde con 8.33 y 0.5. Segundo azul de Guatemala con 4.17 y 3.33. Está tercero blanco el mexicano con 6.33 y 0.27. Blanco necesitas 1.17 para ir al segundo lugar, mientras que en cuarta posición se encuentra rojo el japonés con 0.80 buscando 6.70. Restan 11 minutos y 50 segundos y me acaba de anunciar el jefe de jueces que tenemos una interferencia sin prioridad de blanco sobre verde. So we have a non-priority interference, white on green, as we're down to 11 minutes and 30 seconds. Prioridad 1, rojo. Prioridad 2, blanco. Prioridad 3, azul. Prioridad 4, verde. $11 minutos restan de competencia. Y ahí con cuarta prioridad logra escaparse el venezolano, viene en su tercera ola. Él es el líder de la serie, está buscando cambiar ese 0.50 para mejorar y aumentar su diferencia ahí en el primer lugar. Se mantiene con la prioridad 1 rojo, que está tomando posición. Ahí atrás viene Reo y Nava de Japón. La prioridad ahora se va para blanco. Prioridad 2 para azul. So now priority goes to white. Second priority blue. Prioridad 1 para blanco, prioridad 2 azul. Restan 10 minutos. Próximo hit ya puede ingresar al agua. So we're down to 10 minutes. We're halfway of this heat. Number 20, our next heat, number 21. You can enter the water, guys. Please remind to stay close to the buoy or to the standby zone. And do not enter the competition area until you listen to 2 horns. We have a second scoring for white. It's 0.27 as we watch white up and riding for Team Mexico. 9 minutes and 30 seconds remaining. 9 minutos y 25 segundos. Van a ingresar puntajes para rojo, verde y blanco. La prioridad la tiene azul el equipo de Guatemala. Todavía no está digitada la prioridad en el tablero, no está siendo reflejada. Apenas se marque aquí en nuestro sistema, también les voy a contar la situación y los requisitos para el equipo de México en blanco. Cuando más atrás vemos a el competidor de Guatemala en azul, viene en su tercera ola. 8 minutos y 45 segundos restan de competencia. So we're down to 8 minutes and 40 seconds. The next heat can enter the water. And we have red up, a third ride for Team Japan. Priority board is clear now. Todavía no se establece prioridad. Y nuestro panel de jueces trabajando en los puntajes de esas últimas olas. 2 para rojo, 1 de azul, 1 de verde y 1 de blanco. Muchachos, apenas estén digitadas aquí en pantalla, les voy a comunicar esas notas y también los requisitos. Seven minutes and 45 seconds remaining. And we have the last of green in. It's a 6.50, extending his lead position. Green, Team Venezuela, with an 8.33 top score and a 6.50 backup. Now waiting on scores, 2 for red. And we have them. All right, second of red, 4.17, and the third of red is a 3.53. We have scores coming in, 1 for blue and 1 for white. Priority green, second priority white, third priority blue. 7 minutes remaining. Restan 7 minutos y ya ingresan las olas de rojo para el japonés, 4.17 y 3.53. Entra también el último puntaje de verde, 6.50, quien aumenta su diferencia ahí en la primera posición. Por el momento está liderando entonces verde José Joaquín López de Venezuela con 8.33 y 6.50. Acaba de entrar la nota de azul para Guatemala, 6.23. Y la última nota de blanco, 6 puntos. Por el momento la situación es la siguiente. Todavía falta que se digite, ¿verdad?, la interferencia sin prioridad que marcaron los jueces, pero estamos así hasta el momento. Lidera verde de Venezuela con 8.33 y 6.50. Segundo, blanco el mexicano con 6.33 y 6 puntos. Está tercero, azul de Guatemala con 6.23 y 4.17. Azul buscando 6.11 para ir al segundo lugar. Cuarto, rojo el japonés con 4.17 y 3.53. Necesita 8.16 para ir al segundo lugar. Vamos a esperar a que se digite esta interferencia para repasar también los puntajes y requisitos. Eso va a ser en breve, muchachos. So we're down to 5 minutes and 35 seconds. And this is a new hit situation. In the lead position is green, Team Venezuela with 8.33 and a 6.50. Second, blue, Team Guatemala with 6.23 and a 4.17. Third, white, Team Mexico with 6 points and a 6.33. In fourth place is red, Team Japan with a 4.17 and a 3.53. Red, you need a 6.24 to go to second. White, you're in third, needing a 7.24 to go to second. Y ahí ya está digitada entonces la interferencia. Blanco estás tercero. Blanco necesita un 7.24 para ir al segundo lugar. Cuando se hace una interferencia sin prioridad, se quita la mitad del segundo mejor puntaje. Por lo tanto, ese 6 puntos, que es la segunda mejor ola del mexicano, se ha convertido en una ola de 3 puntos. 4 minutes and 20 seconds. Priority is with blue, second priority red, third priority white. Waiting on the last of green as we're down to 4 minutes and 5 seconds remaining. We have the last of white, it's a 0.5. So time call, 3 minutes and 35 seconds. We're waiting on the last of green. We're going to have a quick rundown of the situation. In the lead, green team Venezuela with 8.33 and a 6.50. Your last wave was a 6.4, does not factor in. In second is blue team Guatemala with 6.23 and a 4.17. Third, white team Mexico with a 6.33 and 6 points. You need a 7.24 to go to second. And in fourth place, red team Japan with a 4.17 and a 3.53. We're waiting on his last wave. You need a 6.24 to go to second. 2 minutes and 50 seconds remaining. Priority blue, second priority white. 2 minutos y 45 segundos en el reloj. Van a ingresar puntajes para verde y para rojo. La prioridad la tiene azul. La segunda prioridad la tiene blanco. Está liderando verde. Su última ola verde, 3.67, no entra en sumatoria. Tus dos mejores olas, 8.33 y 6.5. Tu ola anterior fue de 6.40, que tampoco entró en sumatoria. Está segundo, azul de Guatemala, con 6.23 y 4.17. Está tercero, blanco de México, con 6.33 y 6 puntos. Él necesita 7.24 para ir al segundo lugar, mientras que en cuarta posición está rojo, el japonés, con 4.17 y 3.53. Va a ingresar la última nota de rojo y ya les entregó situación actualizada. Cuando atrás vemos a azul, viene el competidor de Guatemala. We have the last of red in. It's a 4.60. Goes to the top two scores for red. It's not enough to go to second. Red needs a 5.81 to advance in the second place. Now the back, we have green up, heat leader for Team Venezuela. We're down to 1 minute and 30 seconds. 4.60 le dieron en la última ola al japonés. Entra en la sumatoria, pero él se mantiene en cuarta posición buscando un 5.81 para ir al segundo lugar. La prioridad la tiene blanco de México, prioridad 2 la tiene el japonés en rojo. Y ahí viene posicionándose blanco. Está el mexicano Luis Rey Hernández en ola. Último minuto y 5 segundos. Priority now goes to red for Team Japan. We're down to 1 minute. Últimos 50 segundos. Y están ingresando notas para blanco, verde y azul. We're down to 40 seconds. $30 seconds. 30 segundos. We're down to 20 seconds. Priority red. Last of blue is a 5.27. We're down to 10 seconds. And we're ready for the countdown in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So time is up for this heat number 20. We have to work on 2 scores, 1 for white, 1 for green. Please, next heat, move into position and stand by. El próximo hit número 21, tomar posiciones en el lineup. Estamos trabajando en 2 scores del hit anterior y vamos a ir con ustedes en breve. La última ola de azul, un 5.27 que entró en la sumatoria para el competidor de Guatemala. Sus dos mejores olas, 6.23 y 5.27. Tenemos ya también la última ola para verde, 7.23. Entra en la sumatoria para el venezolano. So the last of green, 7.23, goes to the top 2 scores for Team Venezuela, improving his lead position. Now waiting on the last of white for Team México. Falta nomás que ingrese un puntaje de blanco para el mexicano y ya podemos avanzar con nuestro próximo hit, en donde va a estar acompañándoles Ben Way aquí en el mic, en la cabina. Vamos a ir en breve, muchachos. Apenas ingrese ese último puntaje, como les estuvimos comentando, los replays de acá del Sunzal son bastante largos, así que a veces nuestro panel de jueces tarda un poquito en dar esos puntajes. Ya lo tenemos, la última de blanco, 6.23, que no fue suficiente para ir al segundo lugar. All right, count you in to start next hit. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So hit number 21 is on, and I'm gonna welcome back Ben in the booth.
Thank you very much, Ixa Marietta. Great job as always, and fun to join the booth with you as we have just moved into a new heat. This is our men's main round 2, heat number 21. In red, we have Dane Henry representing Australia. For Barbados in blue, Joshua Burt. For Mexico in green, Sebastian Williams. And white for the Dominican Republic, Pedro Fernandez. All right, so we're going to give our unofficial previous heat final results. Winning that last heat was Venezuela. Green, Jose Joaquin Lopez with 15.56 points. Second was blue, Carlos Humberto Escobar for Guatemala with 11.50 points. Third was white, Luis Rey Hernandez for Mexico, 9.45 points. And coming in fourth for Team Japan in red, Rei Inaba, 8.77 points. So we've had some opening rides for Barbados and Mexico. We'll have their scores and an update in just a moment. So thank you to all of our friends tuning in on the web around the world. We're excited to bring this edition of the 2025 Surf City El Salvador World Surfing Games live to you as we have opening wave for Australia. First priority now goes to white. So we're going to let these scores come in for Mexico, Barbados, and Australia. We'll keep you updated on what's happening. And red, up and riding again. So this amazing reef here at Sunzal is just perfectly triangle-shaped to where these rights just come all the way through, and actually gives you an option to take off wherever you want, determining on how far you want to ride. And so red had finished one ride, was able to find another one in the midsection. So we have 2 scores coming for red. One for blue and one for green. First priority white, second priority blue. 17 minutes and 40 seconds remaining. We're going to let these scores come in, and I will keep you updated. Faltamos 2 puntajes de rojo, uno de azul y uno de verde. First priority white, second priority blue, and third priority green. Just under 17 and a half minutes. And coming up next in our Heat 22, we've got Hiroto Ohara for Team Japan, Levi Epinetos for Greece, for Germany, Tim Elter, and for Chile, Raimundo Berry. Want to make sure that they're checked in. And at the 10-minute mark, we'll send them out. Green, your first wave, 5.67. La primera ola de verde, 5.67. Now waiting on the opening wave and last wave for blue, and 2 scores for red. We'll have those scores and an update in just a minute. Just under 17 minutes. White has first priority. Second priority is with green. Once again, Seabass Green has 5.67 for his first wave. We'll have 2 scores for blue and 2 scores for red in just a moment. Primera prioridad blanco, segunda prioridad verde. Faltamos 2 puntajes de azul y de rojo. So we're excited to be coming to you live. So previously, we would occasionally give updates on our second podium in this competition for this edition of the 2025 Surf City El Salvador World Surfing Games. We have 2 live webcasts going. And so this is a little bit different style of a webcast as we're doing beach announcing and webcast. Blue's first wave is in. Blue, first wave 7.0. First priority white, second priority green, third priority red. We'll have a second score for blue and 2 scores for red in just a moment. So we are beach announcers. We're focused on the competitors and keeping the important technical information going in the heat. While we have some breaks in between, after we've given those updates, we will be entertaining our friends at home, but our focus is definitely on competition. 15 minutes and 30 seconds. Waiting on a second score for Barbados and 2 scores for Australia to give these surfers in the water an update. First of red, 4.33. Waiting on the second of blue and second of red. We're down to 15 minutes. Primer oro de azul fue 7.0. Primer oro de rojo, 4.33. Y estamos faltando un puntaje más del rojo y de azul. 15 minutos. First priority white, second priority green, third priority red, fourth priorities with blue. Red, Dane, your second wave was a 2.83. You have a 4.33 and a 2.83. Now waiting on the second wave for Joshua for Barbados. We'll have blue's second wave, and I'll give you another update. 14 minutes and 30 seconds. So for all of our friends joining us from around the world, we appreciate your company. Thank you for tuning in. We have a lot of action on the plate for today. We're finishing off where we finished yesterday to finish this men's main round 2. Then we'll move into our men's Repacharge round 1 a little later in the morning. Second wave of blue, 3.60. So attention riders, here's the updated situation. Time call 14 minutes. Barbados is in the lead. Blue has 7.0 and 3.60. Red is in second with a 4.33 and a 2.83. Green is in third with a 5.67. Currently needing 1.49 to advance, and white, holding first priority, needs 7.16. Azul está en primero con 7.0 y 3.60. Rojo segundo con 4.33 y 2.83. Verde está en tercer lugar con 5.67, buscando 1.49 para avanzar. Y blanco en cuarto lugar, necesitando 7.16 para avanzar. 13 minutos y 20 segundos. So just over 13 minutes at the 10-minute mark, we will be sending out our next heat competitors to paddle out to the standby buoy to stand by for their heat. So as we mentioned earlier, for all of our friends at home, this is the main round. In this round, first and second advance through and stay in the main round, while third and fourth will go to the Repacharge, which becomes a separate competition simultaneously where they will have to surf their way through to make it back. And 12 minutes and 40 seconds. Currently blue first, second red, third green needing 1.49, and fourth white needing 7.16. So yesterday we started at 7 a.m. with our women's division at this podium, where we had an outgoing tide, putting a little more space between the waves, just as we're seeing today. A little less swell in the water, so not as many waves on offer as yesterday, but we do know that the machine wave of Sunzal comes alive with the incoming tide. So things will be getting better just after we hit our morning low tide, and the tide will be rising into the early afternoon, bringing those sets closer together and actually probably pumping up the size here. This place is always on. 12 minutes. No change in situation. Green up and riding. First priority white, second priority red, third priority blue. This will be the second wave for Team Mexico. And that's white up. Opening wave for Dominican Republic. First priority red, second priority blue. 11 minutes and 15 seconds. We'll see a second score for green and a first score for white in just a moment. First priority red, as we have the third ride for Barbados. And red up and riding. This is Australia's third wave. Ten minutes and 40 seconds remaining. White's first wave, 2.90. La primera ola de blanco, 2.90. First priority white. Last of blue, 2.10, did not factor into his top two. Último de azul, 2.10, no entró sus mejores dos puntajes. Waiting on the last of red and last of green. White has first priority. Faltamos un puntaje más de verde y de rojo. Primer prioridad, blanco. Restan 10 minutos. 10 minutes remaining. Next heat is welcome to enter the water. Hiroto, Levi, Tim, and Raimundo. You guys can start paddling out to the standby buoy anytime you like. Get just under 10 minutes left of this heat. Green, your second wave, 4.33. Waiting on the last of red, and I'll give you an update. First priority white, second priority blue. Green scores are 5.67 and 4.33. Blue scores are 7.0 and 3.60. White has a 2.90 for his first wave. Previously, red had a 4.33 and 2.83. We're waiting on one more score for him. First priority white, second priority blue, third priorities with green. 9 minutes and 15 seconds. Restan 9 minutos. Faltamos un puntaje más de rojo. Last of red, 6.17. Attention riders, here's the updated situation. Barbados in the lead with a 7.0 and a 3.60. White up and riding. First priority blue, second priority green. Red is currently in second with a 6.17 and a 4.33. Green is in third with a 5.67 and a 4.33, needing 4.84. White second wave, 0.93. Here we have green up and riding. First priority blue, second priority red. So white is in fourth place, needing 7.60. La segunda ola de blanco, 0.93. Blanco necesita 7.60 para avanzar. Restan 8 minutos. Primer prioridad azul, segunda prioridad rojo. We'll have another score for green in just a moment. That was the third ride for Team Mexico. Seven minutes and 45 seconds remaining. Blue with first priority, second priorities with red. Waiting on the third score of green. White up and riding. Third wave for Dominican Republic. Primera prioridad azul, segunda prioridad rojo. Restan 7 minutos 15 segundos. Faltamos un puntaje más de verde y ahora de blanco. Last of green, 6.73. Change the situation. Sebastian Williams, green goes to the lead with a 6.73 and a 5.67. Josh Burke in second with a 7.0 and a 3.60. Dane, red, you're now in third, needing 4.44. Now waiting on the last of white. Blue up and riding. So as you can see on the screen, red was about to take that wave, but knowing that blue had the higher priority, he had to dip out. Smart choice. Also keeps him out in position for another one. 6 minutes and 30 seconds. Waiting on a score for white. Faltamos un puntaje más de blanco, de rojo y de azul. 6 minutes and 15 seconds. Waiting on scores for white, red, and blue. Green has first priority. So once again, Sebastian, you're in first with a 6.73 and a 5.67. Waiting on scores for blue, red, and white. White's last, 2.43. White is in fourth. Waiting on a couple scores for red and blue, and I'll give a complete rundown of the updated situation. Just under 6 minutes. Green has first priority. Second priority is with red. Faltamos un puntaje de azul y de rojo. 5 minutos, 40 segundos. So if you hear dead space between Ix and my announcements, it's because we're waiting on technical information that's important and vital for these competitors. Right now, got my eyes glued to the screen where they're working on scores for blue and red's last waves. Once we determine those scores, I'll be able to give the updated situation and requirements. Red's last wave, 4.70, change the situation. Red now in second. Australia is now second, waiting on the last of blue. We have another score, ode to blue. We'll get that score in and give you another update. Just under 5 minutes. Última ola de rojo fue 4.70, le subió a segunda posición, pero tenemos un puntaje más que estamos esperando para azul. Ya que entran ese puntaje de azul, te vamos a avisar con la situación renovada. 4 minutos, 30 segundos. So now waiting on 2 scores for blue. Green has first priority. Second priority is with red. Restan 4 minutos, 20 segundos. Primer prioridad verde, segundo prioridad rojo. Tercer prioridad ahora con blanco. Faltamos 2 puntajes de azul. Waiting on 2 scores for blue. Third priority is now with white. We're down to 4 minutes. Green up and riding. First priority red, second priority white. Blue's last wave, blue's previous wave, 4.83, moves blue to second. Red drops to third, needing 5.67, and now white needing 8.93. Ola anterior de azul fue 4.83, le subió a segunda posición. Tercero, rojo buscando 5.67. Blanco en cuarto lugar buscando 8.93. Y faltamos un puntaje más para verde. Now waiting on the last of green. 3 minutes and 20 seconds. Red has first priority and second priority is with white. So once again, now green's in first. Green's in first. Blue's in second. Third red needs a 5.67 and fourth white needs an 8.93. So Josh Burke, once again, previous score was a 4.83. That moved you to second. Barbados in second with a 7.0 and a 4.83. Red is in third with a 6.17 and 4.70. Red needs 5.67 to advance. White is in fourth with 2.90 and 2.43. White needs 8.93. 2 minutes and 30 seconds. First priority red, second priority white, third priority blue. Red up and riding. This will be the 5th wave for Team Australia. First priority white, second priority blue. Restan 2 minutos. Primer prioridad blanco, segunda prioridad azul. So just under 2 minutes, we'll now have another score to work out for Team Australia. So Dane Henry in red, he's our previous World Junior Champion for the ISA. He got the gold medal position in the under-18 division last year. Now waiting on his last score. 1 minute and 30 seconds. Estamos esperando el último puntaje de rojo. First priority white, second priority blue, third priority green. We'll let red's last score come in, and I'll give you an update. Now we have blue up and riding. Sixth wave for Team Barbados. First priority white, second priority green. Waiting on the last of red. Down to 1 minute. Primer prioridad blanco, segundo prioridad verde. Restan 55 segundos. Now just under a minute. We're going to focus on the remaining time for these competitors and wait on those scores for red and for blue. We're now down to 45 seconds. First priority white, second priority green. Last of red, 7.63, moves red to the lead. Change in situation. Now red's in the lead. Second green. Blue, you're in third, needing a 5.40, and white is in fourth, needing 9.50. We're down to 30 seconds. Primero rojo, segundo verde, tercero azul, buscando 5.40. Cuarto blanco, buscando 9.50. First priority white, second priority green. We're now down to 20 seconds, waiting on a score for blue. Ten seconds. And we're counting down. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That wraps up our heat number 21. Heat 22 can go ahead and end. Sorry, I'm looking at the number of heats up here. That is, yes, heat number 22. Move into position. You'll be on standby. We're waiting on 2 scores from our previous heat for our rider in blue, Joshua Burke. Faltamos 2 puntajes de las últimas 2 olas de azul. Last of blue was a 1.0. Previous of blue came in as a 6.0. Now we're going to start you guys up in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So we have just started our next heat, number 22. So we have a little bit of a lag between the head judge's iPad and our screen. So as they clear out the last heat, it's taking a little longer for our scoreboard to be clear, but we have started our men's round 2, heat number 22. As we have blue up and riding, opening way for Team Greece, that's Levi Epinetos. In red representing Japan, Hiroto Ohara. Representing Germany in green, Tim Elter. And in white for Chile, Raimundo Berry. So 19 minutes remaining. We're going to give our previous heat final unofficial results. That's first red, Dane Henry for Australia had 13.80 points. Second was blue, Joshua Burke for Barbados, 13.0 points. Third green, Sebastian Williams for Mexico, 12.40 points. And fourth was white, Pedro Fernandez for Dominican Republic, 5.33 points. I'm going to go ahead and call our heat number 23 to check in. That will be Ruben Vitoria for Team Spain. For Cape Verde, Robertni Barros. For Great Britain, Patrick Langdon Dark. And for Uruguay, Agustin Zanota. I want to make sure those 4 competitors are checked in to the Beach Marshal's tent. We'll send them out in the water to stand by at 10 minutes. Waiting on scores for blue and for green. Estamos llamando a los competidores del siguiente heat. Heat número 23, que serían Rubén Vitoria, Robert Nibarros, Patrick Langdon Dark y Agustín Zanota. Por favor, pasen con el Beach Marshal, recoger su licra y registrarse para su heat. Y a los 10 minutos de ese heat, les vamos a ingresar al agua para esperar el final de este heat. Y pedimos a todos los riders que se pegan a las boyas, a la línea de las boyas negras, antes que escuchan las 2 bocinas del final del heat anterior. Gracias. First to blue, 3.50. Greece has a 3.50 for their first wave. Now waiting on the opening score for Team Germany. Time call, 17 minutes and 10 seconds. First of green, 6.50 for Team Germany. We have white and blue up and riding, splitting the peak. Today, Sunzal is showing its left option as well. As we saw Senegal surfer Sharif Fall taking a few of those lefts earlier. First priority red. La primera ola de azul fue 3.50. Primera ola de verde, 6.50. As we watch the second wave for Team Greece. Red now has first priority. So we'll have a first score for white and a second score for blue in just a moment. Primer prioridad rojo, segunda prioridad verde, first priority red, second priority green. Esperando el primer puntaje de blanco y segundo de azul. 15 minutos 45 segundos, waiting on the first of white and second of blue. White's first wave, 5.0. La primera ola de blanco, 5.0. Ahora esperando el segundo puntaje de azul. 15 minutes and 30 seconds, waiting on blue's second score, and I'll give you an update in the situation. So picture perfect conditions here in Surf City, El Salvador. We do see a little decrease in swell, as we mentioned before, but we do have the tide, I believe, close to the lowest tide of this morning, and we're going to see that tide push in a lot of energy and a lot more waves as it pushes in towards our early afternoon. So we can look forward to a great day 3 of competition here in Surf City. Just under 15 minutes, waiting on the second wave for blue. Red has first priority, second priority is with green, third priority is with white. Blue second wave, 4.80. Tension riders, updated situation. Greece in the lead. Blue has 4.80 and 3.50. Green, Team Germany, is in second with a 6.50. White is in third with a 5.0, needing 1.51 to advance. And red with first priority, currently needing 6.51 to advance. Time call, 14 minutes and 15 seconds. Por el momento, azul está en primera posición con 4.80 y 3.50. Verde segundo con 6.50. Tercero blanco con 5.0, buscando 1.51 para avanzar. Y rojo en cuarto lugar, buscando 6.51 para avanzar. Restan 13 minutos 50 segundos. Primer prioridad rojo, segunda prioridad verde y tercer prioridad blanco. So red has first priority, second priority is with green, and third priority is with white. So the reef underneath these surfers, the topography below the ocean, that is causing these perfect waves to stand up and stretch all the way along. It's this perfect V-shaped rock reef below these guys. We're about as shallow over the reef as we're going to get. We're at the lowest tide of the morning. And as it gets deeper and that tide starts pushing in, those waves will stretch all the way in here to the beach as we have the opening wave for Team Japan up and riding, Hiroto Ohara. Green has first priority and second priorities with white. Primera prioridad verde, segunda prioridad blanco. 12 minutos, 40 segundos. So we'll have an opening score for Team Japan in just a moment. Red's first wave, 8.60. Hiroto goes to the lead for Team Japan. Red has an 8.60. As we have green, second wave for Team Germany. White up and riding. First priority goes to blue. This is the second wave for Team Chile. As we're down to 12 minutes. Green second wave, 3.63. La segunda ola de verde, 3.63. Segunda ola de blanco, 3.80. Le subió a segunda posición. White's second wave was a 3.80. That moved him into second. Red is now in third, needing 0.20. And blue is in fourth, needing 4.01. Por el momento, primero verde, segundo blanco, tercero rojo, buscando 0.20 y cuarto azul, buscando 4.01 para avanzar. 11 minutos, 10 segundos. Primera prioridad azul, segunda prioridad verde, tercera prioridad rojo. First priority blue, second priority green, now third priority is with red. Just under 11 minutes remaining. So we welcome all of our friends that are joining us online around the world. And we are happy to bring you day 3 of competition for the 2025 Surf City El Salvador ISA World Surfing Games. So once again, a reminder of the situation in the water. Green is in first with a 6.50 and a 3.63. White is in second with a 5.0 and a 3.80. Red up and riding. Second wave for Team Japan. Blue has first priority. Second priority is with green. So we'll have another score for Team Japan, and we'll give an update. Red's second wave, 2.17. Change in situation. Red now in first with an 8.60 and a 2.17. Green now in second with a 6.50 and a 3.63. White is in third with a 5.0 and a 3.80, needing 5.14. And fourth, blue with a 4.80 and a 3.50. Blue needs 5.34. First priority blue, second priority green, third priority white, fourth priority is with red. Por el momento, primera prioridad azul, segunda prioridad verde, tercera prioridad blanco, cuarto prioridad rojo. Rojo está liderando el heat, segundo verde, tercero blanco buscando 5.14 y azul en cuarto lugar buscando 5.34. So blue and white splitting the peak. Now first priority goes to green, second priority goes to red. Nine minutes. Restan 9 minutos. Primera prioridad verde, segunda prioridad rojo. Now scores coming in for white and for blue. White's last, 1.0, does not factor in. Último de blanco, 1.0. No entró sus mejores dos puntajes. 8 minutes and 30 seconds, waiting on the last of blue. So we're asking blue from our next heat. That's going to be Robertni Barros for Cape Verde. We need you to pass by the Beach Marshal's tent, check in, grab your jersey. We're sending out the competitors for your heat to stand by at the moment. Once again, Robertni Barros, please check in. Red has first priority, second priority white. We'll have another score for blue in just a moment. Estamos llamando a Robertni Barros. Vas a estar en el siguiente heat. Por favor, pasa con el Beach Marshal, recoger su licra y registrarse para su heat. Están saliendo los otros competidores para esperar el término de este heat. 7 minutos, 35 segundos. Primer prioridad, blanco. So this is red on his third wave. Team Japan's third ride. As we have white on the outside, fourth wave for Team Chile. So now we'll work on scores for green, blue, red as we watch white on his fourth wave. 7 minutes. Once again, Robert Nevaros, please check into the Beach Marshal's tent. Llamando a Robert Nevaros para pasar con el Beach Marshal, por favor. Restan 7 minutos. We got 7 minutes remaining. Waiting on scores for green, blue, red, and white. Restan 6 minutos, 45 segundos. Estamos esperando los últimos puntajes de azul, de verde y de rojo. También una ola de blanco. 6 minutos, 40 segundos. Scores coming in for all of our riders. We'll keep you updated as the scores come in. Last of blue was a 0.50. That didn't factor. We're waiting on blue's previous score. Red's last. Green's last, and white's last scores. Blue has first priority, 6 minutes and 15 seconds. Green has second priority. Blue's previous wave, 5.33. Blue, you're in third, now needing 4.81. We will have some more scores coming in. I'll keep you updated with the updated situation as we get scores in for green, red, and white. 6 minutes, waiting on scores for green, red, and white. Blue has first priority, second priority green, third priority red. Red's last, 4.70. Red stays in first with an 8.60 and a 4.70. Green's third wave, 5.40. Green, you're in second with a 6.50 and a 5.40. Now waiting on a score for white. Ola anterior de azul fue 5.33. Última ola de rojo, 4.70. Última ola de verde, 5.40. Y estamos esperando el último puntaje de blanco. Blue has first priority, second priority green, third priority red, fourth priority white. We're down to 5 minutes remaining, waiting on one more score for white. And red. Fourth wave for Team Japan. Just taking a look there. Last of white, 4.97. Último ola de blanco, 4.97. Blanco sigues en cuarto lugar, ahora buscando 6.90 para avanzar. 4 minutos, 40 segundos. White's last wave is a 4.97. His requirement now is 6.90. Red in first. Second green. Third blue needs 6.57. Fourth white needs 6.90. 4 minutes and 20 seconds. Restan 4 minutos, 20 segundos. Por el momento, primero rojo, segundo verde, tercero azul, buscando 6.57. En cuarto lugar, blanco, buscando 6.90. First priority now goes to blue, second priority goes to green, third priority goes to white, and fourth priority is with red. White up and riding. Third priority now goes to red. Blue up and riding. First priority goes to green. Second priority goes to red. So last of red was a 0.43. That did not factor. Waiting on a score for white. We have 3.5 minutes. Restan 3 minutos, 20 segundos. Faltamos un puntaje para blanco. Y de azul. Now waiting on the last of white and last of blue. Just over 3 minutes. Restan 3 minutos. Faltamos el último de blanco y de azul. Last of white, 4.77, does not factor. Último de blanco, 4.77. No entró los mejores dos puntajes. Faltamos una nota más de azul, 2 minutos, 40 segundos. Primer prioridad verde, segundo prioridad rojo, tercer prioridad blanco. First priority green, second priority red, third priority white. Waiting on blue's last score. Time called 2 minutes and 30 seconds. So thank you to all our friends at home watching this live from Surf City, El Salvador. Blue, your last score, 8.0 change in situation. Team Greece goes to the lead. Levi, you're in first with an 8.0 and a 5.33. Red is in second with an 8.60 and a 4.70. We'll have a score coming in for Green's fourth wave. Último de azul fue 8.0, le subió a primero. Segundo rojo, tercero verde. Estamos esperando el último puntaje de verde. 1 minuto 45 segundos. Red as first priority, second priority white. Primer prioridad rojo, segunda prioridad blanco. Faltamos una nota más de verde. 1 minuto 30 segundos. Waiting on Green's last score. We'll give you an update when we get that score in. So for our friends at home, we've got a lot of technical information coming in as the waves pick up and the frequency of those waves gets closer. So we're going to have to keep on the technical information, but we will keep you guys as entertained as we can in between the action. 1 minute and 10 seconds waiting on Germany's last score. Red as first priority, second priority is with white. Faltamos una nota más de verde. We're down to 1 minute. Resta un minuto. Third priority goes to blue, waiting on Green's last score. "45 seconds. Last of Green, 7.0. Changes the situation. Green goes to first, second blue. Red in third now, needing 4.73, and fourth white needing 8.33. 30 seconds. Last of Green, último de verde, 7.0, le subió a primero. Segundo azul, tercero rojo, buscando 4.73. Y cuarto blanco, buscando 8.33. 20 segundos. So we're now down to 15 seconds. 10 seconds. Counting down. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And that is time. Heat 23, please stand by. So we'll move our next heat into position. And now we're going to start you guys up in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So we just started our men's round 2 heat number 23, as I'm going to welcome back Ixa Marietta to take over the next 2 heats, and we'll kindly ask her to give you guys those unofficial final heat results. Welcome back, Ixa.
Gracias, Ben. Voy a estar entonces con ustedes en los próximos hits. Vamos a primero repasar los resultados del hit anterior. So, winning the heat. Green Team Elter, Team Germany with a total of 13.50 points. Coming in second, Blue Levi Epenetos, Team Greece with 13.33 points. Third place for Red, Hiroto Ohara, Team Japan with 13.30 points. In fourth place, White, Raimundo Berry, Team Chile with 9.97 points. Now moving to our live action, we have in the water heat number 23. In the red jersey, Ruben Vitoria, Team Spain in blue. Robert Nepp Barros, Team Czech Republic in green. Patrick Langdon Dark, Team Great Britain in white. Agustín Zanota, Team Uruguay. We're down to 18 minutes and 50 seconds, and I would like to invite our next heat, number 24, to please check in at the beach marshal area. Alex Suarez, Team Ecuador. Kai Galegrani, Team Panama. Luca Mesinas, Team Peru. Hairil Anwar, Team Indonesia. Y ya hemos dado inicio a nuestro hit número 23 de esta ronda 2 del Main Event. En el agua, en rojo, Rubén Vitoria del equipo de España. Estamos esperando a que ingrese tu primera ola. En azul, Robert Nev Barros de la República Checa. Del Cabo Verde. Sorry for that mistake. Blue, Robert Nev Barros from Cape Verde. Tenemos en azul al competidor del Cabo Verde, en verde Patrick Landon Dark de Gran Bretaña, en blanco Agustín Zanota de Uruguay. We're waiting on that opening score for red. Estamos esperando esa primera nota de rojo para dar inicio entonces con este tablero de posiciones. El marcador se va a comenzar a ajustar, recién estamos comenzando. 17 minutos y 25 segundos en el reloj. Se prepara para el próximo hit 24 Alex Suárez del Ecuador, Kai Galegrani de Panamá, Luca Mesinas de Perú y Jairil Anwar de Indonesia. Por favor, muchachos, ya es tiempo de que recojan sus licras. Y les recordamos que el tiempo de paddle out es de 10 minutos aquí en el Sunzal. Deben estar preparados en esos 10 minutos y esperar cerquita de la boya sin entrar a la zona de competencia hasta que finaliza el hit que está en curso. Le damos la bienvenida a la gente que está comenzando a sintonizar el webcast de El Sunzal. Estamos transmitiendo junto a ustedes aquí con Ben Way y por lo demás estamos nosotros dedicándonos a la transmisión técnica de playa, pero además manteniéndolos también informados y entretenidos en casa. Pero obviamente nuestra prioridad principal es darle la información a los competidores que están en el agua. Ya tenemos el primer puntaje de rojo, 8.33. Opening score for red, Team Spain, 8.33. As we have green up, opening score for Team Great Britain. First off, green is in, 4 points. So current hit situation. In the lead position, red, Rubén Vitoria, Team Spain with 8.33. In second, green, Patrick Landon Dark, Team Great Britain with 4 points. Still no rights for blue and white, both needing a 4.01 to go to second. Time call, 15 minutes and 25 seconds remaining. The third priority goes to red. As we see, blue up, that's Robert Nev Barros for Cape Verde. Priority goes to white for Team Uruguay. Second priority, red for Team Spain. And out the back, first of white, that's Agustín Zanota for Team Uruguay. We're down to 15 minutes. First priority goes to red, prioridad 1 para rojo, restan 14 minutos 30 segundos, van a ingresar puntajes para azul y blanco. Apenas estén digitados les voy a comunicar una situación de este hit número 23. Todavía seguimos en la ronda principal por el lado de los varones. 61 países nos han visitado, 61 naciones, 291 atletas. Y estamos avanzando en este día 3 del Surf City El Salvador World Surfing Games 2025. Recordamos quienes han pasado en el primer y en el segundo hit de ronda principal han caído, en tercer y cuarto lugar han caído a la ronda de repechaje que vamos a comenzar esta mañana a las 9:40 aproximadamente está el programa. Puede que se haya ido moviendo un poquito por los gap times, pero nos vamos a ir después con la ronda 1 de repechaje, hits 1 al 19. Vamos a tener 3 hits que no vamos a hacer el 9, el 11 y el 13 porque solamente tienen 2 competidores y esos clasifican directamente a la siguiente ronda. Opening score for blue, 3.90. We're just under 13 minutes remaining. Priority red, second priority white, third priority green, fourth priority blue. 12 minutos y 50 segundos restan de competencia. Estamos esperando por ese primer puntaje para blanco. La prioridad 1 la tiene rojo, prioridad 2 blanco, prioridad 3 verde, prioridad 4 azul. First of white, 5.67. So current hit situation in the lead, red, Team Spain with 8.33. In second, white, Team Uruguay with 5.67. In third place, green, Team Great Britain with 4 points. Green needs a 1.68 to go to second. In fourth place, blue, Team Cape Verde with 3.90, needing a 1.78 to go to second. 12 minutes remaining. Restando 12 minutos de competencia. Esta es la situación del hit número 23. Está liderando rojo el español con 8.33. Está segundo blanco el uruguayo con 5.67. Tercero verde Gran Bretaña con 4 puntos. Él necesita 1.68 para ir al segundo lugar. Cuarto se encuentra azul de Cabo Verde con 3.90. Necesita 1.78 para ir al segundo lugar. Cuando vemos al uruguayo en ola, la segunda para Agustín Zanota, la prioridad la mantiene rojo, segunda prioridad verde, tercera prioridad azul. We're down to 11 minutes. Priority red, second priority green, third priority blue. We have one score coming in for Team Uruguay in the white jersey. En unos breves segundos ya puede hacer ingreso al agua nuestro próximo hit número 24. Ya los vemos algunos que están ahí acercándose a la orilla para ingresar. Time call, 10 minutes and 15 seconds remaining. And we have the second score of white in 6 points. So now in the lead position, white, Team Uruguay with 6 points and a 5.67. In second, red, Team Spain with 8.33. Third place, green, Team Great Britain with 4 points. And now with that second score of blue in 0.50, blue is in third, needing a 4.44. And green, you're in fourth, needing a 4.34 to go to second. 9 minutes and 40 seconds remaining. Priority red, second priority green. Ingresa el segundo puntaje de blanco, 6 puntos blanco. Agustín, estás primero con 6 puntos y 5.67. Está segundo rojo, Rubén de España con 8.33. Está en tercer lugar azul, el competidor de Cabo Verde con 3.90 y 0.50. Necesita 4.44 para ir al segundo lugar. Está en cuarta posición verde de Gran Bretaña con 4 puntos. Él busca 4.34 para ir a la segunda posición. 9 minutos en el reloj. Prioridad 1 rojo, prioridad 2 verde, prioridad 3 azul, prioridad 4 blanco. Y el próximo hit ya va haciendo ingreso al agua. Se va a hacer el hit número 24. 8 minutes and 45 seconds remaining as we watch white on his third wave of the heat. Priority remains with red, second priority green, third priority blue. Last of white is a 4.40, does not factor in for the top two scores, Team Uruguay. 4.40 en la última ola de blanco, no entra en la sumatoria para el uruguayo. Él está liderando con un 6 puntos y un 5.67. 8 minutos restan de competencia, la prioridad la mantiene rojo, prioridad 2 verde, prioridad 3 azul. Este es el tercer día de competencia de Surf City, el Salvador World Surfing Games 2025. Y para quienes están recién sintonizando nuestro webcast acá desde el podio El Sunzal, les damos una gran bienvenida. Estamos en el hit número 23 de la ronda 2 principal por el lado de los varones. Tenemos 24 hits, o sea, el próximo ya será el último de esta ronda para luego pasar a la ronda 1 de repechaje masculina. También le damos la bienvenida a todos los medios de comunicación salvadoreños que están aquí en el área de competencia, muy interesados, compartiendo, por supuesto, todo lo que está ocurriendo para que no solamente la gente de la playa esté enterada de lo que pasa aquí en las competencias, el surf, porque Surf City es un proyecto del Ministerio de Turismo. Y por lo tanto, la gente salvadoreña cada vez más ha ido conociendo el deporte, adentrándose en lo que está pasando, dándole apoyo también a los competidores. Hay más marcas también que están interesadas en este lifestyle que es el surf y no solamente lo ven como un deporte, sino todo lo que ocurre alrededor, el desarrollo turístico que involucra entonces los nuevos negocios, temas de gastronomía, de hotelería, nuevas marcas, emprendimientos relacionados a la moda, a la ropa, por supuesto que a los souvenirs, a lo que la gente se quiere llevar de vuelta a sus países cuando vienen a visitar El Salvador, porque no solamente se llevan la experiencia de estar aquí en este país, de sus bellas olas, de ir y explorar las costas salvadoreñas, un país pequeñito, pero que sin duda tiene mucho por entregar, no solo en esta área de la libertad, sino también si te vas a explorar el oriente salvaje del país, por ejemplo, o sus volcanes, los cafetales, la ciudad y sus pueblitos mágicos. Así que eso es una invitación también para la gente que está escuchándonos y para quienes están aquí presentes en el Sunzal, a que vayan a descubrir nuevos rincones, algunos que tal vez no has ido todavía y puede ser una gran oportunidad aprovechar esta instancia de compartir, de surfear olas nuevas y de descubrir nuevos rinconcitos de El Pulgarcito. So now the fourth priority is with green. Let's check priorities of this heat in number 23. First priority red for Team Spain. Second priority blue for Team Cape Verde. Third priority white for Team Uruguay. Fourth priority green for Team Great Britain. Just under 5 minutes remaining. Second score of green is a 0.30. Green is in fourth, needing a 4.34 to go to second. And we have red up, Team Spain, Rubén Vitoria. Second wave for Team Spain. Now priority goes to blue, second priority white, third priority green, prioridad 1 azul, prioridad 2 blanco, prioridad 3 verde. Cuatro minutos y 10 segundos restan de competencia. Va a ingresar un puntaje para el español. Ya les actualizo el tablero de posiciones y también los requisitos de este hit número 23. Muchachos, la prioridad la tiene azul del Cabo Verde, prioridad 2 blanco, el uruguayo, prioridad 3 verde de Gran Bretaña. Cuando atrás se viene más acción, él es azul, el competidor Robert Ni Barros del Cabo Verde. Y aparece el puntaje de rojo para el español 6.37. Cambia la situación y ahora lidera Rubén Vitoria de España con 8.33 y 6.37. Lo vemos que viene en una ola. Vamos ahí a comentarle su puntaje nuevamente en breve. La prioridad la tiene blanco el uruguayo, prioridad 2 verde de Gran Bretaña. So we're down to 3 minutes and 15 seconds. Priorities with white for Team Uruguay, second priority green for Team Great Britain. Y atención rojo, tu segunda ola fue un 6.37. Te fuiste ya al primer lugar. Vamos a esperar el puntaje de esta tercera ola y te lo vamos a comunicar de inmediato. 2 minutos y 50 segundos restan de competencia. So we're waiting on scores. We have the last of blue in. It's a 3.17, waiting on the last of red. But for now, this is the heat situation. In the lead, red, Team Spain with 8.33 and a 6.37. Second, white, Team Uruguay with 6 points and a 5.67. In third, blue, Team Cape Verde with 3.90 and 3.17. Blue needs 7.77 to go to second. And fourth place, green, Team Great Britain with 4 points and 0.3. We're waiting on your last score. You're looking for a 7.67 to go to second. 2 minutes remaining of this heat 23. Priorities with white for Team Uruguay. Second priority, blue, Team Cape Verde. 1 minuto con 50 segundos restan de competencia. Estamos esperando a que ingresen puntajes. 1 de rojo para España, 1 de verde para Gran Bretaña. Por el momento les cuento la situación del hit. Está primero rojo el español con 8.33 y 6.37. Y entra su última nota, Rubén, 9.50. Y aumenta su diferencia en una ola casi excelente ahí bordeando. Rubén Vitoria está liderando con 9.50 y 8.33. Está segundo blanco el uruguayo con 6 puntos y 5.67. Está tercero azul, competidor de Cabo Verde con 3.90 y 3.17, buscando un 7.77 para ir al segundo lugar. Y entra la última nota de verde, que fue un 3.90. Entonces, verde se va al tercero. Necesita 7.67 y azul ahora está cuarto buscando 7.77. 50 segundos en el reloj. Prioridad 1 blanco, prioridad 2 azul. Last of green, 3.90 goes to your top 2. Green, you're in third, needing a 7.67 to go to second. And blue now in fourth, needing a 7.77 to go to second. 30 segundos en el reloj. Prioridad 1 para blanco, prioridad 2 para azul. Cuando vemos azul en ola, la prioridad la tiene blanco el uruguayo. Restan 15 segundos. 15 seconds remaining. And we're ready for the countdown in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Time is up for hit number 23. Se acaba el tiempo para el hit 23. We're waiting on that last score for Team Cape Verde. And it's a 4.87. Not enough to go to second, but you move to the third position. We're going to go with our next hit 24. Por favor, el próximo hit, tomar posiciones en el lineup para comenzar con el hit 24 y el último de esta ronda principal por el lado de los varones. Estoy esperando a que el jefe de jueces me dé la señal para comenzar. También estamos esperando a que se desocupe el área de competencia por parte del hit anterior. Y así ya tenemos todo listo para dar inicio a este hit 24 antes de pasar a la ronda 1 de repecharge masculina. All right, count you into the start in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So hit is on and we have the unofficial previous hit final results. Winning the heat, red, Rubén Vitoria, Team España with 17.83 points. Coming in second, White Agustín Zanota, Team Uruguay with 11.67 points. In third, Blue Robert Barros, Team Cape Verde with 8.77 points. And fourth place, Green Patrick Langdon Dark, Team Great Britain with 7.90 points. Now in the water is heat number 24. And we already have some action. We have in the red jersey, Alex Suarez, Team Ecuador. In blue, Kai Galegrani, Team Panamá. In green, Luca Mesinas, Team Perú. In white, Hairil Anwar, Team Indonesia. Y partimos en los primeros segundos con algo de acción por parte de nuestros competidores de este hit 24 y el último de esta ronda principal. Teníamos ahí en una primera ola a Luca Mesinas de Perú. Restan 18 minutos con 50 segundos. Y le damos la bienvenida a la gente que recién se está conectando en nuestra transmisión de El Sunzal a través de nuestro sitio web ISAsurf.org o tal vez a través del YouTube. Estamos transmitiendo acá a los Beach Announcers que principalmente nos enfocamos en dar una transmisión más técnica, los puntajes, las prioridades, los requisitos en el agua, pero en esta oportunidad está saliendo el audio también para ustedes, así que estaremos dándoles algunos insights, algunos comentarios más, aparte de los puntajes de los muchachos ahora en el agua. Pero por supuesto que enfocándonos siempre en mantener la información del hit, así que chicos, estaremos atentos a eso cada vez que se publiquen puntajes o que haya cambio de prioridad, se los vamos a anunciar. 17 minutos con 45 segundos restan de competencia. So as we're down to 17 minutes and 35 seconds, we are going to make the call for our next hit. That will be hit number 1 of the men Repacharge round 1. Please check in at the beach marshal area. Jovan Brown, Team Jamaica. Jordi Micael Fortes, Team Cape Verde. Neil Sánchez, Team Philippines. Muchachos, ya es tiempo de que hagan su check-in en el Beach Marshal. Cuando vemos en ola a verde nuevamente, segunda ola para el peruano Luca Mesinas, que se escapa del grupo cuando iba subiendo ahí de vuelta después de su primera ola. Restan 16 minutos con 50 segundos. Para nuestros hits de repechaje vamos a mantener las mismas reglas de 20 minutos de duración, 10 minutos del tiempo de paddle out. Así que, chicos, para que estén pendientes del tiempo que está sobre nuestra torre de jueces, también se los vamos a anunciar por acá, por el altoparlante, pero para que sepan que tenemos el mismo reglamento para las rondas de repechaje. Y tenemos el primer puntaje de verde, 8 puntos. Opening score for Green Team Perú, 8 points. Now waiting on that second wave, we're down to 16 minutes and 5 seconds. Y tenemos a rojo que viene en ola, el competidor del Ecuador, Alex Suárez. $15 minutes and 30 seconds remaining. We have an opening ride for the red, Alex Suárez, Team Ecuador. And we're also waiting on that second wave of green for an update on the situation. Y mientras esperamos se digiten esos puntajes, nuestro panel de jueces revisando esos replays, les comentamos que la ISA tiene 119 federaciones inscritas y hay 61 que vinieron presentes a este mundial. Ha crecido un 27% desde el 2016 y obviamente que eso se debe a la gran tarea que tenemos de hacer el surfing olímpico que ya está en su tercer ciclo. Eso es increíble para el surf, para nuestro deporte que amamos y estamos ya en ese tercer ciclo. A pesar de que este evento no es clasificatorio para los Juegos Olímpicos, ya comenzamos el ciclo olímpico para Los Ángeles 2028, que ya tiene sede en Trestles, California. Así que para nuestros próximos Juegos Olímpicos vamos a estar en una de las capitales y una de las olas emblemáticas de California. Cuando ya aparecen puntajes, tenemos la segunda para verde 5.83, la primera de rojo 4.67. Situación del hit, está primero verde del Perú con 8 puntos y 5.83 de backup. Está segundo rojo del Ecuador con 4.67. Todavía sin olas azul de Panamá y blanco de Indonesia, ambos buscando 4.68 para ir al segundo lugar. 13 minutos y 45 segundos restan de competencia. So we're down to 13 minutes and 40 seconds. In the lead position, Green Team Peru with 8 points and a 5.83 backup. In second, Red Team Ecuador with a 4.67. Still no rides for Blue Team Panama or White Team Indonesia, both needing a 4.68 to go to second. As we watch White on his opening ride for Team Indonesia, that's Haril Anwar. The priority goes to Blue for Team Panama with Kai Galegrani, 13 minutes and 10 seconds remaining. La prioridad ahora la tiene Azul, segunda prioridad Verde, restan 13 minutos, muchachos. Tercera prioridad va para rojo. Revisamos prioridades entonces. Prioridad 1 azul, prioridad 2 verde, prioridad 3 rojo. Restan 12 minutos y 30 segundos. Estamos esperando por ese primer puntaje para blanco, el indonés, Hairil Anwar. A toda la gente que está sintonizando desde Indonesia, me imagino que están absorbidos por la belleza de las olas de acá del Salvador, de Centroamérica, un lugar distante, pero no por eso menos bello, ¿no? Muy distinto. La cultura salvadoreña es maravillosa y que por 10ª vez nos ha recibido en un Mundial ISA aquí en estas costas que no paran. Un imán de olas perfectas que siempre nos bendice con olas durante todos los eventos y a lo largo de todos los periodos. Así que realmente uno se despierta acá en El Salvador y siempre hay olas. Siempre hay un plan para ir a surfear. Increíble lo que es El Salvador. Cuando ya tenemos un puntaje para blanco, we have an opening score for white. Attention, 8.43. Opening score for white, 8.43. Abre el marcador el indonés con 8.43. Estamos esperando también un puntaje para rojo. Alex, de Ecuador. Apenas esté digitado, les actualizo la situación. Por el momento está liderando Verde del Perú con 8 puntos y 5.83. Está segundo Blanco de Indonesia con 8.43. Está tercero Rojo de Ecuador con 4.67. Él necesita un 3.77 para ir al segundo lugar. Apenas se ingrese su puntaje le vamos a actualizar. Situación. Cuando vemos una ola para Azul, la primera del panameño. Él está cuarto. Más atrás responde el peruano Luca Mesinas. Viene la tercera ola, el competidor del Perú. So we're down to 10 minutes and 40 seconds. We have an opening score coming in for Blue Team Panama, and it's a 2.93 for Blue. First wave, 2.93. Now waiting on that second of red as we watch Luca Mesinas for Team Peru. We're down to 10 minutes and 15 seconds. So we're down to 10 minutes. Next heat. First heat of the Repacharge round can enter the water. Ya entramos entonces en los últimos 10 minutos de este hit, así que le damos el pase a los competidores de este hit número 1, ronda 1 de repechaje de los varones, para que ingrese al agua, muchachos. Les recordamos que deben esperar cerca de la boya sin entrar al área de competencia hasta que escuchen la bocina que indica que ha finalizado el hit que está en curso. Tenemos el segundo puntaje de rojo, 5.63. Second of red, 5.63. So now red is in second place. White, you drop to third, needing a 1.87 to go to second. And blue, you are in fourth with a 2.93, needing a 7.37 to go to second. Waiting on the last of green as we're down to 9 minutes. Priority white for Team Indonesia. Second priority blue for Team Panama. Third priority red for Team Ecuador. Ingresa el segundo puntaje para rojo, 5.63. Así que rojo está segundo, baja al tercer lugar blanco. Necesita blanco un 1.87. Está cuarto azul de Panamá buscando un 7.37. So once again, white, you drop to third. You need a 1.87 to go to second. We're down to 8 minutes and 25 seconds. Priority white, second priority blue, third priority red. 8 minutos y 15 segundos restan de competencia. La prioridad 1 la tiene verde, Luca Mesinas. La primera posición la tiene verde, Luca Mesinas, con 8 puntos y 5.83. Luca, estamos esperando su último puntaje. Apenas se digita aquí en pantalla, le voy a actualizar la situación. This is another call for Jordi Micael Fortes, Team Cape Verde. Please check in at the beach marshal area. We're on time for your next heat. The other competitors already are moving into position. We're going to start with your heat in the next 7 minutes and 20 seconds. So this is another call for Team Cape Verde, Jordi Micael Fortes. You need to check in at the beach marshal area. And we have the last of green. It's a 7.83 for Team Peru, so extending his lead position with 8 points and a 7.83 back up. In second is red, Team Ecuador, with 5.63 and a 4.67. In third place is white with an 8.43. We're waiting on your second score. You're looking for a 1.87 to go to second. Fourth position, blue, Team Panama, with 2.93. He needs a 7.37 to go to second. 6 minutes and 40 seconds remaining. Priority blue for Panama. Second priority red for Ecuador. 6 minutos y 30 segundos. Aparece el puntaje de verde, 7.83. Aumenta su diferencia en la primera posición el competidor del Perú con 8 puntos y 7.83 de backup. Está segundo rojo del Ecuador con 5.63 y 4.67. Está tercero blanco el indonés con 8.43. Va a ingresar un segundo puntaje para Jairil. Él está buscando un 1.87 para ir al segundo lugar. Y cuarto se encuentra azul, el panameño, con 2.93, necesita 7.37 para ir al segundo lugar. Prioridad 1, azul. Prioridad 2, rojo. Prioridad 3, verde. Prioridad 4, blanco. And we have the second score for white, 3.97, changing situation. Now white in second. White, Team Indonesia, in the second place with an 8.43 and a 3.97. In third, red, Ecuador, with a 5.63 and a 4.67. Needs a 6.78 to go to second. In fourth, blue, Team Panama, with 2.93. Blue needs a 9.47 to go to second. 5 minutes and 10 seconds remaining. Y atención, con la segunda ola de blanco, 3.97, se va al segundo lugar, baja a la tercera posición rojo del Ecuador. Rojo, necesitas 6.78 para ir al segundo lugar. Cuarto está azul de Panamá, buscando 9.47 para ir al segundo lugar. Va a ingresar un puntaje de verde para el peruano cuando restan 4 minutos y 45 segundos de competencia. La prioridad la tiene azul de Panamá, la prioridad 2 rojo del Ecuador, la prioridad 3 blanco de Indonesia. Y ahí los vemos que están tomando posición en el line-up. Se viene acción por parte del panameño. Segunda ola para Kai Galegrani. Ahora la prioridad se va para rojo. Prioridad 2 para blanco. 4 minutos y 15 segundos en el reloj. Y atrás la respuesta de Ecuador por parte de Alex Suárez. La prioridad ahora la tiene el indonés. Now priority goes to white for Team Indonesia. So we're down to 4 minutes. Y se nos viene una gran postal, los 3 competidores ahí en ola. Solo queda entrada y salida nada más el indonés, 3.50. Va a ir a retomar esa prioridad para estos últimos minutos del hit. Cuando se están trabajando en puntajes para el peruano, el panameño y el ecuatoriano. 3 minutos y 35 en el reloj. So priority is with white for Team Indonesia. The previous of white 0.93, last of white 0.43 does not factor in for Team Indonesia. We have the last of green 7.13, doesn't make it to your top 2. Green is in the lead with 8 points and 7.83. And we're waiting now on the second scarf blue and the last of red. Second priority goes to green. 3 minutos y 5 segundos restan de competencia. La última ola de verde para el peruano, 7.13. No entra en su sumatoria. Verde está liderando con 8 puntos y 7.83. Está segundo blanco con 8.43 y 3.97. Estamos esperando un puntaje para el ecuatoriano y ingresa la tercera de rojo. 4.83. Alex, 4.83 en su última ola. Va en su sumatoria, no es suficiente. Estás tercero buscando un 6.78. Falta que ingrese una nota de azul para el panameño. So the last of red is a 4.83. Goes to the top 2 scores, but was not enough to go to second. He's in third, needing a 6.78 to go to second. Just waiting on the last of blue for Team Panama, as we're down to 2 minutes and 15 seconds remaining. The priorities with white, second priority green, third priority red. 2 minutos de este hit número 24 y vamos a terminar en breve con esta ronda 2 del evento principal de los varones. Para ya movernos a la ronda 1 de repechaje masculina. Estamos esperando se confirme el puntaje de azul para entregarles la situación actualizada del hit. 1 minute and 30 seconds remaining. Priority white, second priority green, third priority red. And on the inside section, we have blue up and riding for Team Panama. Y tenemos a blanco en ola, la ola número 5 para el indonés. 1 minuto en el reloj. 1 minute remaining. We have 2 scores governing for Team Panama. As we watch Hairil Anwar from Team Indonesia. Priority is with green for Team Peru. Second priority red, Team Ecuador. And we're down to 40 seconds. Últimos 40 segundos, muchachos. La prioridad la tiene verde de Perú, la segunda prioridad rojo de Ecuador. Todavía esperamos notas, 2 para azul de Panamá y ahora una para blanco de Indonesia. 25 segundos, 25 seconds. Still waiting for scores. 2 for blue, 1 for white in the last 15 seconds. Ten seconds. And we're ready for the countdown in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Time is up for heat number 24. We're working on scores 3 for blue, 1 for white to move with our hit number 1 of the men's repechage round 1. Estamos trabajando en puntajes del hit anterior para el panameño y para el indonés, pero invitamos a nuestro hit número 1 de la ronda 1 de repechaje masculina que tomen posiciones en el lineup y estén esperando a que les indiquemos cuando estemos listos para comenzar con su hit. Agradecemos la paciencia, muchachos, y ya nos vamos con rondas de repechaje, rondas más emocionantes y potentes, porque ahora quien pierde, quien queda en tercer y cuarto lugar, es eliminado de la competencia. Obviamente que, como lo ha dicho nuestro presidente, son todos campeones tan solo por el hecho de estar aquí, de haber viajado a este mundial, de estar representando sus banderas. Pero si se nos viene la parte más emocionante, todavía seguimos esperando por esas notas. Estamos en el tercer día de competencia de este Surf City El Salvador World Surfing Games 2025 y tenemos el segundo puntaje de azul 8.6, la anterior 1.27. Falta que ingrese una nota más de blanco y también una más de azul. So second wave of blue is an 8.60. Waiting now on the last of white and the last of blue. Next hit, please stand by. We'll be back with you in just a moment. We have to work on a couple scores from the previous heat. Falta que se confirmen dos puntajes. And we have the last of white for Team Indonesia, 6.83. That goes to the top two scores for Khairil. And the last of blue, 1.40. And we're going to go with our next heat of the men's repechage round 1. We're going to start in just a moment. Estamos esperando a que el jefe de jueces me indique que podemos comenzar con el próximo hit. Agradecemos la paciencia. All right, we're going to count you into the start in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Hit is on, and I'm gonna welcome back Ben Way in the booth. Para los próximos hits estará con ustedes Ben Way.
Thank you so much, Ixa. So we are now into our men's repecharge round 1, heat number 1. In red for Team Jamaica, we have Javon Brown. For Capo Verde in blue, we have Jordi Miguel Fortes. And for the Philippines in green, Neil Sanchez. All right, so we're going to give our previous heat unofficial final results. Winning the heat was Team Peru's Luca Messinas. Green had 15.83 total points. Second was white. Haidil Anwar for Indonesia, 15.26 points. Third place was blue. Panama's Kai Galigrani with 11.53 points. And fourth was red. Alex Suarez for Ecuador, 10.46 points. So coming up next in our heat number 2, we'll have Timochi Tuitavuki for Fiji, Philip Mueller for Czech Republic, and for the British Virgin Islands, Zebedee Bamford. Want to make sure that those 3 competitors are checked in with the Beach Marshal, and we'll send you out at the 10-minute mark. So we have an opening score for Team Philippines, 1.0 for Green's first wave, and he's back out in the lineup with third priority. Time call, 18 minutes and 30 seconds. So thank you for everyone at home for joining us for this edition of the 2025 Surf City El Salvador World Surfing Games, coming to you live from Surf City El Salvador, the home of the right surf. And today the rights are stretching across the reef. We do have a change in direction in the swell. You may have noticed that we've seen some lefts being ridden today, which also makes it a little easier on the paddle out as you don't have that big river of a current pulling you towards the Tunco Rock. So the competitors will be able to get back into position a little bit quicker today. Plus, we'll probably be seeing some scores made on some lefts as that tide fills in. So we're just about an hour past our morning low tide, and we have a 2-meter change. So we're going to have a pretty big fill-in as that tide pushes in. And here we have Team Jamaica's opening ride. First priority blue, second priority green. That will be Red's first wave. We'll have an opening score for him. So those of you who have surfed this crazy machine wave of El Sunzal, you know that it's highly affected by the tide changes. As the tide goes out, it puts space between those sets. As the tide fills in, sometimes you're doing 50 duck dives on your way back out. And so we'll see that tide fill in. We'll see the sets get closer together and leave less time for our competitors to be sitting in the water waiting for waves. Red has a 0.87 for his first wave. Blue has first priority, second priority green, third priority red. La primera ola de verde fue 1.0, primera ola de rojo 0.87. Por el momento verde está en primero, segundo rojo, tercero azul buscando 0.88. Restan 16 minutos, 30 segundos. Primera prioridad azul, segunda prioridad verde, tercera prioridad rojo. First priority blue, second priority green, third priorities with red. So at the moment, green's leading the heat, second red, third blue needing a 0.88, 16 minutes and 15 seconds. Blue up and riding. First priority goes to green, second priority goes to red. This is our opening wave for our surfer from Capo Verde. Blue's first wave, 2.67. So Blue goes to the lead with his first wave. La primera ola de azul, 2.67. Verde en segundo con 1.0. Tercero rojo con 0.87, buscando 0.14 para avanzar. 15 minutos, 15 segundos restan. Primera prioridad verde, segunda prioridad rojo. So all of our friends at home who want more information about the ISA, as well as our daily updates from this 2025 Surf City El Salvador World Surfing Games, check in with us on our social media at ISAsurfing, at Instagram, on YouTube, on TikTok, and on Facebook, where we'll be announcing news from the ISA, as well as schedules of upcoming events. 14 minutes and 30 seconds remaining. We are very excited to announce that we're going to be doing our World Junior Surfing Championship in the beautiful country of Peru this year. And we'll have our Adaptive Parasurfing World Championship in Oceanside, my hometown in North County, San Diego. 14 minutes and 10 seconds remaining. Restan 14 minutos, 10 segundos. So in this edition of the Surf City El Salvador World Surfing Games, we are joined by 61 nations, 291 talented athletes from around the world who all love the sport of kings. The Olympic sport of kings, surfing, and thanks to our ISA president, Fernando Aguirre, he rode the impossible wave of making our amazing sport an Olympic-included sport in our summer games, with the success of Tokyo 2020 in Japan and Paris 2024, which was held in French Polynesia, Tehupo. 13 minutes and 25 seconds. First priority green, second priority blue, third priority red. So priority change, first priority green, second priority blue, and third priority red. So our friends at home who are less savvy with surf competition but want to learn more, when we have the priority positions established, if a surfer who's holding the higher priority shows intent of going for a wave and doesn't go, the next one up in priority will move up into their position. 12 minutes and 40 seconds. And we don't have your live screen at home, but I believe you do have a score screen showing the situation in the water, who's in first, second, and third with their scores. And we also have a priority system. So whoever's the first person to get the first wave in the heat, as soon as they get back out to the primary takeoff zone with the other competitors, they will go into last priority. And then that moves along as other surfers catch waves. So the one with the highest priority has choice over the wave, no matter what their position is. If priority is established, the higher priority has the right of way on a wave. 11 minutes and 45 seconds. Should a surfer drop in on a surfer with higher priority than theirs, they will get an interference call. Priority interference will take away their backup score, which makes things very, very difficult to make it through a heat. 11 minutes and 30 seconds. So with just 1 hour after our morning low tide, you can already see the size coming up, getting a little bit more juice out on the reef, as well as seeing these waves stretch farther and farther and closer to the beach. First priority green, second priority blue. Here we have our second wave for Team Jamaica. Green up and riding. Second wave for Team Philippines. Now blue has first priority. Primera prioridad azul, 11 minutos. So for all of our ISA and Surf City fans at home, if you want to check up on all of the live competition, we also have a separate podium for Podium 1, which is the La Bocana Peak. That's also a rock reef. A little punchier, a little shorter. Sort of a trestle-style round reef with some shallow spots out there. But you can watch in between the two spots and keep up on your favorite riders or your friends that happen to be in the competition. For our other podium, we have a Spanish and English separate webcast where you can get more information on what's going on. Here at Podium 2, we are doing technical beach commentary mixed with webcast. So you will hear a lot more technical information on our webcast. 10 minutes. Estamos esperando el último puntaje de verde y de rojo. Blue has first priority. So you will hear us switching between Spanish and English. Of course, we must have respect. We are in Latin America, but when we have a Latin American or Spanish-speaking competitor in the water, we will be giving the situation in both languages. If there isn't a Latin American surfer in the water, we will basically stick to the English, and we'll give some updates for our friends on the beach in Spanish every once in a while. 9 minutes and 30 seconds. Red second wave, 3.83. Javon Brown goes to first. Now we're waiting on the last of green. We got one more score to work out for green. And blue's up and riding. Nine minutes remaining. So I have scores to work out for green and for blue. Green second wave, 6.83, changed the situation. Team Philippines goes to first with a 6.83 and a 1.0. Blue's second wave, 2.67, moves him to second. Red now in third, needing 1.51 to advance. Green has first priority, second priority blue. La segunda ola de azul le subió a segunda posición. Verde en primero con 6,83 y 1.0. Azul en segundo con 2 olas de 2,67. Y rojo tercero buscando 1,51. We have red taking the mid option. This is the third wave for Team Jamaica. Seven minutes and 45 seconds. Last of red, 1.80. Change in situation. Red now goes to second. Blue dropped to third, needing 2.97. Último de rojo, 1.80. Le subió a segunda posición. Tercero, azul. Ahora necesitando 2.97 para avanzar. 7 minutos, 25 segundos. Primer prioridad verde, segunda prioridad azul. 7 minutes and 20 seconds. Green has first priority. Second priority is with blue. At the moment, green first. Second, red. Third, blue, needing 2.97 to advance. So here at the ISA, we are the United Nations of Surfing. We now have 119 national federations, and we've seen a growth in membership by 27% since 2016, going from 94 national federations to currently 119, and growing as we continue to push deeper into the continents filled with emerging surfing nations. 6 minutes and 30 seconds. Green has first priority. Second priority is with blue. Here we have blue up and riding. Third wave for Capo Verde. Green has first priority. Red up and riding. Fourth wave for Team Jamaica. And green just behind him. So you can see the wave machine of El Sunzal is definitely switching on as we have riders back to back to back. And there are more and more opportunities as that tide fills in and brings in the swell. Just under 6 minutes. Last of blue was a 0.97. That didn't factor into his top two. Now waiting on scores for red and for green. White has first priority. Blue has first priority. Sorry, no white in this heat. 5 minutes and 25 seconds. Last of red, 2.77. Now waiting on green's last wave. Blue up and riding. 5 minutes and 10 seconds remaining. So that's the fourth wave for Capo Verde. Now green has first priority, just under 5 minutes. So green's last was a 3.40. Green stays in the lead now with a 6.83 and 3.40, extending his lead position. Blue's last, 2.73. So currently green first, second red, third blue needing 3.87. Por el momento, verde está en primera posición, segunda posición rojo, tercera posición azul, buscando 3.87, 4 minutos y 20 segundos. Verde tiene primera prioridad. Down to 4 minutes and 15 seconds. Green has first priority. So while these riders take a breath, I'm going to give an update and repeat the situation. First priority green, second priority blue. So green, Neil Sanchez for Philippines, has a 6.83 and a 3.40 in first. Second is red. Javon Brown for Jamaica has a 3.83 and 2.77. Jordi Michael Fortes for Capo Verde is in third with a 2.73 and a 2.67, needing 3.87 to advance. First priority is with green, second priority is with blue, as we're down to 3 minutes and 30 seconds. So this morning, starting the day off on this day 3 of competition for the 2025 Surf City El Salvador ISA World Surfing Games, we finished off our men's main round 2, and now we've moved into our men's repacharge round. We're now in our heat number 1 currently, just under 3 minutes. So our schedule for the rest of this day 3 over here at the El Sunzal Podium. We're going to go from heats 1, which is currently in the water, to heats 19. However, heats 9, 11, and 13 were short of competitors, so those would have been 2 surfer heats that will automatically advance them into the men's repacharge round 2. 2 minutes and 25 seconds. Green has first priority, second priority is with blue, and third priority is with red. Restan 2 minutos 15 segundos. Primera prioridad verde, segunda prioridad azul, tercera prioridad rojo. We have blue up and riding. Green now has first priority, second priority is with red. We're down to 2 minutes. Last of blue, 1.67. That doesn't factor into his top 2, so blue stays in third, needing 3.87. Último de azul, 1.67. No entra sus mejores 2 olas, sus mejores 2 puntajes. Sigue buscando 3.87. First priority green, second priority red, third priority is with blue. Just over a minute remaining. $45 seconds, 45 segundos. $30 seconds. We're down to 20 seconds. Green has first priority. 15 seconds. First priority goes to red, second priority goes to blue as we're down to 10 seconds. And we're going to count down. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Another score coming in for green. We invite our heat number 2 to move into position and stand by. Last of green was a 3.63. So heat 2 standing by. We're going to start up our next heat in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, we're now in our men's repacharge round 1, heat number 2. In this heat in red, representing Fiji, Timochi Tuitavuki. In green for the Czech Republic, Philip Muller. In white for British Virgin Islands, Zebedee Bamford. Coming up next in our heat number 3, we're going to have Shama Beckford for Jamaica, Capo Verde's Noah Evora Angulo, and for Vanuatu, Manoa Taru. Want to make sure that those 3 competitors are checked in, and at the 10-minute mark, we're going to send them into the water. So we're just over a minute and a half into this heat. And as I mentioned before, we've passed the morning low tide. We've got that tide surging in, filling in that inside part of the reef. And as we get into our high tide conditions in the early afternoon, we'll see our surfers ending up right in the shore break on these extremely long rides from the outside. So as we do hope with anyone tuning in that we're creating new surf fans, and even if you're not savvy with surfing competition, we're going to try and give as much information, at least in the dead spots, between giving these surfers their technical, important information of each heat. And so we've talked a bit about priority, talked about the priority interferences. We've talked about, we haven't talked about our judging. So this time in our 2025 edition of Surf City El Salvador ISA World Surfing Games, we're also developing new judge talent, and we're breaking barriers with our women's judging program, creating more opportunities for women in surfing. So we are hosting the 4th women's judging program, where they have a completely separate judge panel where they get to judge live on all of these rides, and they're observed by our mentor, Dave Shipley, a legend in surfing competition, second generation legend, 16 minutes and 45 seconds. And so we're creating new talent. Green's first wave, 0.50. Green's second wave, 1.50, as we had red up and riding. And so for each of these heats, we have a panel of 5 talented judges. On each podium, we'll have 10 judges that alternate and relieve each other for the heats. All of those judges will give their input on each ride based on the criteria of each comp championship. And the highest and lowest scores get dropped out to create an average, which gets released and approved by a head judge. We have 16 minutes. Red's first wave, 0.73. We also have 1 judge that is, or 2 judges alternating that are the priority judges that watch the positioning. They determine where the primary takeoff zone is for each heat, and they call who has first priority as well as watch for interferences. Red now has first priority at 15 minutes and 30 seconds. White has a 0.50 for his first wave. First priority red, second priority white. So currently, the Czech Republic green is leading with a 1.50 and a 0.50. Team Fiji in second. Red has a 0.73. Third, white has a 0.50, needing 0.24 to advance. We got 15 minutes remaining. Y para todos los amigos que no entienden las situaciones en inglés, me perdonas, pero aquí tenemos 3 competidores que no hablan español, así que vamos a dar principalmente las situaciones en inglés. 14 minutes and 40 seconds. Red has first priority. Second priority is with white. And so we really appreciate your company here with us, watching live from here in beautiful Surf City, El Salvador. If you're not familiar with El Salvador or its location, we're just between the countries of Honduras and Guatemala, and it's the smallest country in Central America, but it's got the biggest amount of waves out of many countries and many continents that I know. 14 minutes and 10 seconds. First priority red, second priority white. We're in pretty much the hottest time of the year. This is also a bit of the rainy season. At night, we've had some pretty strong rains, but they always lift by the day and create these beautiful clear skies. First priority red, second priority white, and third priority is with green, just under 14 minutes. So red holding the highest priority. He gets first pick out of the bunch. Now first priority goes to white, second priority goes to green. And this is our second ride for Team Fiji. So our friends at home may have noticed the difference in positioning from our morning heats, where the riders were way farther out into the ocean in the morning. That was due to the low tide. And the waves break out on those shallow sections on the outside. As the tide fills in, it starts hitting the shallow spots on the inside. It would make that swell pop up and stand up and create all of the opportunity for these high-scoring rides. We'll have a score for Red's second wave in just a moment. 13 minutes remaining. White has first priority, second priority is with green. Restan 13 minutos. Estamos faltando el último puntaje de rojo para su segunda ola. Primer prioridad blanco, segunda prioridad verde. Antes de la última ola de rojo, verde estaba liderando el heat, pero ya entró el último de rojo. Last of red is a 5.50. Red, change in situation. You're now in the lead. Team Fiji goes to the lead with a 5.50 and a 0.73. Czech Republic now in second with a 1.50 and 0.50. And British Virgin Islands, you've dropped to third with a 0.50, now needing 1.51 to advance. Just over 12 minutes remaining. White has first priority and second priority is with green. So we are both proud and appreciative of our partnership with Surf City. ISA has been holding world championships here since 2019 when we had the recent election of our current president, Nayib Bukele, who partnered up with the Minister of Tourism, Reina Valdez, who is a surfer herself, and they pointed out how valuable the surf is. The surf never stops here. There's never a flat day in El Salvador, and they are banking on making this one of the top surf destinations in the world. And they've had a lot of success, that with the help of having world championships here and bringing these beautiful waves to the world. We have white up and riding. This is the second wave for the British Virgin Islands. Green now is first priority. Time call, 11 minutes. Second priority, red. White second wave, 1.70, change in situation. Now, British Virgin Islands goes to second with a 1.70 and a 0.50. And green, you've dropped to third, now needing 0.71 to move back up into the advancing position in second. 10 minutes and 35 seconds. So in the next 30 seconds, I'll be calling our next heat 3, where they'll be able to enter the water and start paddling out to the standby buoy. They're coming up next. Currently 10 minutes and 20 seconds remaining. So current situation in the water, red, Fiji's Timochi Tuitabuki in the lead with a 5.50 and a 0.73. Zebedee Bamford, British Virgin Islands team in white, he's in second with a 1.70 and a 0.50. For the Czech Republic, Philip Mueller in green has a 1.50 and 0.50 in third place, needing 0.71 to advance. Time call, 9 minutes and 45 seconds. We invite our Heat 3 to hit the water whenever they like and start making their way out to that invisible line between the two black buoys to stand by for their heat. We also kindly ask that all upcoming surfers in the upcoming heats stay at that line until they hear the two horns for the end of the previous heat to end. 9 minutes and 25 seconds. Nine minutes remaining. So this is day 3 of competition. We're going to be competing all the way through until September 14th, which will be the finals day and our closing ceremony where we will be crowning champions of this 2025 Surf City El Salvador ISA World Surfing Games. So we have 291 athletes going after those medals positions. 61 nations involved in this edition. First priority green, second priority red, and third priorities with white. Time call 8 minutes and 20 seconds. No change in situation out in the water. So some of you surf fans, some of our past ISA World Surfing Games champions include Sally Fitzgibbons for Team Australia, 4-time gold medalist for the ISA, 2008, 2018, 2021, and 2024. She's back to join us. Gabriela Medina was champion in 2024. Tatiana Weston Webb in our women's division, 2023 champion. Team Japan's Kanoa Igarashi, 2022. Idolo Ferreira for Team Brazil in 2019. Chelsea Hedges was champion 2002 and 2010 for Australia. Jeremy Flores for France was champion in 2009. Republic of South Africa's Jordy Smith in 2006. Courtly Conlog from the USA works with the USA team now. She was champion in 2009. And Sofia Milanovic, Team Peru, in 2019, and we were lucky enough to have Sofia Milanovic join in our Spanish webcast in a few events here in the ISA. She's part of the family. 7 minutes. Green has first priority, second priority red, and third priorities with white. Son las 10:30 aquí en El Salvador, Surf City, El Salvador. Tuvimos la marea baja a las 9:15 hoy en la mañana y va subiendo 2 metros hasta la tarde. Y ya lo vemos llenando y con más profundidad del agua y menos marejada. Haga un poquito más espacio entre la serie de olas, pero parece que va a entrar algo. 6 minutos 15 segundos, 6 minutes and 15 seconds. Green up and riding. This will be the third wave for Team Czech Republic. Red now has first priority, and second priority has with white. So we are at El Sunzal, which is the famous endless right point here in Surf City, El Salvador, as we watch Fiji's second wave. First priority now goes to white. And so this is the Malibu of Surf City. And down the beach to the left, on the south side of our competition area, is the Bocana Peak, which is more of a Trussels type wave. And here we have white on his third wave. So you have all sorts of opportunities, and between those two breaks, there's also 2 different beach breaks. There's Bocanita and Sunzalito on the opposite sides of the rock, which is a fun, punchy beach break. A little more on the closed out side, but for someone who likes punch and quick waves close to the beach, we've got all sorts of options here. 5 minutes. Reds last 3.50. Whites last 2.33. Now waiting on the last of green, and we'll give you an update. 4 minutes and 45 seconds. Último hora de rojo fue 3.50. Último hora de blanco 2.33. Primer prioridad blanco. Faltamos un puntaje más de verde, waiting on the last of green. 4 minutes and 30 seconds. So it's always exciting to come and visit Surf City, El Salvador. This is my 6th year coming here since we had our World Sup Championships. We had racers on paddle boards going way out where you see the outside jet skis out and around our buoys. We have a technical race in our Sup Championships where they also use the wave to surf in the middle of the race, which is really cool. And we fell in love with Surf City then, and we have had a great partnership ever since. This is our 11th event, 11th World Championship here in Surf City, thanks to the efforts of President Nayib Bukele and his brothers, as well as our Minister of Tourism, Morena Valdez, and her amazing team. 3 minutes and 45 seconds. White has first priority. White up and riding. This will be his 4th wave for Team British Virgin Islands. Red now has first priority. We'll have another score for white. Last of white, 2.93. So white moves to second, green in third with a 3.30 and a 1.50. Green, you're needing 1.96 to advance. We have just 3 minutes remaining. Red has first priority. So red in the lead, second white, third green, needing 1.96. So for any of our non-surfers at home who are wondering why the wave keeps going, but some of these surfers kick out, it's a long paddle back out to the top of the point, and these surfers are judged on doing maneuvers in a critical section of the wave, as well as speed, power, and flow. That's part of the criteria that the judges look for. So if the wave slows down and there's no critical sections, it's a little bit smarter of a decision to get back out to where the wave really stands up, and that's where the high points come from. 2 minutes. Red has first priority, second priority with green. The judges also look for the combination of major maneuvers, the commitment in each maneuver, the criticality, that is dealing with those vertical and over vertical parts of the wave, placing those maneuvers there, as well as progressive aerial maneuvers. And also, they look at the difficulty of each maneuver in the combination. 1 minute and 40 seconds. Red has first priority, second priority green, and third priority is with white. Priority change, first priority green, second priority white, third priority is with red. So as we had mentioned earlier, a surfer that's holding the high priority, if they show intent into the wave, the next person in line moves into their priority position, but red's going to spin it around anyways. He's got the freedom. He's in last priority with no other surfers around him. This will be his fourth wave for Team Fiji as we are down to 1 minute. So for the surfers who have... So white, we're waiting on a score for red. White, your score is 2.93 and 2.33. We've got you in second place. We're waiting on red's last score. I'll give an update in the situation. We're down to 35 seconds. Green has first priority. Second priority is with white. White scores are 2.93 and 2.33. Zebedee, you're in second. Waiting on the last score of red. 25 seconds. Green is in third, needing 1.96. Green has first priority. Second priority, white. We're down to 20 seconds remaining. Waiting on the last of red. Last of red, 3.37, does not factor into his top two. No change in situation. But we are running out of time. We're now down to 10 seconds. And we're going to count down. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So those last two rides were before the two horns, so they will count. We'll let the judges score those rides. All right, so we got scores coming in for green and red's last waves. We invite our Heat 3 to move into position. As we had mentioned in some of our earlier days, we do have a 30-second gap automatically to give a chance for our surfers to move over into position in a relaxed manner. And whenever we have waves that have come in before the horn, that's going to take some extra time to work out those scores from the previous heats. Last of red, 0.93, did not factor into his top two. Green's last was a 4.0. All right, so we're going to move into our next heat. This is our heat number 3. I'm going to count you in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Well, that went fast. And now kicking me out of my chair is Ixa Marietta. She's excited to call the action for the next two heats. And we'll ask her to give you guys the previous heat unofficial final results.
Claro que sí, estoy feliz y emocionada de poder estar acompañándoles en los próximos hits porque las olas están maravillosas y la verdad que la acción está muy entretenida en este tercer día de competencia de Surf City, El Salvador ISA World Surfing Games 2025. Me uno a la transmisión para quienes estén escuchándonos y sintonizándonos a través de isasurf.org o también a través de nuestro YouTube. Así que aquí estaré acompañándoles en los próximos 2 hits, principalmente para darle la información técnica a quienes están compitiendo, pero también para poder darle un poquito de color y entretenimiento a esta transmisión. Tenemos resultados extraoficiales del hit anterior, so unofficial previous hit final results. Winning the hit, Red Timosi Tuitabuki, Team Fiji with 9 points. In second, Green, Philip Miller, Team Czech Republic with 7.30 points. In third place, White, CBD Bamford, Team Virgin Islands with 5.26 points. So now we have in the water hit number 3 of this men's Repacharge round 1. And we already have one score in for Team Jamaica in red, 3.17 for Elishama Beckford. We also have in this heat in blue, Noah Evora Angulo, Team Cape Verde. In green, Manuataru, Team Vanuatu. 18 minutes and 15 seconds remaining, and we are gonna make the call for our next heat number 4 to please check in at the beach marshal area. Apisai TB Naliva, Team Fiji. Peter Novotny, Team Czech Republic. Teshon Jones, Team Virgin Islands. As we have a second ride for Team Jamaica. That's Elishama Beckford. Time called 17 minutes and 30 seconds remaining. 17 minutos y 30 segundos restan de competencia. And we have the second score in for red, 3.90. So in the lead position, red Team Jamaica with 3.90 and 3.17. Just under 17 minutes as we watch blue up. Opening score for Team Cape Verde. The priority goes to green for Team Vanuatu. Y ya damos inicio entonces a estas rondas de repechaje para aquellos que cayeron en tercer y cuarto lugar en la ronda principal. Siguen en competencia a través de esta ronda de repechaje que es como un campeonato en paralelo. Ellos van pudiendo avanzar incluso hasta llegar a las finales del evento. Y estamos en esta ronda 1 de repechaje masculino, hit número 3. Solamente el primer y el segundo lugar sigue avanzando en la competencia. El tercer y cuarto lugar ya se despide del evento. And we have an opening score for blue, 2.67. So this is a hit situation. In the lead is red, Team Jamaica, with 3.9 and 3.17. In second, blue Team Cape Verde with 2.67. And third, in green, Team Vanuatu, needing a 2.68 to go to second. 15 minutes and 40 seconds remaining. Priority green for Team Vanuatu. Second priority blue for Team Cape Verde. And third priority red for Team Jamaica. $15 minutos con 20 segundos en el reloj y me encantaría poder comentarles que además de todo el desarrollo y el impulso que se hace en los campeonatos de surf para los competidores que pueden venir a viajar de distintas naciones a nuevas olas y hacer este mundo mejor a través del surf, también la ISA tiene un compromiso para que siga creciendo la igualdad en los miembros que trabajamos acá en el staff y por lo tanto se está llevando a cabo un programa de jueces femenino que está siendo dirigido por Dave Shipley y esto está creando más oportunidades para las mujeres en el surfing y eso está ocurriendo aquí en El Salvador. Lo más interesante de este proyecto es que ya lleva varios años en la ISA y dentro del panel de jueces que tenemos acá en El Salvador, de un panel internacional, ya hay mujeres presentes trabajando como staff oficial que han sido parte de este programa y eso es algo increíble para la escena femenina global, para poder buscar nuevas oportunidades laborales y también estar siendo parte del equipo, porque la ISA, que es la Asociación Internacional de Surf, también es la ruta olímpica, ¿no? Y ahora ya comenzamos nuestro tercer ciclo olímpico y es una gran oportunidad para las mujeres de tener una visión y una amplitud laboral dentro del deporte. Así que esto está ocurriendo en este momento en El Salvador, donde ellas están en una sala que tienen también dispuesto todo para poder estar jueceando en paralelo a lo que están haciendo nuestro staff oficial de jueces y ahí ir aprendiendo y siendo parte de este mundial. Cuando viene más acción en vivo y en directo por parte de los competidores del Cabo Verde y también de Jamaica, van a ingresar esas notas. La prioridad la mantiene Verde, el competidor de Vanuatu. Estamos trabajando en esas notas cuando el tiempo marca 13 minutos y 15 segundos. Time call 13 minutes and 10 seconds remaining. We have a second score in for blue, Team Cape Verde, 3 points. Now waiting on the third ride of red for Team Jamaica. Priority remains with green for Team Vanuatu. Second priority goes to red for Team Jamaica. 12 minutes and 30 seconds remaining. Still waiting on that third score for red to give you an update on the situation and requirements. Y mientras esperamos el puntaje, también aprovecho de contarles otro programa increíble que hace la ISA, que es un programa relacionado al desarrollo de nuevas naciones en el surf. Como les he ido contando, hay 119 federaciones nacionales inscritas en la ISA, hay 61 que están presentes en este mundial y eso ha sido un empuje que ha ido haciendo la ISA para ir a nuevas naciones. Entonces, empujados por el Olympic Solidarity y en este programa que es para las juventudes, para empoderar a las próximas generaciones de surfistas alrededor de los 5 continentes, hemos realizado este programa de talentos con coaches, con entrenadores que son profesionales y también con atletas que ya tienen un renombre y han ido a distintas naciones, han estado en Fiji, en las Maldivas, en Senegal y también aquí en El Salvador, donde se va empujando a que hayan más surfistas, a que haya una visión más amplia del deporte en estos lugares. Cuando vemos en ola a Manoatawu de Vanuatu, la primera ola para el competidor de Vanuatu, una de nuestras nuevas naciones que está presente en este mundial. We have a score in for red, Team Jamaica, 4.33, extending your lead position with a 4.33 and a 3.90. Also waiting on the first of green for Team Vanuatu to give you an update on the situation, because green is in third, needing a 5.67 for now, but we're going to wait for that score to come in. 10 minutes and 30 seconds remaining. Priorities with red for Team Jamaica. Second priority blue for Team Cape Verde. And we have the opening score for green, 5.17. So current hit situation in the lead position, red, Team Jamaica with 4.33 and 3.9. In second, blue, Team Cape Verde with 3 points and 2.67. In third, green, Vanuatu, Team Vanuatu with 5.17. Green needs 0.50 to go to second. 9 minutes and 20 seconds remaining. Priority red, second priority blue. Y a pesar de que tenemos a competidores que entienden mejor el inglés, vamos a comentarles también la situación del hit en español. Para quienes están aquí en la playa, para los salvadoreños, que sepan lo que está pasando. Estamos ya 9 minutos restando de este hit número 3 de la ronda 1 de repechaje. Está liderando el competidor de Jamaica en rojo con una ola de 4.33 y un 3.90 de backup. Está segundo azul de Cabo Verde con 3 puntos y 2.67 de backup. Y está tercero verde de Vanuatu con 5.17. Él está buscando un 0.5 para ir al segundo lugar. La prioridad la tiene rojo de Jamaica. La segunda prioridad azul de Cabo Verde. Right, so we're down to 8 minutes and 20 seconds. Our next heat can enter the water. En el formato de repechaje seguimos con las mismas reglas. Pueden tomar un máximo de 25 olas. Las dos mejores son las que entran en la sumatoria y componen ese puntaje que nosotros vamos compartiendo en los anuncios. Funciona el mismo sistema de prioridades y también deben entrar al mismo tiempo al agua. Son 10 minutos el tiempo de paddle out. Damos 10 minutos porque la ola del Sunzal es una punta muy larga. Es una remada que toma bastante tiempo y también con el calor se hace un poco extenuante esta remada, así que con ese tiempo los muchachos tienen ahí en el agua un ratito para esperar, para estar mirando, observando, y hay un gap time entre hit y hit de 30 segundos que fue comunicado en nuestro managers meeting, donde ellos tienen el tiempo de llegar hasta la zona principal del takeoff y ahí ellos pueden esperar, ¿verdad?, hasta que le demos la señal de inicio de su hit. Eso a veces va variando un poquito, depende si es que tenemos que trabajar en puntajes del hit anterior. A veces puede tardar un poquito más, porque realmente los replays de acá, del Sunzal, pueden llegar a tardar hasta 40 segundos o más, porque las olas son muy, muy largas. Restan 6 minutos y 40 segundos de competencia, so time call, 6 minutes and 40 seconds remaining. Priority red, second priority blue, third priority green. Just a quick rundown of the situation. In the lead position, red, Team Jamaica with 4.33 and 3.90. In second, blue, Team Cape Verde with 3 points and 2.67. In third is green, Team Vanuatu with 5.17, needing a 0.5 to go to second. Y tal vez en la transmisión también han visto que tenemos los jet ski. Ustedes dirán, ¿por qué no existe la asistencia del jet ski si es que es una punta tan larga? Bueno, porque solamente los jet ski están para emergencia, no es para que tengan que llevar a los competidores de vuelta al line-up, ¿verdad? Entonces ellos solamente están ahí en caso de emergencia, y si es que llega a ocurrir algún tipo de emergencia y el atleta necesita ser rescatado, eso también va a indicar que finaliza el hit para ese competidor o competidora. Por lo tanto, es algo que no hay que hacer, ¿verdad? Si es que ellos llegan a tocar el jet ski, ya eso indica que su hit se ha acabado. Así que solamente lo ocupamos en caso de que sea necesario. 5 minutes and 10 seconds remaining. Priority remains with red, second green as we watch Noah Evora Angulo for Team Cape Verde in blue on his third ride. Just under 5 minutes remaining, and the last of blue is in. 3.30 goes to the top 2 scores for blue. Blue is in second. Now the requirement for green in the third place is a 1.13 to go to second. Four minutes and 10 seconds remaining. Restan 4 minutos con 5 segundos. Este es el tercer día de competencia de Surf City El Salvador ISA World Surfing Games 2025. Hemos comenzado ya esta semana, lunes 8 de septiembre, con una semana que se viene recargada de surfing hasta el domingo, donde viviremos las finales y daremos las medallas para saber quiénes serán los nuevos equipos campeones de esta edición del Surf City El Salvador World Surfing Games de la ISA en esta edición 2025. Por lo tanto, para ustedes, la audiencia que nos sigue a través de las redes sociales, a través de nuestra página web de ISAsurf.org, los dejamos invitados a que sigan sintonizando. Tenemos acción en vivo en 2 podios, aquí en el Sunzal y también en la Bocana. Vamos a ir publicando siempre cada día el cronograma para el día siguiente, donde ustedes van a poder ir ahí viendo a qué hora le toca competir a quienes están siguiendo y apoyando desde sus casas. Así que invitamos a que vayan chequeando esa información a través de nuestras redes y a través de nuestra página web oficial. Time call, 2 minutes and 50 seconds remaining. Priority red, second, priority green. Restando 2 minutos con 40 segundos, mantenemos la misma situación en el agua. Está liderando este hit en rojo el competidor de Jamaica con 4.33 y 3.90. Está segundo, azul, competidor de Cabo Verde con 3.33 puntos. Y está tercero, verde, competidor de Vanuatu, que tiene la ola más alta del hit, pero le falta conseguir ese backup. Necesita 1.13 para avanzar en segundo lugar y seguir en competencia en el Mundial. Y lo vemos que se está moviendo por el lineup. Ahí encuentra una oportunidad Manoa Tarrud de Vanuatu. Viene en ola, entraba y salía. Just under 2 minutes remaining. Second of green, 1 point. Goes to your top two scores. Top 2 scores is not enough. You need a 1.13 to go to second. So second of green, 1 point. He's in third, needing a 1.13 to go to second. 1 minute and 20 seconds remaining. Red has priority. As we watch red up for Team Jamaica. We're down to 1 minute and 5 seconds. Just under 1 minute remaining. Priority green, second priority blue. Continúa en ola rojo, la prioridad se va para verde de Vanuatu, segunda prioridad azul del Cabo Verde, restan 45 segundos. We're down to 30 seconds. $20 seconds. Waiting on the last of red as we're down to 10 seconds. And we're ready for the countdown in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Time is up for this heat number 3 of the men repechage round 1. Still working on the last of red, so please the next heat move into position and stand by for scores. I'll give you a heads up when we're ready to start. All right, we have the last of red is a 4.60 that goes to his top 2 scores, improving his heat total in the lead position. As we wait our surfers to take position in the lineup, we're going to give the unofficial previous heat final results. Winning the heat, red Elishama Beckford, Team Jamaica with 8.93 points. Also advancing in second place, blue Nuevo Angulo, Team Cape Verde with 6.30 points. In third place finish, green Manoa Taru, Team Vanuatu with 6.17 points. And we are ready to start with our next heat. Count you in. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So heat number 4 is on of this men's repechage round 1. In the water, we have in the red jersey, Apisai Tivina Liva for Team Fiji. In green, Peter Novotny, Team Czech Republic. In white, Teshan Jones, Team British Virgin Islands. Ya comenzamos con este hit número 4. And we're going to make the call for our next hit. Please check in at the beach marshal area. Jairo Orlando Avila, Team Guatemala. Christopher Albury, Team Bahamas. Alejandro Tonatiu, Team México. Check in at the beach marshal area. Por favor, muchachos, ya deben ir a registrarse el próximo hit número 5 de esta ronda de repechaje. Ya es tiempo de que vayan a buscar sus licras y se preparen para ingresar al agua. Les recordamos que el tiempo de paddle out es de 10 minutos. Así que cuando queden 10 minutos les voy a avisar, pero de todas maneras se pueden estar fijando en el reloj que está sobre la torre de jueces. Just under 19 minutes remaining. Restan 19 minutos en este bello día lunes 8 de septiembre, el mes de la patria, para El Salvador y también para muchos países de Latinoamérica. Estamos desde el podio El Sunzal, esta ola mágica, esta punta derecha que nos ha recibido en distintos eventos desde el 2019 a la ISA. Partimos con el Mundial de Subsurf. El 2019 fue el primer evento ISA que se realizó en El Salvador y que inició un vínculo que realmente ha sido increíble y que ha ido innovando y mejorando cada vez más, porque tenemos el mejor canvas para desarrollar los torneos aquí en El Salvador. Luego regresamos el 2021 para el clasificatorio olímpico de Tokio 2020, donde tuvimos a tremendos nombres del surf compitiendo en estas olas tropicales. Y ahí estamos, de vuelta, de regreso cada año en un imperdible. Ya toda la gente está con ganas de regresar a El Salvador. Para muchos se ha convertido en una segunda casa, no solamente porque las olas son maravillosas, sino porque también el carisma de la gente es divino y nos encanta regresar acá. Yo también vuelvo feliz para tomar el mejor cafecito. Aprovecho de mandarle un saludo a Café de El Salvador, que están presentes en los torneos haciendo un trabajo maravilloso con unas máquinas de café profesionales combinadas con ese café excepcional que tiene El Salvador en sus montañas, en sus volcanes, café de especialidad, que se ha vuelto el combustible necesario para estas jornadas de surfing. Así que muchas gracias ahí a los muchachos de Café El Salvador que siempre están presentes y atendiéndonos para darnos energía. Restan 16 minutos y 50 segundos en el reloj. Estamos en el hit número 4. Van a ingresar puntajes para los 3 competidores. Todavía no están digitados y confirmados aquí en pantalla. We're waiting for scores. We only have the opening score for white, 0.37, but we're waiting on your second wave. Also the first of green and first of red to give you situation. We're down to 16 minutes and 30 seconds. The priority is with red for Team Fiji. As soon as I have the scores in, I'll give you hit situation. Aprovecho de comentarles a quienes están aquí alrededor, quienes son parte del campeonato, a que nos sigan en las redes de Surf City, porque también, aparte de la competencia, tenemos en paralelo un programa con actividades de entrenamiento funcional, de yoga, de jiu-jitsu, y para acceder a ese calendario lo pueden hacer a través de nuestras redes de Surf City y ahí pueden participar de estas actividades para ir aprovechando todo lo que hay presente en el Mundial. También vi por ahí en el sitio aquí del Sunzal de que está el salón de belleza Rosa Nails. ¿Están aquí Rosa? Sí, el salón Rosa, que está presente. Ellas están siempre cuidándonos la piel y la verdad que hacen una participación impecable para todos, para atletas y también para el staff, que nos ayudan a mantener esta piel hidratada. Con todo el sol que hay acá es súper necesario. Tenemos puntajes ya dentro. Vamos a esperar a rojo, restan bajo los 15 minutos. Tenemos el primero de verde. So we have the opening score for green in is at 2.10. Second of white, 3.17. White, your second wave, 3.17. Green first wave, 2.10. And first of red, 3.67. Now waiting on that second score of red. For now, in the lead position is red with a 3.67. In second is white with a 3.17 and a 0.37. And third, green with a 2.1. Green needs a 1.45 to go to second. Time called 14 minutes and 10 seconds remaining. Priority green for Team Czech Republic. Second priority white for Team Virgin Islands. Vuelvo a dar la mención a Rose Natural Spa y Salón, que está presente aquí. Si es que todavía no han aprovechado las bondades, les invito a que vayan a hacerlo y hablen con las chicas de Rose Natural Salon y Spa. We have the second score in for Team Fiji, 6.67, improving his hit total in the lead position with a 6.67 and a 3.67. In second is white, Team Virgin Islands with a 3.17 and a 0.37. In third, green, Team Czech Republic with 2.10, needing a 1.45 to go to second, just under 13 minutes remaining. Priority green, second priority white. Seguimos avanzando con este hit número 4, 12 minutos y 45 segundos y parece que el tiempo vuela. Tenemos liderando este hit al equipo de Fiji en rojo con 6.67 y 3.67. Está segundo blanco el equipo de las Islas Vírgenes Británicas con 3.17 y 0.37. Y está tercero en verde el equipo de la República Checa con 2.10. Él está buscando 1.45 para avanzar en segundo lugar. Verde tiene la prioridad, segunda prioridad para blanco. Y para quienes nos están acompañando el día de hoy, les comentamos que el cronograma vamos a tenerlo desde hasta el hit número 19 de esta ronda 1 de repechaje. Así que ahí terminaremos entonces el día 3 de competencia acá en el podio del Sunzal cuando lleguemos al hit número 19. Recién vamos en el hit número 4. Los hits son de 20 minutos, así que quienes quieren ir organizándose, tienen a alguien que venir a ver, pueden también acceder al cronograma en el área de Beach Marshall o bien ir chequeando en la página web y en la transmisión en vivo para ver en qué estamos, en qué hit estamos. Ahora es el hit número 4 y vamos a ir hasta el 19 aquí en el podio del Sunzal. 10 minutos y 45 segundos en el reloj. We're down to 10 minutes and 40 seconds as we watch White on his third wave. That's Team Virgin Islands. Birdie goes to green. We're waiting on that last score for red to come in for Team Fiji. 10 minutes and 25 seconds remaining. Just under 10 minutes, so next hit, please, you can enter the water. Últimos 10 minutos, ya este hit entramos en la mitad del hit número 4, así que invitamos a los competidores del hit número 5 a que ingresen al agua. Les recordamos, muchachos, que tienen que estar fuera del área de competencia, cerca de las boyas o en esa línea imaginaria entre las dos boyas que tenemos en el agua. Y una vez escuchen la bocina que indica que ha finalizado el hit que está en curso, ahí recién pueden remar hacia el área de competencia. Time call, 9 minutes and 15 seconds remaining. We're waiting for scores. We have scores coming in for Red Team Fiji and for White Team Virgin Islands. Eight minutes and 30 seconds. Yo creo que no tiene batería. Porque...
Siempre lo deja a la noche el cargador de Bahamas no llamó. Se llama Christopher Albury. Pasando llamada más.
Ok. Voy a cargarlo. This is another call for our next hit, Team Bahamas, Christopher Albury. Please, you need to check in at the Beach Marshall area. Your hit is going to start in the next 7 minutes and 50 seconds. So, Team Bahamas, Christopher Albury, please check in at the Beach Marshall area. This is another call for Team Bahamas, Christopher Albury. We need Christopher Albury for Team Bahamas to check in at the Beach Marshall area. Your hit is going to start in the next 7 minutes and 30 seconds. So we have scores in for Team Virgin Islands in white, 4.43, and the last of red for Team Fiji, 6.77. So current hit situation in the lead, red Team Fiji with 6.77 and a 6.67. In second, white Team Virgin Islands with a 4.43 and a 3.17. In third place, green Team Czech Republic with a 2.10 and a 1.60. Green needs a 5.5 to go to second. Time called 6 minutes and 45 seconds remaining. Priority red for Team Fiji. Second priority green for Team Czech Republic. Restan 6 minutos y 30 segundos. La prioridad la tiene rojo de Fiji, prioridad 2 verde de República Checa. Y se nos viene, hola, entraba y salía nada más el competidor Peter Novotny. Él está tercero, él busca un 5.5 para ir al segundo lugar.
Bahamas no pasa por liga. Dice que ayer tampoco se presentó a la Bocana.
Only two competitors.
Lo que dice ella. Dice lo de otro team manager. Sí que no se presentó en Bocana también. Y no se presentó en Bocana también el team manager de...
5:45 en el reloj, 5 minutes and 40 seconds remaining.
Ninguna comunicación oficial, no oficial, que vamos a tener ahí como 15 minutos, con 20 minutos de esa manera, solos. Ok.
We're just under 5 minutes remaining. We're going to have a quick rundown of the situation of this heat number 4. In the lead position, red, Team Fiji with a 6.77 and a 6.67. In second, white, Team Virgin Islands with a 4.43 and a 3.17. Third place, green, Team Czech Republic with 2.10 and a 1.60. Needing a 5.5 to go to second. The last of green, 0.5 does not factor in. As we watch green again, it's another chance for Team Czech Republic. We're down to 4 minutes and 15 seconds. Priority remains with red for Team Fiji. Second priority white for Team Virgin Islands. Y aparentemente en el próximo hit solo tendremos a 2 competidores. Se ha presentado el equipo de Guatemala y el equipo de México. De todas formas, como no está confirmado por parte del equipo técnico de Bahamas, vamos a hacer el hit igual de 20 minutos, muchachos, para que lo tengan ahí en consideración los que están en el agua y también los equipos que están aquí en la playa. Vamos a continuar entonces de manera normal con el próximo hit número 5. A pesar de que vamos a tener 2 competidores, lo vamos a realizar el hit igual de 20 minutos. Eso pues es en caso de que el competidor llegara a aparecer. Va a tener ese tiempo, podría llegar a entrar. Como no hay una información, una notificación oficial por parte del equipo de Bahamas, tenemos que continuar con el cronograma normal como está publicado. So the last of green is a 0.83. Doesn't factor in for Team Czech Republic. He's in third, needing a 5.5. We're down to 2 minutes and 50 seconds. Priority red for Team Fiji. Second priority white for Team Virgin Islands. Third priority green for Team Czech Republic. So in the upcoming heat number 5, apparently we're going to have just 2 competitors from Guatemala and Mexico. The competitor from Team Bahamas didn't check in, but we didn't have a notification, an official notification from Team Bahamas, so we're going to run the heat with 20 minutes. Two minutes and 5 seconds remaining. So white, you have the second priority. Your top 2 scores, 4.43 and a 3.17. We're down to 1 minute and 30 seconds. The third place green needs a 5.5 to go to second. We're down to 1 minute and 20 seconds. 1 minuto y 15 segundos restan de competencia en este hit número 4. Estamos viviendo la ronda 1 de repechaje por el lado de los varones. Este es el día 3 de competencia de Surf City, el Salvador ISA World Surfing Games 2025. Quienes están sintonizando para ver el próximo hit en el que viene Guatemala y México, les damos una gran bienvenida. Estamos desde el podio El Sunzal. Está ola perfecta, esta derecha maravillosa que ofrece El Salvador en una playa increíble, muy entretenida, muy divertida, que es el Tunco, donde hay una diversidad de hoteles, de gastronomía, de tiendas, para poder salir y pasarlo bien. 30 segundos restan en el reloj y ya nos vamos con este hit que solo será de 2 competidores. So we're down to 25 seconds. And we have red up, green up. We're down to 15 seconds. So Team Fiji, Southern Riding, we're down to 10 seconds. And we're ready for the countdown. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Time is up for hit number 4. Next hit, please move into position. Próximo hit, tomar posiciones en el lineup. Ya vamos a ir con ustedes. Tenemos que trabajar en un par de puntajes del hit anterior antes de iniciar con ustedes. Así que, muchachos, nos dan un momento, por favor, para definir esos puntajes y ya vamos a ir con el hit número 5. We're waiting for scores. 1 for green, 1 for red. And we're gonna start our hit number 5 in just a moment. And we have the last of red in. It's a 6.67. Does not factor in for Team Fiji. Last of green, 0.73. And we're good to go with our next hit. So I'm going to welcome back Ben Way for the next couple hits.
Thanks, Ixa. I'm back. So we are going to let our next heat move into position. Next up is our heat number 5. All right, here we go. Let's start it up in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So here we are. This is our men's Repacharge round 1, heat number 5. So in this heat, we didn't have our surfer from Bahamas registered, so it's going to be a 2-man heat. This will be red and green. Up and riding, Team Guatemala's Jairo Orlando Avila, and Mexico green, Alejandro Tonatiuh. So these guys are some of the luckiest surfers in Surf City to get El Sunzal with only one other surfer out. I am so jealous right now. Here's the previous heat final results. Unofficially winning the heat, red, Apisai Tibinoliva for Fiji with 13.44 points. White was second to Sean Jones for the British Virgin Islands, 7.60 points. And for the Czech Republic in third, green, Peter Novotny with 3.70 points. Green has first priority. And we'll have an opening score for red in just a moment. Primer prioridad, verde. Y estamos esperando el primer puntaje de rojo. Restan 19 minutos. So this day is flying by. We have that tide filling in. Waves are looking really, really fun today. And this point works on all sizes. Smaller the swell gets, more the wave stands up at low tide. If it gets too high tide, when we get in the full moon extreme tides, sometimes it'll just turn to shore break at the high tide, but we still have enough swell out there to where it's standing up on that outside reef, even with the higher tide conditions. This is a good sign. We're going to have great conditions through the rest of our competition day 3. First wave for red is in. It's a 4.50. Primer ola de rojo, 4.50. Primer prioridad verde, Segundo prioridad rojo. Restan 18 minutos. So not only do these gentlemen just have one other person in the water to share these amazing waves of Surf City with, but they both automatically advance. So they're basically just out there having a great time free surfing and enjoying the amazing surf here in Surf City. 17 minutes and 25 seconds. We did have 3 scheduled heats where we had 2 competitors that automatically advanced. That was heat number 9, heat number 11, and heat number 13 of this round of Repacharge. So we'll be skipping those heats as we watch Team Mexico's opening wave. Red Ano has first priority, 17 minutes. Coming up next on our heat number 6, we'll have our surfer from Angola. Welcome, Angola, to this edition of 2025 Surf City El Salvador World Surfing Games. So we're going to have our Angolan surfer, Laurenzo Victorino, Christian Picardo for Dominican Republic, and for Saudi Arabia, Abdul Rahman Ali Haider will be in the next heat. Want those 3 competitors to check in, grab their jerseys. We'll have an opening score for green in just a moment. Waiting on the first of green for Team Mexico. Time call 16 minutes. Green, your first wave, 5.83. So green goes to the lead. Second is red. Red has a 4.50. So normally in our technical beach commentary, to keep the little amount of audio that the surfers don't need, we usually don't mention what it takes to go to first, but since there's only 2 guys out there, red's in second, needing a 1.34 to go to first. So in the elimination rounds and in our main round, to advance through in the round, you want to be in the top 2 of the amount of surfers out in the water. In this case, we got 2. They're both making it through. 15 minutes and 20 seconds. Red has first priority. Now first priority goes to green as we watch the second wave of Team Guatemala. 15 minutes remaining. And I absolutely love Sunzal at this size. It's so playful. You still have those sections. And these guys must be having a ton of fun out there. Green up on his second wave. We'll have a second score for red in just a moment. So you may have noticed green kicked out quickly. He saw red on his way back out. If green's able to get back to that primary takeoff zone first, he gets the first priority. So he'll get to choose the best out of the next incoming set. Now green has a 3.0 for his second wave, and we're waiting on the second score for red. La segunda ola de verde, 3.0. Estamos esperando el segundo puntaje de rojo. Así que son solo 2 competidores en este heat. Los 2 van a avanzar, así que están disfrutando nada más, tener una persona solamente en el agua con ellos, disfrutando las olas perfectas del Sunzal. Second wave of red, 7.17. La segunda ola de rojo, 7.17. Rojo liderando el heat con 7.17 y 4.50. First priority green, second priority red. Primera prioridad verde, segunda prioridad rojo. Restan 13 minutos, 30 segundos. We're down to 13 minutes and 30 seconds remaining. Red up and riding. First priority now goes to green. So red Going for a little chop hop on the end. It just shows that these guys are having a ton of fun out there. Not a worry in the world because they're both going to make it through to the next Repacharge round 2. Last of red will be in just a moment. Don't think that'll meet his other 2 scores, but we'll have another score, and we'll keep them updated on the information as green picking off one. So with 2 surfers in the water, these guys are going to get more waves at Sunzal within a 20-minute period than anyone in history, I believe. 12 minutes and 30 seconds, and I am very, very jealous at the moment as we wait for the 3rd score for red. That was the 3rd ride for green for Team Mexico. Estamos esperando el último puntaje de Guatemala. Eso fue el tercer ola de México. Restan 12 minutos, 15 segundos. So not to forget our friends at home, we appreciate your company and thank you for joining us on this Podium 2 live webcast coming to you from Surf City, El Salvador, home of the right surf. And we are so excited to hold our 11th World Championship here since 2019. And the partnership between ISA and Surf City, El Salvador is a strong one. Thank you to President Nayib Bukele and our favorite surfer from Surf City, the Minister of Tourism, Reina Valdez. She knows this wave well. Red's last wave, 2.27, did not factor in. La última ola de rojo 2.27. No entró sus mejores 2 puntajes. Estamos esperando el tercer puntaje de verde. So we know we have a lot of new surf fans that are joining us. We appreciate you, and we're excited to bring the action as we do have a very unique beach technical commentary mixed with webcast. We're going to take these little downtime zones to keep you informed, hopefully educate you on what surfing competition is, and if you've never been on a surfboard, hopefully we're getting you charged up to come down here to Surf City, El Salvador, and catch your first wave. Green's last wave, 7.10. Team Mexico now in the lead. Change in situation. Green is first with a 7.10 and a 5.83. Red is second with a 7.17 and a 4.50. Red needs 5.76 to move into first. 10 minutes and 20 seconds. Red has first priority. Tercer ola de verde, 7.10. Verde liderando el hit con 7.10 y 5.83. Rojo segundo con 7.17 y 4.50. Rojo para subirse a primer posición se necesita un 5.76. We have 10 minutes remaining. We are at the 10-minute mark, so we do welcome our heat number 6 to enter the water whenever you like. Start making your way out to the standby buoy. And please wait for the 2 horns at the end of this heat before moving in. We'll give you plenty of time to get into position. 9 minutes and 40 seconds. First priority is now with red. We have 9 minutes and 20 seconds. So while we're on the topic of catching your first wave, had a few people asking about, a couple non-surfers asking about the surfboards. If you're interested in what kind of equipment these guys are using, all these boards have a design that's made to meet the criteria the best they can to get those highest scoring rides. But each board is customized to the rider. There's a certain amount of flotation that fits each surfer at each level. And even though the boards look exactly the same to someone who's not familiar with boards, there are slight nuances that make a very big difference in how they perform, depending on the strength of the rider and their skill level. You also need enough float to keep you above the water so that you're not having to swim all the way out into the lineup, and you have a decent amount of flotation. These boards are made out of a foam core. And historically, people would take a crude-shaped piece of foam and dig down and find the magic board inside of that foam. These days, we have digital technology where people are able to reproduce the same board using a CNC cutting machine. So where we used to need board shapers, now we have people who basically can have little experience, but they can create a great performance board that is replicated from a previous model. And as these younger surfers grow and grow heavier, they can also start adjusting their equipment, and they can scale up what they are already used to suit their heavier weight or larger size. The fins on the board are made to keep the board from spinning out, keep control. They also create the speed. They're like the wings on an airplane. And for each person's weight, just like the wings of an airplane, you need a certain size of wing for the weight of the plane. You need a certain size fin for the weight of the surfer and for the amount of power they have. So this is very, very fine-tuned equipment, all made to meet the criteria of the judges, which is based on speed, power, and flow, combination of major maneuvers on the wave, the commitment to each maneuver, criticality, meaning where they place those maneuvers in the most vertical and over vertical parts of the wave, mixed with progressive aerial surfing. That means they get the boards up above the wave. And we have 10 judges, 5 at a time, a panel of 5, judging each wave due to this criteria, according to this criteria, and the top wave and bottom score will get removed, approved by the head judge to decide the average score out of the 5 judges. So that's the way the competition works. It's a lot of fun, exciting stuff. We invite you guys to start surfing, and we would love to have some more nations to join our 119 national federations. If you come from a continent or a country that surfing's just starting, we welcome you to the family of ISA. We got 6 minutes. Red has first priority. Second priority is the green. So 2 surfers in the water. We just have 6 waves ridden at the moment. Mexico in the lead with a 7.10 and a 5.83. Red is in second with a 7.17 and a 4.50. For Red to move into the first position, he needs a 5.76 or higher score. 5 minutes and 40 seconds. So special thanks, especially to the local people here in Surf City. This is a very, very popular way for all of the locals and visiting tourists, and for them to allow us to take this entire contest window and use these amazing local spots is a big deal, and we appreciate it. 5 minutes and 15 seconds. So anyone who's getting charged up on watching surfing and charged up on all of the activity that the ISA does, follow our social media at ISAsurfing on Instagram, YouTube, on TikTok, and on Facebook, where we post daily highlight videos of each competition day. We post the highest single wave scores of our men's and women's division daily, along with a very artistic and cool cinematography. Red up and riding, 4 minutes and 30 seconds. Green now has first priority. This is the 4th wave for Team Guatemala. And beautiful, playful conditions out there. We had a bit more size, making the paddle out a little bit more tough. But basically, any wave that these guys choose in these conditions and this size is going to be a fun wave. 4 minutes and 10 seconds. Green now has first priority. As we watch Red finding his way all the way to this little inside reef, as the tide comes up, we'll see the riders move farther and farther to the north end of this reef as the waves go to find more shallow spots on top of the reef to stand up this slightly deteriorated swell. We still have a lot of waves on offer, and we look forward to having that swell bump back up later in the week. For someone who's been here 6 years in a row, I know the waves don't get much smaller than this. It's usually twice the size, producing a pretty tough paddle out. Today's very playful and fun. 3 minutes and 30 seconds, waiting on the last of Red. Estamos esperando el último puntaje de rojo. Tenemos 3 minutos 20 segundos. Primer prioridad verde. So normally our position for beach commentary is just to give the technical information which is transferred from the judges to our point screen, and also the priority situation, meaning who has the first pick of the best waves, and that is determined by our priority judge. But since we're doing a webcast for all of our friends around the world that are interested in the ISA and excited about this competition, this edition of 2025 Surf City El Salvador World Surfing Games, we're happy to have your company. And we're trying to make it as entertaining as we can, as we have green up and riding, 2 minutes and 30 seconds. Yeah, this wave that perfectly stretches and rarely closes out gives you some of the best opportunity to work on your turns and your rail game. You can do about 20 turns from the outside to the inside on the big days. We have 2 minutes waiting on the last score for green. Red's last wave, 6.60. Último de rojo, 6.60. Cambio de situación, rojo primero. Y ahora estamos esperando el último puntaje de verde. Last of green, 4.73. Didn't factor into his top two. So now Reds first, Team Guatemala with 7.17 and 6.60. Team Mexico, Alejandro Green is in second with a 7.10 and a 5.83. Green now needs 6.68 to take over first position. We're down to 1 minute and 20 seconds. And as we mentioned earlier, not a care in the world for these two surfers because they will both automatically be advancing into the next Repacharge round. Time call, 1 minute. Yesterday I was happy to have our ISA president, Fernando Aguirre, join me in the booth. He always brings the vibes, and we somehow have great karma with the ISA to always have swell here. And we are happy to be back here in Surf City, El Salvador once again. Now down to 35 seconds. Fernando's out and around. Come over and say hi after lunch. We'd love to hear from you. 25 seconds. Veinte segundos. First priority red. Primer prioridad rojo. 10 segundos. And we're going to get ready to count down. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So that wraps up that heat. Great surfing, great show by those two surfers. And we now have our next heat moving into position. It's going to be our heat number 6. Give you guys some time to move over into the zone, and we'll give you a heads up before starting up your heat. So we sure hope that all of you at home are enjoying the action as much as we are. It is a beautiful, picture-perfect day here in Surf City, El Salvador, the home of the right surf. And we have seen some beautiful rights mixed with some lefts today. And this place, this is about as small as you'll see it. This time of year we have pumping swell, which takes these rights about 3 times as far. We're going to move into the next heat in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, we're now in our heat number 6. We welcome our rider from Angola, Laurencio Victorino. In green for Dominican Republic, Cristian Picardo, and for Saudi Arabia in white, Abdul Rahman Ali Haider. Here we have the previous heat final results. Red, Guatemala, took first, Jairo Orlando Avila with 13.77 points. Second was green, Alejandro Tonatiuh for Mexico. 12.93 points. Coming up in our heat number 7, I'm going to go ahead and call our next heat competitors. That will be Steven Castillo for Nicaragua, for Slovakia, Marek Slavik, and for Israel, Ido Hagag. Want those 3 competitors checked in, and at the 10-minute mark, we'll send them out to the buoy. So I'm sure the whole world knows by now, but surfing is now included in the Summer Olympics. We've now had 2 Olympic Games, both Tokyo and Tokyo 2020 in Chiba, Japan, and just finishing the Paris 2024 Olympics in French Polynesia at Teahupo, one of the most dynamic waves on the entire Earth. And we're happy to welcome our gold medalist from France, Carly Vast, who is joining us. 18 minutes and 30 seconds. So now we are moving towards Los Angeles 2028, where we're going to have our Olympic surfing 20 minutes north of my hometown of Oceanside in San Clemente at one of our premier waves, Trestles, which is going to be amazing. High-performance wave, both lefts and rights, and that is going to be exciting as well. So the 3 years up to the Olympics, this World Surf Games will be an Olympic qualifier. This year won't be qualifying for the Olympics, but starting next year, everyone will be going for their position to represent their country. Now we have right up and riding our surfer from Angola. So we'll have a score for red in just a moment. Also, Saudi Arabia had their first wave, so green has first priority. We have 17 minutes. And we'll have the opening score for Team Angola. Once again, a warm welcome to Angola, and thank you for joining us, joining the ISA family for the first time ever. Green has first priority. We have just under 17 minutes. First of white, 0.37 for Saudi Arabia. We'll have Angola's first wave in just a moment. White up and riding again. White second wave, 0.70, waiting on the opening score for red. Green has first priority. Primer puntaje verde, estamos esperando el primer puntaje de rojo. Blanco tiene 0.70 y 0.37. Green up and riding. Opening wave for the Dominican Republic. Red's first score, 6.17 for Angola. So red is in the lead with a 6.17. Red now has first priority. We'll have an opening score for Dominican Republic in just a moment. La primera ola de rojo fue 6.17. Estamos esperando el primer puntaje de verde. Primer prioridad rojo. Restan 14 minutos 35 segundos. So we've been very excited to have Team Saudi Arabia join us in quite a few events. I believe they began with some of our SUP World Championships. Time call 14 minutes. We're waiting on the opening score for green. Restan 14 minutos. Seguimos esperando el primer puntaje de verde. And white up and riding. Third wave, Team Saudi Arabia. Red up and riding. So it's been great to see our Saudi surfers with the support of ISAsurfing and now their coach Bruno working on their skills. We're seeing big improvements in their surfing, and we're grateful to have them joining us here with the ISA as we watch red. Team Angola's second wave ridden. We now have scores coming in for the first wave of green, last of white, and the second wave for red, 13 minutes. Restan 13 minutos. Faltamos un puntaje de verde, de rojo y de blanco. Waiting on the last of white, red, and green. 12 minutes and 45 seconds. So here in the tower, watching our surfers get closer and closer to us as that tide comes in. High tide this afternoon will be 3 o'clock. And there's a 2-meter change in tide. So we see them getting really up and close. 12 minutes and 20 seconds. Green has first priority. Green's first wave, 5.50. La primera ola de verde, 5.50. Última ola de blanco, 0.50. Segunda ola, segundo puntaje de rojo, 3.77. So red is leading the heat. Green is second. Third white needs a 4.81. Just under 12 minutes. Por el momento, rojo está en primero con 6.17 y 3.77. Verde segundo con 5.50. Blanco está en tercer lugar con 0.70 y 0.50, buscando 4.81 para avanzar. 11 minutos y 30 segundos. First priority green, second priority red, primer prioridad verde, segunda prioridad rojo. 11 minutos y 15 segundos. So as we'd mentioned in the morning, along the gender equality movement, we have our women's judging program in this 2025 Surf City El Salvador World Surfing Games, where we have some young, up-and-coming, talented female judges working on their skills in a world championship. And also in this competition, as far as our competitors, we have 127 women, which makes up 44% of our registered competitors, which almost at the halfway mark, almost 50-50 with male and female riders. 10 minutes and 25 seconds. As we watch, red on the inside, green outside of him on the next wave. And we had another ride by white. We'll have another score for him as well. This is one of the most fun and friendly waves in the world. And so for anyone who's looking to take a surf vacation or possibly pick up their surfing skills or learn to surf for the first time, this is a really friendly break, and there's some great surf schools and good instructors around the town here in Surf City, El Salvador. 9 minutes and 40 seconds, waiting on scores for red, green, and white. Esperando el segundo puntaje de verde, último de rojo y último de blanco, 9 minutos y 30 segundos. So we welcome our next heat to start working their way out into the buoy zone. Please remember to wait for the 2 horns at the end of this heat before moving into the competition area. Last of white, 0.27. Doesn't make it into your top 2. Still have a 0.70 and a 0.50. Último de blanco, 0.27. No entró sus mejores 2 puntajes. Tenemos 9 minutos. Esperando el tercer puntaje de rojo y segundo de verde. So we'll keep our competitors updated as those scores come in. We have a score coming in for red and for green. 8 minutes and 30 seconds. Eight minutes remaining, waiting on scores for green and for red. Green's last wave, 6.03. La segunda ola de verde, 6.03. Waiting on the last of red, and we'll give you an update. Red has first priority. First priority red, second priority green. Red's last wave, 4.83. So here's the updated situation. Green, Dominican Republic in the lead with a 6.03 and a 5.50 as we have another ride. That's the 5th wave for Team Saudi Arabia, keeping busy. First priority goes to green, second priority goes to red. So currently green in the lead with a 6.03 and a 5.50, red second. And red up and riding. 6 minutes and 25 seconds. Green now has first priority. Last of white, 0.33. Didn't factor in. Time call, 6 minutes. That will be the 4th wave for our surfer from Angola. Green has first priority. Time call, 5 minutes and 30 seconds. We'll have another score for red in just a moment. Green has first priority. Last of red was a 4.13. That doesn't factor into his top 2. Red's still in second. White is in third, now needing 11.0 to advance. We have just over 5 minutes remaining. Green up and riding. Third wave for Team Dominican Republic. Time call, 4 minutes and 40 seconds. Another score coming in for Green. He is in the lead with a 6.03 and a 5.50. We'll have another score for him in just a moment. Last to Green, 2.27, doesn't factor in. Último de Verde, 2.27. No entró sus mejores dos puntajes de 6.03 y 5.50. Rojo segundo con 6.17 y 4.83. Tercero blanco 0.70 y 0.50 buscando 11 puntos para avanzar 3 minutos 45 segundos. So Surf City always takes great care of us here in the ISA. And special thanks to Papaya Surf Garden, who always keep the staff well fed. Delicious lunches and dinners, 3 minutes. First priorities with Green. Primera prioridad verde. Restan 3 minutos. Y muchísimas gracias siempre a Fatima y el equipo de Papaya por hacernos engordar. 2 minutos 45 segundos. It's a beautiful day here in Surf City, El Salvador. Local time is 12 noon. Tide will be coming up until 3 this afternoon. 3 hours for that tide to push more action here over the reef. The lineup, the primary takeoff zone has moved in considerably since the rising tide, and these riders will just keep getting closer and closer, ending their rides closer to the beach. As we have white. So a rider's ride is deemed, and the points start as soon as their hands leave the rail. On that one, Ali didn't get his hands off the rail, so that won't count on his score line. 1 minute and 45 seconds. Green has first priority. 1 minuto 40 segundos. Verde tiene primera prioridad. So for our viewers at home, if you're unfamiliar with competition, Green has first priority, and even though it looks like red is right by him, there is a deemed primary takeoff zone that's determined by our priority judge on where the best point to take off is. As soon as our rider in red meets that line, he will move into his priority position. First priority Green. Second priority red. We're down to 50 seconds. 50 segundos. Primer prioridad verde, segundo prioridad rojo. 45 seconds remaining. So we are having an amazing day 3 of competition for this 2025 Surf City El Salvador ISA World Surfing Games. Our 11th World Championship here in beautiful Surf City. Special thanks to the government of El Salvador, Minister of Tourism Morena Valdez, and President Nayib Bukele for all of his support in bringing us here various years in a row. We're now on our 6th year of competition as White, Ali connecting this one. So that'll be Saudi Arabia's 6th wave. Sorry, we missed the countdown while I was watching Saudi Arabia. That is the end of our heat. White's last wave, 1.0. Apologize for that. Zeroed in on the action. So next heat, please move into position. Heat number 7. We'll let you guys move into position. And we'll ask you to stand by. We'll give you a heads up before starting your heat up. So we have allowed 30 seconds between our heats for our upcoming heat competitors to move into position without needing to hustle too much. All right, we'll start up our heat number 7. Riders ready? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And we have just moved into our men's Repacharge round 1 heat number 7. While my partner in crime, ISAsurfing, gets seated. So I'm going to have her move in for this heat 7 and 8. And she'll introduce the riders in this heat as well as give those previous heat unofficial results in just a moment. Welcome back, Ixa.
Gracias, bien, estaré aquí de vuelta acompañándoles en los próximos 2 hits. Vamos a repasar entonces resultados del hit anterior. Unofficial previous heat final results. Winning the heat, green, Cristian Pichardo, Team Dominican Republic with 11.53 points. In second, red, Lorenzo Victorino, Team Angola with 11 points. Third place for white, Abdul Rahman Ali Haider, Team Saudi Arabia with 1.70 points total. And now we have in the water our heat number 7. In the red jersey, Steven Castillo, Team Nicaragua. In blue, Marek Slavik, Team Slovakia. In green, Ido Hayash, Team Israel. And we're gonna make the call for our next heat to please check in at the beach marshal area. Ismaila Sam, Team Senegal. Felix Golden, Team Norway. Mohamed Ghazi, Team Saudi Arabia. We have the priority with blue, waiting for scores 1 for red and 1 for green as we're down to 17 minutes and 45 seconds. Priority goes to red for Team Nicaragua. We're waiting for scores. We have scores coming in for red, blue, and green. Estamos esperando puntajes para la primera ola de rojo, azul y de verde. Ya les entregaremos la situación actualizada. Restan 17 minutos de competencia. La prioridad la tiene rojo. Segunda prioridad azul. Second priority blue. Third priority green. Time called 16 minutes and 30 seconds, 16 minutos y 30 segundos. Recién comenzamos con este hit número 7 de la ronda 1 de repechaje de los varones. Estamos avanzando en este día 3 de Surf City El Salvador World Surfing Games 2025. And we have an opening score for Green Team Israel with 8.50. First off Green, 8.5. Now waiting on the first of red and first of blue, we're down to 16 minutes. 16 minutos y aparece el puntaje para la primera de verde, El competidor de Israel, 8.50. La primera de rojo para Nicaragua, 3.50. La primera de azul para el competidor de Eslovaquia, 1.17. Va a ingresar un segundo puntaje para verde. Está primero verde, ISAsurfing. Está segundo rojo, Steven Castillo con 3.50. Está tercero azul, Marek Slavik con 1.17 buscando 2.34. Opening score for red, Team Nicaragua 3.5. First of blue for Team Slovakia 1.17. As we watch green up and riding on his third wave. Priorities with red for Nicaragua. Second priority blue for Slovakia. Now the back, we have red up and riding. Blue with priority. Now waiting on the last of green and the second of red to give you an update on the situation. Time called 14 minutes and 35 seconds.
El entrenador de Israel pregunta si ha cambiado el cronograma en la Bocana. No tengo ninguna información de cambio en la Bocana, no. No me llegó nada. Que yo sepa, no hay cambio. Ok, porque él dice que escuchó algo sobre la náusea en la Bocana, pero no está seguro. Mira, él que espere a los 2-3 minutos que va a contactar la Bocana.
Second score of red is 3 points for Team Nicaragua, and the last of green. No, we only have the second of green. It's at 2.67. Second of green, 2.67. Waiting on the last of green as we're down to 13 minutes and 45 seconds. This is the current heat situation. In the lead, green Team Israel with 8.5 and a 2.67, waiting on his third wave. In second, red Team Nicaragua with 3.5 and 3 points. In third, blue Team Slovakia with 1.17. He needs a 5.33 to go to second. 13 minutes and 20 seconds remaining. Priority blue, second priority red. And we have the last of green in. It's an 8.17, extending his lead position. Ido Hayash from Israel with an 8.5 top score and an 8.17 backup. As we watch blue, Marek Slavik for Team Slovakia. The priority goes to red. 12 minutos con 50 en el reloj. Tenemos situación en este hit. Está liderando verde de Israel con 8.50 y 8.17. Está segundo rojo de Nicaragua con 3.50 y 3 puntos de backup. Está tercero azul de Eslovaquia con 1.50 y 1.17. Él necesita 5 puntos para ir al segundo lugar. So second of blue, 1.5. Now waiting on the third of blue. 12 minutes and 15 seconds remaining. Priority red for Team Nicaragua. And the last of blue is in. 1.37 goes to the top two for blue. Sorry, last of blue, 1.37. Blue is in third, needing 5 points to go to second. 12 minutes remaining. 12 minutos restan de competencia. Esté prevenido el próximo hit número 8 para entrar al agua cuando resten 10 minutos. So once again, time call 11 minutes and 45 seconds. Priorities with red, Team Nicaragua. Second priority green, Team Israel. Y estamos transmitiendo en vivo desde el Sunzal, el podio 2 de este Surf City El Salvador ISA World Surfing Games 2025. Agradecemos su sintonía a quienes nos están viendo desde casa a través de nuestra transmisión en ISAsurf.org o tal vez si es que están desde YouTube. Esta transmisión está principalmente dedicada a los anuncios técnicos que van dirigidos a los competidores, pero como el audio está saliendo también para el webcast, nos pueden escuchar desde casa. Por eso estamos principalmente enfocados en darle los puntajes, la situación de prioridad, en caso de que exista alguna interferencia, algún cambio, anunciamos quiénes vienen y no le damos tanto color a la descripción de las olas, pero aún así pueden escuchar y saber un poco más, enterarse de lo que está ocurriendo desde el podio 2 de el Sunzal. El podio 1, que es la Bocana, es donde pueden escuchar la transmisión, donde tenemos a nuestros periodistas especializados en un booth de inglés, también de español. Hay 2 cabinas, 2 idiomas en los que pueden acceder a mucha más información y el background de los atletas que están compitiendo en el podio de la Bocana. Pero por aquí le estamos aprovechando de dar información para que vayan conociendo un poquito más de El Salvador, de este destino de surf imperdible que se ha robado las miradas de todos los surfistas del mundo y donde han estado los nombres más reconocidos del surf aquí en estas costas. Y sin duda ustedes quieren quitarse esa curiosidad, saber qué ocurre, qué más se puede hacer en El Salvador, cómo es la gente, cómo son las playas, cómo es el clima. Bueno, les cuento, estamos en un clima tropical, hay 29 a 30 grados en el agua, las olas son perfectas, no paran como ustedes pueden verlo a través de sus pantallas. Tenemos esta punta de derecha perfecta que es un imán de olas. También está la Bocana, donde es uno de los pocos lugares que se pueden encontrar izquierdas en el país, porque El Salvador es conocido como Home of the Right Surf, pero también ahí en la Bocana es un punto que tú puedes encontrar izquierdas para aquellos que les gusta más eso, pero es sin duda un panorama perfecto para tu próximo surf trip. Así que si nos estás mirando desde casa y no sabías dónde comprar tu próximo pasaje para tu destino de surf, te recomiendo que lo hagas a El Salvador. 8 minutos con 50 segundos restan de competencia, so we're down to 8 minutes and 50 seconds remaining. We invite our surfers from heat number 8 to hit the water. And we have the last of red in. It's a 4.50. Go to the top 2 scores for Team Nicaragua. Steven Castillo, you are in second with a 4.5 and a 3.5. Now the requirement for blue in the third place is a 6.5 to move to second. Atención, rojo, tu última ola 4.5 entra en tu sumatoria, está segundo con 4.5 y 3.5, está tercero azul, él está buscando un 6.5 para avanzar en segundo lugar y continuar en la competencia. Ya estamos en rondas de repechaje, lo que significa que solamente el primer y segundo lugar sigue avanzando y el tercer y cuarto lugar se despide de este mundial. So priority change, priority blue, second priority green.
Priorities change, first is blue.
Now we have blue up. Priority goes back to green. 7 minutes and 30 seconds remaining. Siete minutos y 20 segundos, la prioridad la tiene verde, estamos esperando el puntaje para esa última ola de azul. We have the last of blue in 1.77. Blue, you are in third, now needing a 6.23 to go to second. 7 minutes and 5 seconds remaining. Priority green for Team Israel, second priority red for Team Nicaragua. Prioridad 1 para verde de Israel, prioridad 2 rojo de Nicaragua. La última ola de azul, 1.77, entra en la sumatoria para el eslovaco, está tercero, él necesita 6.23 para ir al segundo lugar. Estamos viviendo el hit número 7 de esta ronda 1 de repetaje por el lado de los varones. Vamos a hacer un total de 19 hits de esta ronda acá en el podio de el Sunzal. Y nos vamos a saltar el hit número 9, el hit número 11 y el hit número 13 porque solamente tienen 2 competidores quienes avanzan directamente a la próxima ronda. Time call. 6 minutes remaining. Priority red for Team Nicaragua. Second priority green for Team Israel. And we have red up. Steven Castillo for Team Nicaragua. La prioridad la tiene verde. Green has priority as we're down to 5 minutes and 25 seconds remaining. Y en este año 2025 ya damos inicio al tercer ciclo olímpico. Nos estamos preparando para Los Ángeles 2028 y en este mundial tenemos presente a 23 surfistas olímpicos que participaron o bien en Tokio o en París. Dentro de los nombres de los olímpicos que están compitiendo por el lado de los varones, aquí en El Salvador está Alonso Correa de Perú, que compitió en París 2024, Brian Pérez, el salvadoreño, que compitió en París 2024, Hiroto Ohara de Japón, que compitió en Tokio 2020, Kauli Vast de Francia, el ganador de esa medalla de oro en París 2024, Leandro Zuna de Argentina, que estuvo en Tokio 2020, Luca Mesinas del Perú, que estuvo en París 2024 y en Tokio 2020, Manuel Selman de Chile, que estuvo presente en Tokio 2020, Reo Inaba, el japonés, que estuvo en París 2024, y Tim Elter de Alemania, que estuvo en París 2024. Y ahora ya hemos dado inicio a este tercer ciclo olímpico. Ahí veíamos en ola que venía Steven Castillo de Nicaragua. Estamos esperando un puntaje de su ola número 4. Vamos a también tener una quinta ola entrando para él. Cuando restan 3 minutos y 55 segundos, vemos que viene el líder de la batería. Él es Ido Hayash de Israel. So, we have the previous of red in 5.77. Anterior de rojo, Steven 5.57. Tu cuarta ola, eso entra en la sumatoria. Le metes más presión al tercer lugar, azul, que él ahora está buscando 8.30 para ir a la segunda posición. La última ola de azul, 0.57, no entra en sumatoria para el eslovaco. So the previous of red, 5.57, goes to the top 2 scores for Team Nicaragua. He's in second with a 5.57 and a 4.50. Now blue in the third place. Needs an 8.3 to go to second. We're waiting for scores, 1 for red, 1 for green, as we are down to 3 minutes of this heat number 7. Priority is with blue. 2 minutos con 50 segundos restan de competencia. Ya vemos que los competidores del próximo hit están ahí esperando, sentados pacientemente. Les recordamos, muchachos, que tienen que estar ahí hasta que suena la doble bocina. Por favor, no entrar al área de competencia antes de eso. Y yo por aquí mirando el Sunzal con unas ganas de entrar a surfear. Se ve un día maravilloso, poco viento en el mar. La textura es muy leve en la superficie del agua y es otro día maravilloso para poder desarrollar este Surf City El Salvador ese World Surfing Games 2025, esta edición que consagra 10 eventos ISA en las costas salvadoreñas. 2 minutos restan de competencia, entra la última ola de rojo, 3.80, no va en la sumatoria para Steven Castillo de Nicaragua. Él está segundo con 5.57 y 4.50. Esperamos tan solo la nota de verde para el competidor de Israel y ahora también una más para azul, que lo veíamos yendo a la izquierda aquí en el Sunzal. La prioridad la tiene rojo, prioridad 2 verde. So last of red, 3.8 does not factor in for Team Nicaragua. Last of blue, 0.7 does not go to the top 2 scores for Team Slovakia. Just waiting on the last of green as we're down to 1 minute and 15 seconds. The priorities with red for Team Nicaragua. Second priority green for Team Israel. 50 seconds. Last of green is in. 4.73. Doesn't make it to the top two scores for Team Israel. He's in the lead with an 8.5 and an 8.17. In second is red, Team Nicaragua, with 5.57 and 4.5 as we watch Steven Castillo for Nicaragua in the red jersey up and riding. The third place is with blue, Team Slovakia with 1.77 and 1.5. He needs an 8.3 to go to second. And we are down to 15 seconds of this heat number 7. Priority remains with green. And green is up. We're ready for the countdown. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Time is up for this heat number 7. We have to work on a couple scores from the previous heat. So next heat, move into position and stand by. I'll give you a heads up when we're ready to start. Ya termina este hit número 7. Van a ingresar puntajes para el equipo de Nicaragua, también el de Israel. Una vez estemos listos para continuar con el hit número 8, les voy a avisar, muchachos, por ahora tenemos que esperar a que se digiten esos puntajes y como les hemos ido recordando, nuestros jueces tienen la posibilidad de mirar los replays para asegurarse de dar el puntaje adecuado a cada ola. Pueden ir comparándola con otras olas similares del hit o con olas anteriores. Por lo tanto, eso toma un poquito de tiempo, ya que la ola acá del Sunzal es bastante larga. Tenemos la última ola de rojo, 4.1, no entra en la sumatoria para Steven. Él queda en segunda posición de este hit y continúa en competencia en este mundial. Falta que ingrese una ola de verde para ISAsurfing de Israel. So the last of red, 4.1, does not factor in for Team Nicaragua. Just waiting on the last of green. Last of green, 5.9, doesn't make it to the top two scores for Team Israel. Count you in to start next heat in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Muy bien, vamos a dar los resultados extraoficiales del hit anterior antes de introducir a nuestro hit número 8. Unofficial previous hit final results. Winning the heat, green, Ida Hayash, Team Israel with 16.67 points. Coming in second, red, Steven Castillo, Team Nicaragua with 10.07 points. In third, blue, Marek Slavik, Team Slovakia with 3.27 points. And now we're moving to our live action. We have in the water heat number 8. In red, Ismaila Samb, Team Senegal. In green, Felix Golden, Team Norway. In white, Mohamed Ghazi, Team Saudi Arabia. Comenzamos ya con nuestra hit número 8 y como pueden ir escuchando los países que vamos nombrando. Eso es gracias a que tenemos 61 naciones en esta edición de Surf City El Salvador ISA World Surfing Games 2025. Como pueden imaginarse, la ceremonia de apertura, cuando hicimos ese rito de la ceremonia de las arenas del mundo, pudimos ver 61 banderas, 61 arenas que fueron traídas de estos países en donde terminan en esta pecera de vidrio y podemos ver los colores, las texturas de cada una de estas arenas del mundo que consagran la Unión Pacífica a través del surf. Y esas arenas, esas peceras maravillosas están presentes en el aeropuerto de El Salvador. Cuando tú aterrizas en San Salvador, puedes ver estas arenas del mundo, porque hemos tenido bastantes ceremonias aquí en El Salvador. Como ya les hemos ido contando, hemos tenido 10 torneos de la ISA. Y es muy lindo que eso esté presente como un museo, como un legado para El Salvador, que están haciendo del surf su deporte nacional, y eso es increíble. O sea, eso es lo que está empujando al crecimiento de este país, a un desarrollo sostenible, sustentable, con miras hacia este deporte que es el deporte del futuro, sin duda. Es un deporte que une a través de la naturaleza, es un deporte al cual todos podemos acceder, que nos alimenta el espíritu, porque también tienes contacto con el mar, con los amaneceres, los atardeceres. Qué increíble es levantarse temprano aquí por la mañana, eso de las 5 de la mañana, y ya ver gente que está ingresando al agua antes de los primeros rayos del sol. Y hay personas que están yendo a disfrutar de ese contacto con la naturaleza, y eso te brinda también este país, que puedes ir muy tempranito al agua y vas en tu traje de baño, con tu tabla, así simple, liviano, vibras tropicales, porque les comento, yo de Chile, wow, el clima es completamente diferente. Acá el agua tiene 30 grados. Esto es un paraíso para todos los surfistas que están buscando ese próximo destino de surf. Hagan clic en El Salvador, búsquenlo por ahí en Google, vayan a mirar esos pasajes y compren ese ticket al paraíso, a lo que va a ser su mejor surf trip de este 2025. Sigan mirando la transmisión en vivo para terminar de convencerse de que este es el mejor país que puedes escoger para ir a dar tu próxima vueltecita de surf. Además que acá es perfecto para aquellos que están también comenzando a surfear. Como pueden ver, la ola del Sunzal es muy buena para los principiantes. Además que hay muchos instructores que están clasificados y certificados por la ISA y que están presentes acá. De hecho, había una actividad donde te podías inscribir para clases de principiantes con un coach local que es certificado ISA, y ellos tienen una experiencia tremenda, ese conocimiento local que es tan clave para que te enseñen a surfear. Así que si es que vas a tomar tus primeras olas, no dudes hacerlo aquí en El Salvador. Tenemos puntajes entrando para este hit número 8. La primera ola de rojo para Senegal, 3.33. La primera de blanco para Arabia Saudita, 0.13. La prioridad la tiene verde de Noruega. Prioridad 2, blanco de Arabia Saudita. Opening score for red, Team Senegal, 3.33. First of white, Team Saudi Arabia, 0.13. In the lead position, Ismaila Samb with 3.33. In second is white Mohamed Gassi with 0.13. Still no rights for Team Norway, Felix Golden in green. He needs a 0.14 to go to second, as we are down to 14 minutes and 50 seconds of this heat. Number 8, the priority is with green. Second priority, white. Third priority, red. Y ahora que estamos en este momento de calma en las olas, aprovechamos también de contarle a nuestra audiencia y a nuestro público presente aquí en la playa que la ISA tiene un programa que está funcionando en este momento. Programa de juezas femenino. Es algo que se ha ido desarrollando en los últimos años para poder impulsar a que más mujeres estén en la industria del surf, con nuevas oportunidades para las mujeres que están interesadas en estar ahí detrás de estas pantallas de jueces donde están a través del criterio de juzgamiento, ¿verdad?, poniendo los puntos, y son partes de este panel oficial. Ellas vienen de todos los continentes, están junto a Dave Shipley, que está a cargo de este programa. Tienen una sala aparte, una sala de simulación de jueces con las pantallas, con el sistema de replay, para poder ir trabajando en conjunto. Además pueden hacer shadow judging, vienen a la sala del staff oficial, pueden sentarse ahí, estar también viendo cómo funciona todo y así se van creando nuevos puestos y nuevas oportunidades por el lado femenino para que estén presentes en los eventos. Y esto es algo que comenzó en los World Surfing Games el 2022 y ya tenemos mujeres que participaron de esos programas siendo parte del staff oficial de la ISA, así que eso es una oportunidad increíble para la inclusión y para la igualdad de género, no solamente como competidores, sino que también como miembros del staff. Estamos en el hit número 8. 12 minutos y 10 segundos restan de competencia. La prioridad la tiene blanco, la prioridad 2 la tiene rojo. Va a ingresar, cambia la prioridad 1 rojo, prioridad 2 blanco. So priority change, priorities with red, second priority white. We're waiting on that opening score for green, Team Norway, as we are just under 12 minutes. In our next heat, we will have Tristan Day for Team Canada, Paviel Marakovsky, Team Ukraine, and Zoltan Bakro, Team Hungary. Please check in at the beach marshal and be ready in the next couple minutes to enter the water. First off, green, 3.23. Changing situation now. In the lead is red with 3.33. In second is green with 3.23. In third is white with 0.13. White needs 3.11 to go to second. We're down to 11 minutes. Priority red, second priority white. Second scarf green is in 2 points as well. As we're halfway of this heat number 8, we would like to invite our surfers from the upcoming heat number 9 to enter the water. This is the current heat situation. In the lead position, green, Team Norway with 3.23 and 2 points back up. In second, red, Team Senegal with 3.33. In third place, white, Team Saudi Arabia with 0.13. White needs a 3.21 to go to second. Time call 9 minutes and 25 seconds remaining. Priority red for Team Senegal. Second priority white for Team Saudi Arabia. Restan 9 minutos y 15 segundos de este hit número 8. Ya invitamos a los competidores del hit número 9 a que ingresen al agua. Le recordamos a los muchachos del próximo hit que deben mantenerse pegados a la boya hasta que escuchen que ha finalizado el hit que está en curso. Recién ahí pueden ingresar a la zona de competencia. La situación del hit es la siguiente. Está liderando verde de Noruega con 3.23 y 2 puntos de backup. Está segundo rojo de Senegal con 3.33. Está tercero blanco de Arabia Saudita con 0.13. Blanco necesita 3.21 para ir al segundo lugar. Y restan 8 minutos con 30 en el reloj. La prioridad la tiene rojo, la prioridad 2 la tiene blanco, la prioridad 3 la tiene verde. Y vemos a los 3 competidores que van haciendo ingreso a su hit. Como les comenté anteriormente, ahora nos vamos entonces al hit número 9. Perdón, el hit número 9 es el que vamos a saltar. Nos vamos directo al hit número 10. porque el 9 tan solo tiene 2 competidores que automáticamente avanzan a la próxima ronda. Entonces de aquí nos vamos al hit número 10, que son los muchachos que están entrando al agua. Después el hit número 11 también lo vamos a saltar y nos vamos a ir con el hit número 12, donde tenemos ahí 3 competidores. Vamos a hacer acá en el podio del Sunzal hasta el hit número 19 el día de hoy. Y luego quedará la tarde libre y la cancha del Sunzal desocupada para todos quienes quieren seguir aquí practicando, quienes vinieron de turistas y están disfrutando de las olas del Salvador. Esta tarde a eso de las 3:30 va a quedar desocupada el área para que puedan venir a disfrutar de esta sesión de free surf. We're down to 7 minutes of this heat number 8. Just a quick rundown of the situation. In the lead position, green Felix Golden for Team Norway. Top 2 scores, 3.23 and 2 points. In second is red Ismail Assam, Team Senegal, with 3.33. Third place, white Mohamed Ghazi, Team Saudi Arabia, with 0.13. He needs a 3.21 to go to second. As we watch a second ride for Team Senegal, Ismail Assam. We're down to 6 minutes and 30 seconds remaining. Priority green, second priority white. And that's the last one.
Today?
Sí.
15?
Hit 19.
Oh, 19, yeah.
We're not doing that one today. So in the, mira, here. 1 to 19.
Yeah, but we don't do 9, 11, 13.
Yeah, but they put hits 1 to 19. This is the last one.
That's 15. This is 19.
Oh, well. Sí, sorry. That's the one that we're not going to run today. I'm high, I guess. Just under 5 minutes remaining, and we have the second scoring for Team Senegal. It's a 5.17, changing situation for heat number 8. Now, Team Senegal is in the lead with a 5.17 and a 3.33 backup. In second, green Team Norway with 3.23 and 2 points. In third place, white Team Saudi Arabia with 0.13. Needs a 5.1 to go to second. Priority green for Team Norway. Second priority red for Team Senegal. 4 minutes and 15 seconds remaining. Y ha cambiado la situación con esa segunda ola del equipo de Senegal. 5.17 le pagan a Ismail Assam. Se va directo a la primera posición. Está liderando con un 5.17 y un 3.33. Está segundo, verde de Noruega, con 3.23 y 2 puntos. Tercero, blanco, el competidor de Arabia Saudita, con 0.13. Él necesita 5.10 para ir al segundo lugar. Restan 3 minutos con 40 segundos de este hit número 8. La prioridad la tiene verde de Noruega, la prioridad 2, rojo de Senegal. Ya tenemos al próximo hit ahí esperando. Ese va a ser el hit número 10. Nos vamos a saltar el hit número 9, nos vamos directo al 10. Ahí están los muchachos ya listos para entrar cuando vemos ola de parte de Felix Golden. Está el noruego. Él está buscando cambiar una ola de 2 puntos para mejorar su puntaje en el segundo lugar. o bien para irse al primero. Vamos a ver lo que dirán los jueces. Restan 2 minutos con 50 segundos en el reloj. Two minutes and 30 seconds remaining. 2 minutos y 25 segundos restan de competencia. Aquí en el Inside encuentra una nueva oportunidad verde. Green, we have your previous score. Green, previous wave, 3.43. That goes to your top 2 scores, improving your heat situation in the second place. You have a 3.43 and a 3.23. Now the third place, white, needs a 6.53 to go to second. We are just under 2 minutes. So heat situation in the lead, red, Team Senegal, with 5.17 and 3.33. In second, green, Team Norway, with 3.43 and 3.23. Third place, white, Team Saudi Arabia, with 0.13, needs a 6.53 to go to second. 1 minute and 30 seconds remaining. Priority red for Team Senegal as we watch Ismail Assam on his third wave of this heat number 8. This is the heat leader. Él viene de Senegal. Ahí tenemos a el competidor Ismail Assam que está liderando este heat. Está buscando cambiar ese 3.33 para aumentar su diferencia, asegurando el paso a la ronda 2 de repechaje por el lado de los varones. 1 minuto en el reloj. La prioridad ahora la tiene blanco. Competidor de Arabia Saudita va a ingresar también una nota de verde. Verde 0.33 en su última ola. $40 seconds. Y ahí podemos escuchar al equipo de Senegal apoyando, haciendo barra a su competidor que está en el agua liderando este hit. Restan 22 segundos. Va a ingresar esa última nota para Ismail Assam. Ya restan 15 segundos. La prioridad se va para verde. Cuando vemos a blanco, él es de Arabia Saudita, Mohamed Ghazi. Restan 10 en el reloj. 10 seconds remaining. And we are ready for the countdown. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Time is up for hit number 8. So the last of red was 6 points. That goes to the top 2 scores for Team Senegal, Ismaila Sam. Last of white comes in as 0.63. And now we're going to move with our hit number 10. Please move into position. And after hit number 10, we're going to go straight with hit number 12. So we already have the unofficial previous heat final results. Winning the heat, red, Ismail Assam, Team Senegal with 11.17 points total. In second, green, Felix Golden, Team Norway with 6.66. In third place, white, Mohamed Ghazi, Team Saudi Arabia with 0.76 total. And for the next couple heats, you'll be joined by the smiley voice of Ben Way.
Smiley voice. I'll take that, Ixa. Thanks. We're going to start up our next heat in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
You're the funniest in the ISA, Ben. We already know that.
Thank you so much. You're runner-up. Just getting started with our men's Repacharge round 1, heat number 10. In red for Team Canada, Tristan Day. Representing Ukraine, green, Pavel Marakowski. In white for Hungary, Zoltan Bakro. So we're going to give the previous heat final results. Unofficially winning the heat, Ismail Assam for Senegal, 11.17 points. Second was Norway's Felix Golden, 6.66 points. And third was white, Mohamed Ghazi for Saudi Arabia, 0.76 points. I just realized that Ixa already gave you those previous heat results. We're going to call up our next heat. which will be the heat number 12 with Reed Platinius, Valentin Cheravati, and Joshua Jaiprasad. We want to make sure that they're checked in and ready to go. And at the 10-minute mark, we're going to send them out in the water. So we've had an amazing day 3 of competition, and it keeps getting better. Nice glassy conditions. We got that tide filled in, turning on this mid to inside section of the reef. We still got 2 more hours for that tide to push, so we're going to have shorter and shorter rides as the waves start breaking closer to the beach. But it's always a fun time out here and great performance conditions. We've seen some great scores and some great riding by all of our competitors today. So once again, thanks to all of our friends at home joining us on this Podium 2, the El Sunzal Peak, this 2025 Surf City El Salvador World Surfing Games. We are on day 3 of competition. Started out with some pretty big surf, and it's dropped off a little bit, but there's still really, really fun waves. And compared to a lot of the championships that I've worked around the world in 17 years, this is better than 90% of the contest conditions that you get around the world. So these guys are having a great time, especially with one less competitor in the water. Sharing the water with 2 other people at El Sunzal is a treat. So we congratulate you. 17 minutes and 20 seconds. So for all of our friends that are just catching up with us, this is one of 2 podiums of this 2025 Surf City El Salvador World Surfing Games. We are needing to use both of the top spots here in town because we have 61 nations that brought 291 talented athletes from around the world. And everyone's getting a chance to get a little taste of the surf in both of our podiums. Very different personality between the 2 breaks. This Podium 2, El Sunzal, is the Malibu of Surf City, with stretching waves that can produce up to a minute and a half ride, maybe 2 minutes when there's a lot of swell. And over on the south side of the Tunco Rock, we've got our Bocana Peak on Podium 1 going, which is a punchier, more peaky, a little bit shorter ride, shorter and punchier, sort of trestle-style wave. So a lot of variety for all of our surfers. And then we have 2 beach breaks on either side of the Tunco Rock, which is La Bocanita, and Sunzalito, where we got some cool little beach break conditions as well if you want to get away from the crowd. So Surf City's got it all for you, and it's not just here in town. There are perfect right points all the way up and down the coast. So book your trip now. We recommend it. It's just under 16 minutes. We have 1 score for green, 0.20. So that's the first wave for Ukraine, 0.20 for Paviel. He's now in 3rd priority. Green has 3rd priority. Time call, 15 minutes and 30 seconds. So very pleased on the partnership between the ISA and Surf City El Salvador since 2019 when we held our World Sup Championship at this very beach. And we saw some of the world's top SUP surfers surfing the Sunzal Peak, putting on an amazing show, as well as racers in the technical race that were going out to sea and coming back and getting to connect waves through here. That was a fun experience. 15 minutes, and we've been in love with El Salvador ever since. And thanks to the support of President Bukele and the Minister of Tourism of El Salvador, Mrs. Morena Valdez, we have been able to come back every year and hold world championships here, both in our junior. Last year we had a Masters tournament at this very beach, bringing back some of the superstars from the 80s and earlier. 14 minutes and 30 seconds. This place always produces, and it always produces a great time and a friendly atmosphere. So come check out Surf City El Salvador. 14 minutes and 20 seconds. So as Ixa had mentioned, next heat will be skipped. That was heat number 11. We go straight into heat number 12 with Reed Platenius for Canada, Valentin Chevetier for Ukraine, and for Trinidad and Tobago, we have Joshua Jaipersad coming up next. In about 4 minutes, we're going to let them hit the water and start paddling their way out to the standby buoy. So far, just one wave ridden by Ukraine, 0.20. He has third priority. So for any of our new surf fans or non-surfers that are catching up with us on the web, the way a wave breaks is energy coming across the sea until it hits a shallow spot in the topography of whatever the bottom is of the beach. Here it's all rocks, a big V shape that makes this perfect long right-hand wave. And so as the tide gets higher, it gets deeper, which makes that energy come farther in to find a shallow spot before the wave can pop up. So that's the reason we have our competitors about halfway in from where they started this morning, starting their waves, as we have red taken off. This is Team Canada's first wave. First priority white, second priority green. We'll see an opening score for Team Canada in just a moment. Green has first priority, second priority is with white. Green up and riding. Our second wave for Team Ukraine. Now white has first priority. And we're hearing a lot of cheers down on the beach. Some great support from Ukraine. Now, if I'm not mistaken, it seems like they have more members of their team this year. We always welcome more members from our newer nations. Ukraine's been present at quite a few of our world championships, and we welcome them back here to El Salvador, part of the ISAsurfing family. Red, Canada's first wave, 5.50 for Tristan Day. And Paviel, your last wave, 3.0 for Team Ukraine. So white has first priority. 11 minutes and 30 seconds. So for those of our friends around the world wondering, where is Surf City El Salvador? El Salvador is the smallest country in Central America, snuggled between Honduras and Guatemala, with a ton of beautiful waves on offer. Red up and riding again. That will be the second wave for Team Canada. And this is a beautiful land, not only with perfect waves, but it's also the land of volcanoes. And there's some great trekking, mountain biking, sightseeing, kayaking. There's all sorts of different activities that you can do. Beautiful waterfall just an hour away from here in Tamanique. Go cool down under some fresh water. 10 minutes and 30 seconds. We love this place. And San Salvador is also a very, very cool metropolitan city. White up and riding. This is opening wave for Zoltan for Hungary. So my last trip down, I was able to take a trip into San Salvador and see their brand new library in the center of town, which costs something close to $2 billion with interactive exhibits and a ton of new books. They even have a video game center where the kids have to read a certain amount of time to be able to play video games. So they're always pushing for education. And this is a very culture-rich community here in El Salvador. 9 minutes and 40 seconds. Red has first priority. Red's second wave is a 1.0. Hungary, white's first wave, 2.17. So here's the situation, guys. 9 minutes and 30 seconds. Tristan Day is in the lead. He has a 5.50 and a 1.0 for Canada. Green is in second. Paviel has a 3.0 and a 0.20. And White finds another one on his way out. This is the second wave for Team Hungary. Red now has first priority. Time call 9 minutes. So White, Zoltan's first score was at 2.17. We'll have a second score for him in just a moment, just under 9 minutes. Once again, our competitors for our next heat, Reed, Valentina, and Joshua, are welcome to enter the water and start working their way out to the standby buoy. And White, your second wave, 2.20. Change in situation. You've gone to second. Green's gone to third, needing a 1.37. As we see Canada's third ride. Green has first priority, 8 minutes and 30 seconds. Yeah. 8 minutes. Green has first priority. Second priority is with red. Well, 7 minutes and 40 seconds. Green has first priority. Second priority is with red. Red, your last score, 3.10. Red extends his lead position for Team Canada with a 5.50 and a 3.10. And White. He's found a fun little zone here on the midsection, already up on his third wave for Team Hungary. 7 minutes and 15 seconds. So we're now seeing the length of ride, and we're seeing how close into the beach Zoltan is bringing it. With the higher tide conditions, these riders will be able to connect and sometimes finish their last maneuver right before the sand and cobblestone rocks here on the beach. Just under 7 minutes. White's third wave, 2.67. Zoltan, you're in second. Team Hungary has a 2.67 and a 2.20. Green is in third with a 3.0 and a 0.20, needing 1.87 to advance. 6 minutes and 30 seconds remaining. So for all of our friends watching around the world, if you're interested in becoming a part of the ISA family, there are a lot of ISA courses that are available, and we are growing surfing up from the grassroots with 18,000 plus trained coaches and instructors, 5,000 plus trained judges, 6,000 plus water safety officials, and 500 plus adaptive surf instructors. And we're excited to announce bringing our parasurfing, adaptive parasurfing world championship to my hometown of Oceanside, North County, San Diego later this year. 5 minutes and 40 seconds. Green has first priority. Second priority is with red. So just over 5 minutes, 5 minutes and 10 seconds remaining. Green has first priority, second priority is with red. Beautiful conditions. We have that wind turning to a light offshore, just holding these faces open for these competitors. So 2 more hours till that tide pushes in as White. Team Hungary Zoltan becoming our busiest competitor in this heat. This will be his fourth wave. 4 minutes and 15 seconds. So we'll have a score for white coming in just a moment. First priority green, second priority red. And white improves the situation with a 3.23. White, you're in second. Green now needing 2.91. To advance, green has first priority. We have 3.5 minutes remaining.
Hay un leash que se rompió, la tabla está saliendo. El chico tiene que salir de la playa.
Okay, so if we can have someone from Team Canada. It looks like Tristan's broken his leash. If we can have someone from Team Canada bring him a replacement leash and hopefully save his board from hitting the rocks, we'd appreciate that. As well as anyone around the shoreline who can help us out with our rider in red. He's working his way to the shore break now. 2 minutes and 30 seconds. Green has first priority. Green up and riding. Pavel for Ukraine on his third ride. Finds a beautiful little wave here on the inside. 2 minutes. And Team Ukraine is charged up. Hooting every turn that Pavel does as he reaches the beach. 1 minute and 30 seconds. That will be his third ride. We'll have a score for him in just a moment. All right, we have a score for Pavel for Ukraine. Green's last wave, 3.47. Change in situation. Green goes to second. And here goes white up on the inside. Just 1 minute remaining. Score coming in for white. We're down to 40 seconds. Thirty seconds remaining. $20 seconds. $10 seconds. And we're going to count down. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So we have one more score coming in for white. We'll get that score in and give you the updated situation. That is the end of our heat number 10. We're about to move into heat number 12. Once again, heat 11 only had 2 competitors, so they automatically advance into the Repacharge round 2. We're going to start up our next heat. Getting my score sheet clear here. We're going to start you up in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So this is the start of our heat number 12 of our men's Repacharge round 1. Up and riding for Team Canada, Reed Platinius. In green, we have for Team Ukraine, Valentin Cherevati. In white, for Trinidad Tobago, we have Joshua Jaipersad. So here we have our previous heat final results. Unofficially winning, red, Team Canada, Tristan Day with 8.60 points. Second was white, Team Hungary, Zoltan Bakro with 7.10 points. Coming in third, green, Pavel Marukowski for Ukraine with 6.47 points. So after this heat, we skip our heat number 13, which will also be a two-competitor heat. They automatically advance into the round 2. So coming up next will be heat 14 with Cody Young, Thomas Lindhorst, and Jude Gomez. I want to make sure that they're checked in nice and early, and we'll send them out to the buoy at the 10-minute mark of this heat. So red, Reed, your first wave, 4.67 for Team Canada in red. Green has first priority. We'll also have an opening score for green has first priority. We have a score for white, 1.70. Just getting things started here. 18 minutes and 20 seconds remaining. Team Canada in the lead with a 4.67. Trinidad and Tobago have a 1.70. First priority white, second priority red. We'll have a score to come work out for green. First wave of Ukraine, 1.37 for green. So here's the updated situation. Red, Team Canada in the lead with a 4.67. White second with a 1.70. And green third with a 1.37, needing 0.34 to advance. 17 minutes and 40 seconds. First priority white, second priority is with red. So for all of our viewers at home around the world, especially those that are finding a new interest in our great sport of surfing, it is an Olympic sport. In case you missed the Paris 2024 Olympics and Tokyo 2020, we've had 2 inclusions in our summer games, and this is an Olympic sport to stay, as that was the second ride for Team Canada. White has first priority. So we're coming up to our third Olympic Games for the sport of surfing, thanks to the efforts of our ISA president, Fernando Aguirre, riding the impossible wave of bringing a sport that was looked at as a sport only for surf bums. No longer, it's actual competition. These are professional athletes, and we have Olympians. And we have many potential Olympians here in this course, as well as previous Olympians, including gold medalists for Team France of our Paris 2024 Games, Kaoli Vast, and the bronze medalist in our women's division in Tokyo 2020 with Amuro Suzuki. So red up on his third wave for Team Canada. White has first priority. Time call 16 minutes. So we'll have another score for Team Canada in just a moment. First priority white, second priority green. Time call 15 minutes and 30 seconds. Last of red, 5.50. So Team Canada in the lead with a 5.50 and a 4.67. White is in second with a 1.70. Green third with a 1.37, needing 0.34 to advance. Time call 15 minutes and 10 seconds. White has first priority, second priority is with green. So back on the topic of our Olympic sport of surfing, we have 22 Olympians competing in this 2025 Surf City El Salvador World Surfing Games, including Alonso Correa from Peru. He was in Paris 2024. Brian Perez from El Salvador also competed at Chopu in Paris 2024. Hiroto Ohara, Tokyo 2020 for Team Japan. Kaoli Vast, gold medalist from last year for France. Leandro Suna for Argentina in Tokyo 2020. Leandro, I believe, caught the first Olympic wave in our Tokyo 2020 Olympics. Luca Messinas for Peru. He competed in Tokyo 2020 and Paris 2024. Manuel Salman for Chile competed in Tokyo 2020. Ryo Inaba was at Teahupo for Team Japan. Red with a quick ride in and out, just testing out a new zone on the reef. 14 minutes. He gets a 0.50 for that last one. That will not factor in. Get another ride by first priority green, second priority white. So we had a priority change. So that put green with first priority and a second priority with white. 13 minutes and 30 seconds. Tim Elter was also an Olympian in Paris 2024. We saw him surfing on this peak this morning for Team Germany. And our women's Olympians, Amado Suzuki, bronze medalist in Tokyo 2020 for Team Japan. Anat Lelior for Israel. She competed in Tokyo 2020 and Paris 2024. Camilla Kemp for Germany, competed in Paris 2024. First priority white, second priority red, third priority is with green. 13 minutes remaining. Daniela Rosas for Team Peru competed in our first surfing in Tokyo 2020. Dominique Barona for Ecuador. She competed in Tokyo 2020 Olympics. Yaniri Gonzalez Echavarri. We saw her out here surfing yesterday. Paris 2024. Leilani Megano for Costa Rica. She was in Tokyo 2020. Nadia Erostarbe for Spain. Competed in Paris 2024. Sally Fitzgibbons, multiple champion of our World Surf Games, and she's competed in Tokyo 2020 in Australia. 12 minutes and 20 seconds. No change in situation. Still red first. Second white. Third green with a 0.34. 12 minutes and 15 seconds. White as first priority. Second priority red and third priority green. Suchi Yang for China was in Paris 2024, going forward at Teahupo. And Sol Aguirre competed in Paris 2024 for Team Peru. Teresa Monvalot for Portugal competed in Tokyo 2020 and Paris 2024, as well as Yolanda Hopkins for Portugal, Tokyo 2020 and Paris 2024. So we got superstars in this competition mixing it up. And we also are welcoming two new nations to the World Surf Games with Angola for their very first ever ISA event. Welcome Angola to our ISA surfing family, and Vanuatu back for the first time since a World Surfing Junior Championship in 2010. 11 minutes and 20 seconds. So deeper water over the reef means the waves are going to need a little more power to stand up. And so a little more space between the waves, a little more time to breathe and casually paddle yourself back out. We got 11 minutes so far. Reed Platinius for Canada. He's gotten 4 waves. Top scores are 5.50 and 4.67. 1 wave for White. Joshua for Trinidad and Tobago has a 1.70. Third green, Valentin Cheravachi for Ukraine has a 1.37. Needing 0.34 to advance. 10 minutes and 30 seconds. First priority white, second priority red, and third priorities with green. So priority changed, first priority red, now first priority goes to green, second priority goes to white. Priority change, first priority white, second priority green. We got another score coming in for red. And thank you to whoever saved Reed's board and got him on a new leash. You got him right back out there to get another one quickly. 9 minutes and 30 seconds. We'll have that last score in just a moment. He's leading the heat with a 5.50 and a 4.67. White is in second with a 1.70. Green in third with a 1.37, needing 0.34. 9 minutes and 15 seconds. We welcome our next heat competitors, Cody Young, Thomas Lindhorst, and Jude Gomez start working their way out to the buoy to stand by for their heat. All right, so here we have white up and riding. That will be the second wave for Trinidad and Tobago. Green stays with first priority. 8 minutes and 30 seconds remaining. So we'll have a second wave for white in just a moment. For Trinidad and Tobago, we'll give an update in the situation when we get that score. 8 minutes remaining. Green has first priority. First priority green, second priority red. So white, Joshua's second wave was a 3.0 for Trinidad and Tobago. White stays in second with a 3.0 and a 1.70. Green's in third with a 1.37, needing 3.33 to advance. 7 minutes and 30 seconds. Here we have green up and riding, second wave for Team Ukraine. First priorities with red. Time call 7 minutes and 15 seconds. Red up and riding. Red's last score comes in as a 2.43. We'll have a second score for green for Team Ukraine in just a moment. 6 minutes and 45 seconds. So green, Valentin, your second wave, 1.70. White has first priority. Now waiting on a score for red, and we'll give you an update. 6 minutes and 30 seconds. Time call 6 minutes. Waiting on the last of red. Last of red is in, 6.17. So red extends the lead position for Team Canada with a 6.17 and a 5.50. White second with a 3.0 and a 1.70. And green, Valentin Jarachi has a 1.70 and a 1.37. Green needs 3.01 to advance. 5 minutes and 40 seconds. White has first priority. So more about the ISA. The ISA is the world governing authority on surfing, recognized by the International Olympic Committee for the sport of surfing and all other wave riding activities. And it's the ISA's mission to create a better world through surfing. We got 5 minutes and 15 seconds remaining of this heat. White has first priority. Red first, second white, third green, needing a 3.01. The ISA holds annual World Surfing Championships around the world. They develop national federations around the world, also lobby and direct Olympic surfing, and create programs and certifications for surf instructing, judging, adaptive surfing, and international surf schools. They also award yearly scholarships to underserved under-18 surfers to get more young surfers into the competition. 4 minutes and 40 seconds. First priority white, second priority green. No change in situation. So the ISA believes surfing is a sport with great, incredible youth appeal that it transcends all barriers of wealth, status, race, creed, gender, and physical ability. Everyone has a chance to surf thanks to the ISA. 4 minutes and 20 seconds. First priority white, second priority red, and third priority green. White up and riding. Third wave for Trinidad and Tobago. Red now has first priority, second priority green. Down to 4 minutes. So for all of our friends at home who are itching to get down here and take part in some of these amazing waves here in Surf City, El Salvador, it's a very accommodating place to come. It's a great surf destination. And one thing here is you don't have to know how to speak Spanish. Everyone can communicate in English here. It's a very, very accommodating place for people around the world to come and visit and get your first wave here in Surf City, El Salvador. 3 minutes and 25 seconds. First priority red. Green's last wave, 0.57. Doesn't factor in. So red first, second white. Green is in third, needing 4.37. White's third wave was a 3.07. Green is in third, needing 4.37. We're down to 3 minutes. First priority red. So for our podium 2 over here at El Sunzal, the schedule calls to go all the way to our heat number 19, and that is while skipping heats number 9, 11, and 13 due to having a lack of competitors, which will automatically advance them into our men's Repacharge round 2. Two minutes. One minute and 45 seconds remaining. Red has first priority. One minute and 30 seconds. Here we have green up and riding. Fourth wave for Team Ukraine. One minute. So Team Ukraine should get an award for being the most supportive team. They are cheering on their surfers in every heat. Green's last wave, 1.93. Valentin, you're in third, needing 4.14. Just under 1 minute. We're down to 45 seconds. Red has first priority. Thirty seconds. Red has first priority. We're down to 20 seconds. The next heat, if you can just hold on for the two horns, just in case anyone gets a wave through there, we appreciate it. And we're going to count down. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So that wraps up our heat number 12. Next up, heat 14. We're going to let them get into position. And we're going to start you up in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. This is the start of our men's Repacharge round 1, heat number 14. And kicking me out of the booth is Ixa Marietta because she's too excited to call the action.
Sí, Benito, por favor, ya déjame a mí que quiero narrar estos próximos 2 hits. Estamos ya en el 14 de esta ronda 1 de repechaje por el lado de los varones y estoy de vuelta con ustedes no solamente en la transmisión aquí para la playa, sino que también aprovecho de saludar a toda la audiencia que está presente a través de nuestra transmisión oficial en ISAsurf.org y por supuesto que también a través de YouTube y las redes sociales. Tenemos resultados extraoficiales del hit anterior. So unofficial previous hit final results. Finish first. Red Platinum Team Canada with 11.67 points. Second, White Joshua Jaipursat Team Trinidad and Tobago with 6.07 points. In third, Green Valentin Sherevatki Team Ukraine total 3.63 points. Now moving to our live action, we have in the water hit number 14 in red, Cody Young, Team Canada. In green, Tomas Lindhorst, Team South Africa. In white, Jude Gomez, Team Trinidad and Tobago. Time call, 18 minutes and 35 seconds remaining, and we are gonna make the call for our next heat number 15. That will be Robin Keating, Team Ireland, Benjamin Stoller, Team Slovakia, John Chan, Team Chinese Taipei. Please check in at the Beach Marshall area. Just a reminder for our next heat that we have a 10 minutes paddle out here at El Sunzal Point. So make sure you check the timer up on the tower. I'll let you guys know when you are ready to go and enter the water though. 17 minutes and 55 seconds remaining. Restan 17 minutos y 50 segundos. Recién comenzamos con este hit número 14. Estamos viviendo el tercer día de competencia en este lunes 8 de septiembre, transmitiendo desde el Sunzal este Surf City El Salvador ISA World Surfing Games 2025, la 10ª parada que realiza la ISA, la Asociación Internacional de Surf, dirigida por el gran Fernando Aguirre, que estuvo dando un discurso tremendo en la ceremonia de apertura, donde no tan solo celebramos este mundial, sino que también celebramos que vamos a tener más mundiales ISA este año. Vamos a continuar en noviembre con los Para Surfing Championship y también en diciembre los Juniors Championship en Perú. Vamos a movernos de locación, pero vamos a seguir reuniendo a la familia ISA y a esas futuras generaciones y aquellos que representan el amor y la unión a través del surf. Así que nuestra misión se sigue expandiendo. La ISA, que es la autoridad reconocida por el Comité Internacional de Surf para el deporte del surfing, y que estamos haciendo un mejor mundo a través del surf desde el 1964. Una misión que se ha expandido y que cada vez va uniendo más naciones a esta fuerza. En este mundial, 61 países presentes, 61 naciones y 291 atletas. Y nada más y nada menos que 22 atletas olímpicos aquí en este mundial. Un número increíble. Y estamos con grandes estrellas del surfing presentes en este ISA World Surfing Games 2025 en Surf City, El Salvador. Tenemos puntajes ingresando para esa primera ola de Cody Young de Canadá. Aquellos que se están uniendo recién a nuestra transmisión del podio de El Sunzal, les informamos también que nuestra misión principal como comentaristas de playa es entregarle la información técnica a los atletas, eso es los puntajes, el tablero de posiciones, los requisitos que tienen, las prioridades, si es que llega a haber alguna interferencia de prioridad o cambios de prioridad, la tenemos que anunciar. Esa es la información primordial para nosotros, pero también como estamos en el segundo podio y nuestro audio está apareciendo en la transmisión, estamos acompañándolos también con información que va nutriendo a la audiencia que nos visita desde lejos. Pero de todas maneras, para nuestros atletas, les hemos ido comentando que la información principal es ir dándole los resultados en el agua. We have an opening score for Team Canada, 5.83. First for red, 5.83. You have the third priority. We're down to 14 minutes and 25 seconds. Y si aún no lo hacen, invito a todos quienes nos están viendo desde casa también que nos sigan a través de ISAsurf.
Priority is white first.
Bueno, y aquí
Second
entonces
red,
tenemos
green.
un anuncio por parte de nuestro juez de prioridades. Se ha establecido prioridad y la prioridad 1 la tiene blanco, prioridad 2 rojo, prioridad 3 verde. So priorities are set. First priority is with white, second priority red, third priority green. Y como les estaba comentando, invitamos a quienes todavía no lo hacen que nos vayan a seguir a nuestras redes sociales como ISAsurfing, y también les invito a que sigan nuestra página de Surf City, donde estamos publicando las actividades que se están haciendo durante el Mundial, que no son solamente la competencia, sino que tenemos clases también que se pueden inscribir. Hay clases de yoga, tenemos clases de entrenamiento funcional, de jiu-jitsu, hemos tenido distintos tipos de actividades y está súper interesante a que vayan a nuestras redes sociales para que vean si ustedes nos están escuchando desde casa o están acá en la playa, si se quieren inscribir y participar de estas actividades, lo pueden hacer y enterarse de todo a través de Surf City en las redes sociales. Ahí estamos publicando no tan solo información de lo que está ocurriendo en el agua con la competencia, sino que mucho más y por supuesto de cosas que hay por hacer alrededor en el Tunco, también en La Libertad y en todo el país. Si es que es primera vez que nos visitas, te recomiendo que vayas a seguirnos a la cuenta, porque si tú ves el historial, si tú ves nuestra pantalla ahí de Surf City, vas a poder encontrar tanta información para ver qué hacer. Tal vez quieres un día darte libre de surf y tienes ganas de ir a conocer un pueblito mágico, o quieres ir a la ciudad, quieres ir a ver un lago, quieres ir a jugar golf, quieres ser parte de esa experiencia de ir al Encanto, puedes hacerlo y encontrar más información a través de nuestra página de Surf City. Tienes que ir a hacerlo acá, de hecho, a la entrada del Club Salvadoreño hay una cancha de minigolf donde está Gonzalo ahí a cargo de esta actividad. Pueden ir y pueden jugar, pueden practicar y encontrar esos momentos de diversión mientras estás esperando a que compitan tus compañeros de equipo, y pueden ir a divertirse y hacer ahí unos pequeños campeonatos en la cancha de minigolf para buscar esa diversión que también tiene estar de viaje y compartiendo con tus compañeros de país. Tenemos puntaje para esa primera ola de blanco 1.67. Opening score for white 1.67. So current hit situation as we're down to 11 minutes and 10 seconds. In the lead is red, Team Canada with 5.83. In second, white, Team Trinidad and Tobago with 1.67. Still no rights for green Team South Africa, who needs 1.68 to go to second. Priority red, second priority green, third priority white.
I'm going to make a sunset at Garage today.
Orange, perfect. Yeah,
I have energy today.
I can tell.
Too much.
Too much?
Too much for just one more hour. ¿No trajiste tus alertas? have a set here.
I know, this is like trouble. I just have so much weight on my suitcase, and it was like, oh, should I bring my aleta? Should I bring my mask, my hand clean? And
I
that's
talked to Joyce
another.
and maybe go body surfing at the end after. Go back to the hotel, grab a shit, and either on this side or the right by our hotel. The waves are kind of smaller and fun. Good for body surfing. You can do the tandem body surfing.
Yeah. And we have a second wave for Team Canada with Cody Young in the red jersey, and out the back, the first for green, Thomas Lindhorst, Team South Africa. The priority goes to white for Jude Gomez. Time call 9 minutes and 25 seconds remaining. So next heat can enter the water. That will be heat number 15 of this men's repechage round 1. Estamos esperando por esas notas que se digiten para el equipo de Sudáfrica y el equipo de Canadá, cuando atrás vemos más acción por parte de Jude Gómez, el competidor de Trinidad y Tobago. Restan 8 minutos y 30 segundos. También estamos chequeando que nuestro hit número 15 entra al agua y tenemos a los 3 competidores entonces del hit número 15. Van remando para esperar ahí cerca de la boya hasta que finalice el hit que está en curso, y ahí, una vez escuchan esa oleosina, ellos pueden entrar a la zona de competencia. Second of white, 1.93. Waiting on the first of green and second of red to give you an update on the situation, as we're down to 8 minutes of this hit number 14. The priority goes to white. 7 minutos y 45 segundos resta de competencia. La prioridad la tiene blanco. And we have the second scoring for red, 8.50. Red, you have the second priority. In the lead position is red, Team Canada, with 8.5 and a 5.83. As we watch a second ride for Team South Africa. And out the back, no right for white, so priority change. First priority red, second priority white. 7 minutes and 5 seconds remaining. We're waiting for scores. We have 2 scores coming in for green to give you situation. Estamos esperando las 2 olas de verde que se digiten aquí en pantalla para poder entregarle la situación a Thomas Lindhorst. Por el momento les comento que restan 6 minutos y 50 segundos. La prioridad la tiene rojo, el canadiense. La segunda prioridad la tiene blanco. And we have red up at the right for Team Canada with Cody Young. Now priority goes to white. Time called 6 minutes and 30 seconds remaining. So opening score of green is a 5.33, second of green 3.1. Hit situation in the lead, red, Team Canada with 8.5 and a 5.83. In second, green with a 5.33 and a 3.1. In third, white with 1.93 and 1.67. We're waiting on your last wave. You're in third, needing a 6.2 to go to second. 5 minutes and 45 seconds remaining. Time, that's the time call, and priority is with red for Team Canada. Last of white is in, 2.23, goes to his top 2 scores. White, you are in third, now needing a 6.20 to go to second. So we're down to 5 minutes, and we are going to give a quick rundown of the situation of this heat. Number 14 in the lead position, red, Team Canada, with an 8.5 and a 5.83. Second, green, Team South Africa, with 5.33 and 3.1. Third place, white, with 2.23 and 1.93. White needs a 6.2 to go to second. Priority is with red, second priority green, third priority white. Time call 4 minutes and 30 seconds remaining. Last of red was a 0.6. 4 minutes and 20 seconds. 4 minutos con 15 segundos restan de competencia. Tal vez ustedes en casa se están preguntando qué es lo que hace la ISA. Además de realizar los campeonatos de surf mundiales anualmente de nuestras distintas disciplinas, ¿verdad? El surf, el Open Surf Junior, para surfing, longboard, también Master o SUP Events. Hacemos que se desarrollen federaciones nacionales alrededor del mundo. También somos los directores del surfing olímpico. Hay programas y certificaciones para instructores de surf, para jueces, para el surf adaptados y también para escuelas de surf internacionales. Y además tenemos programas de becas que son para surfistas de menos de 18 años. Por lo tanto, hay variedad de cosas que está haciendo la ISA en paralelo a organizar campeonatos. Si tú quieres tener más información o crees que puedes acceder a alguna de estas distintas acciones que hace la ISA, puedes ir a nuestra página web y investigar para saber si es que quieres tal vez sacar tu certificación como instructor de surf o certificar tu escuela. Lo puedes hacer a través de nuestro sitio web. Va a entrar un puntaje más para Blanco de Trinidad y Tobago. Restan 2 minutos y 30 segundos. La prioridad la tiene rojo, la prioridad 2 la tiene verde. 2 minutes and 30 seconds remaining. Last of white, 1.73. Priority red, second priority green. And red pulls his priority card. He's up and riding. That's Cody Young for Team Canada. Priorities with green now for Team South Africa. So we're down to 2 minutes and 10 seconds. One minute and 45 seconds remaining. Priority green. We're waiting on the last score for red to give you an update on the situation. 1 minuto y 35 en el reloj. One minute and 15 seconds, and the last of red, 4.7. Does not factor in for Team Canada. He's in the lead with an 8.5 and a 5.83. Forty seconds, and you have green up, third right for Team South Africa, priority white, second priority red, 35 seconds remaining. We're down to 25 seconds. Fifteen seconds. And we're ready for the countdown in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Time is up for this heat number 14. We're waiting on the last score for Team South Africa in green. Next heat, move into position. Last of green, 5.07. So we're all set to start with our next heat. We're just waiting our surfers to be in position to start the heat. Ya tenemos todo listo para iniciar, solamente estamos esperando a que los competidores tomen posición. All right, so we're gonna count you into the start in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Heat number 15 is on, and we're gonna give the unofficial previous heat final results. Winning the heat, red, Cody Young, Team Canada with 14.33 points. Coming in second, green, Thomas Lindhurst, Team South Africa with 10.40 points. Third place for white, Jude Gomez, Team Trinidad and Tobago with 4.16 points. Now in the water heat number 15, in the red jersey, Robin Keating, Team Ireland. In blue, Benjamin Stoller, Team Slovakia. In green, John Chan, Team Chinese Taipei. And this is the call for our next heat to check in at the beach marshal area. Please, Sidi Yoro Kamara, Team Senegal. Yaroslav Dombrovsky, Team Ukraine. Xava Pinces, Team Hungary. Please check in at the beach marshal area. Time call 18 minutes and 35 seconds. We are just starting with our heat number 15. Estamos recién comenzando con este hit número 15 de un total de 19 que vamos a realizar hoy en esta ronda 1 de repetaje acá en el podio del Sunzal. Vamos avanzando como avión y la verdad que los días se hacen bastante cortos aquí en el área porque las olas no han parado, los competidores nos mantienen ocupados y con bastante entretención y la verdad que también con un poquito de envidia porque sí quedan ganas de estar metidos ahí en el agua, en el Sunzal, solamente 3 personas compartiendo olas, eso es increíble y la verdad que es uno de los privilegios de ser parte de los torneos y de este Mundial ISA, de poder ocupar esta ola que por lo general está muy llena siempre, ¿verdad? Es una ola perfecta, una ola que también es ideal para todos los niveles, entonces es donde se hacen las clases de surf, así que aprovechamos de dar un saludo a todos los locales que siempre nos permiten compartir estas olas para desarrollar los torneos y esperamos también que sea una fuente de dar a conocer este espacio para que se siga incrementando el desarrollo y el negocio y el comercio y que a todos les esté yendo bien. Sin duda es un win-win para toda la comunidad, pero sabemos que la entrega de prestar en la ola, de prestar y compartir este lugar en los torneos puede afectar un poquito, pero lo bueno es que estamos organizados en este mundial para tener 24 hits al día, lo que hace más o menos 8 horas y por lo tanto queda la mañana, la primera luz del día y también toda la tarde para poder surfear. Así que quienes tengan ganas de ir a meterse al agua, les recordamos que vamos a terminar a eso de las 3:30, 3:40 de la tarde el día de hoy y luego desocuparemos la cancha maravillosa del Sunzal para que puedan seguir disfrutando de estas exquisitas olas que son en El Salvador por el clima, por la forma, por la consistencia que tiene. qué olas más constantes hay acá en este país. Es increíble y además que la calidez de su gente acompaña el clima sin duda. Así que aprovechamos ahí de darle un saludo a la gente salvadoreña que nos comparte sus olas increíbles. We have an opening score for Blue 1.93. First of Blue 1.93, time call 15 minutes and 50 seconds remaining. Este es el día 3 de competencia de Surf City, el Salvador ISA World Surfing Games 2025. Quienes están recién sintonizando nuestras pantallas de El Sunzal, les damos una cordial bienvenida y gracias por estar aquí presentes. Estamos en el día número 3 de competencia, hit número 15 de la ronda 1 de repechaje de los varones. En el agua en rojo Robin Kiren de Irlanda, en azul Benjamin Stoller de Eslovaquia, en verde John Chan de China Taipei. Está liderando en este momento el competidor de Eslovaquia con 1.93. Él tiene la tercera prioridad. Restan 14 minutos y 5 segundos. So we're down to 14 minutes. The third priority goes to Blue. Blue is in the lead with an 1.93. And we have another ride for Team Slovakia. This is his second wave. We're down to 12 minutes and 45 seconds. In out back, green takes position. And we have green up, an opening ride for Team Chinese Taipei. Priority goes to red for Team Ireland. 12 minutes and 30 seconds remaining. Y ahí logra un largo recorrido el competidor de China Taipei, también el eslovaco. Vamos a esperar por esos puntajes. También le contamos a nuestra audiencia que el criterio de juzgamiento no es realmente qué tan largo es el recorrido, sino que es más la velocidad, la potencia, el control, la combinación de maniobras fuertes, el compromiso, las maniobras en zonas críticas de la ola, aéreos progresivos, Eso es lo que realmente se está evaluando. Por lo tanto, no importa si es que tu recorrido es tan largo, más bien qué tan críticas, qué tan potentes son esas maniobras. Green opening ride 5.50. Blue second wave 2.13. This is the heat situation. In the lead position, green, Team Chinese Taipei with 5.5. In second, blue, Team Slovakia with 2.13 and 1.93. Red, you're in third, needing a 4.06 to go to second. Time call 10 minutes and 45 seconds remaining. Priority red for Team Ireland. Tenemos 10 minutos y 35 segundos en el reloj todavía para este hit número 15. Recién nos estamos acercando a la mitad. Ya vamos a darle el pase al próximo hit 16 a que ingrese al agua para que pueda estar ahí esperando en la zona de stand-by cerca de la boya antes de entrar a su hit. Está liderando este hit número 15, verde de China Taipei con 5.50. Está segundo, azul de Eslovaquia con 2.13 y 1.93. Está tercero, rojo, el irlandés todavía sin olas. Él está buscando 4.06 para ir al segundo lugar. So we're down to 9 minutes and 55 seconds. The next heat can enter the water. Please remind to stay in the standby zone close to the buoy and do not enter the competition area until this heat finish. Priority is with red, second priority blue. Time call 9 minutes and 30 seconds. Just under 9 minutes remaining. That's green's second wave for Team Chinese Taipei. Priority red is second priority blue. Time call 8 minutes and 35 seconds. Y encuentra un buen ritmo el competidor Yon Chan de China Taipei. Esa es la segunda ola de este competidor, restando 8 minutos y 20 segundos. Él es el líder de la serie, está primero con un 5.5. Vamos a esperar el puntaje que digiten los jueces para esta su segunda ola. La prioridad la mantiene rojo de Irlanda, la segunda prioridad azul de Eslovaquia. So we're down to 8 minutes. So we're waiting on that second score to come in for green, Team Chinese Taipei. The priority is with red for Team Ireland. Second priority blue for Team Slovakia. Parte también de la misión y de los programas de desarrollo que tiene la ISA es certificar y dar cursos de seguridad acuática, de water safety, para entrenar a próximos instructores. Hay más de 5.000 coaches que han sido certificados por la ISA. Como ustedes pueden ver, el equipo que tenemos aquí de Water Safety es un equipo muy profesional que están encargados de solamente mantener la seguridad en el agua y ocupamos su asistencia en caso de emergencia. Y por eso no es que están ayudando a los competidores a volver a la zona del takeoff, sino que ellos están ahí pendientes de que esté todo tranquilo, todo bien, y en caso de una emergencia ellos van a asistir a la persona que lo requiera. Pero si es que un competidor llega a tocar el jet ski o se llega a subir al jet ski, eso va a indicar el término de su hit inmediatamente. Es por eso que tal vez ustedes en casa se preguntan por qué no están ocupando el jet ski para que los asistan de volver a la zona del takeoff. Es por eso, solamente en caso de emergencia. Pero también es importante saber que la ISA brinda estos cursos y si a ti te interesa entrar en este mundo de la seguridad acuática, de la seguridad dentro del mar con las motos de agua, Lo puedes hacer investigando en nuestro sitio web isasurf.org. And we have a second scoring for Team Chinese Taipei in green, 6.17. That's your highest score. John, you're in the lead with 6.17 and a 5.5. In second is blue, Team Slovakia, with a 2.13 and a 1.93. In third is red, Team Ireland, with Robin Keating. He needs a 4.06 to go to second. Time call, 5 minutes and 45 seconds remaining. Priority red for Team Ireland, second priority blue for Team Slovakia, third priority green for Team Chinese Taipei. As we watch an opening right for Team Ireland, priority goes to blue, second priority green. 5 minutes and 30 seconds remaining. Y ahí entonces vemos la primera ola para el irlandés y más atrás se mantiene activo el competidor de China Taipei con un buen ritmo que ha podido encontrar en este hit número 15. Azul queda con prioridad en el lineup, el eslovaco que está segundo. Restan 5 minutos con 5 segundos en el reloj. Estamos ya entrando en la recta final de este hit número 15. We're down to 5 minutes. And we are waiting for scores. One score coming in for Red Team Ireland and also one for Green Team Chinese Taipei. Priorities with blue for Team Slovakia. Four minutes and 15 seconds remaining. Next hit, please hold your positions. Do not get any closer to the competition area. We're still down to 4 minutes remaining of this current heat. Three minutes and 35 seconds remaining. 3 minutos y 35 segundos. We have an opening score for red. 5.33, changing situation for Team Ireland. He goes to second. And now blue dropped to third. Blue needs 3.21 to go back to second. Priorities with blue. We're just waiting on the last of green to give you full situation. We're down to 3 minutes and 10 seconds of this heat 15. Y el competidor irlandés consigue un 5.33 en su primera ola que agarró en eso de los 5 minutos. Se había mantenido esperando, paciente, no había conectado y con esa ola logra meterse en el segundo lugar. Está tercero el eslovaco, él ahora está buscando un 3.21. Les recordamos que aquí se juegan todo por el todo, solo el primer y el segundo lugar es quien avanza a la próxima ronda. Tercer y cuarto lugar lamentablemente se despide de la competencia, por lo tanto se lo están jugando todos estos competidores en esta ronda de repechaje. 2 minutos con 20 segundos restan de competencia. Todavía hay tiempo, todavía hay oportunidades. Y como sabemos, el Sunzal es un imán de olas que nos mantiene cada hit con acción. Y así lo podemos ver. A ver, se va posicionando y va remando. Azul no lo consigue. So priority change. First priority green. Second priority blue. We're down to 2 minutes. First priority green, second blue, third red. And we have the last of green in 6.47. That's your highest score, improving your hit total in the lead position, Team Chinese Taipei, with a 6.47 and a 6.17 backup. Red, you're in second, Team Ireland, with a 5.33. In third, blue Team Slovakia with 2.13 and 1.93, needing a 3.21 to go to second. Time call, 45 seconds remaining. Priority green, second priority blue, third priority red. And green takes position. And this is the fourth ride for Team Chinese Taipei. We're down to 30 seconds. Priority blue, second priority red. $20. 12 seconds. And we're ready for the countdown in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Time is up for hit 15. We're working on the last of green. Please, next hit, move into position. Last of green, 5.93. And we're going to count you in to start next heat in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So I'm going to welcome back Ben in the booth for the next couple hits. Sí, Ben, tú estás de vuelta.
I'm back. Thank you very much, Ixa Marieta. We have just moved into our men's Repacharge. Round one, heat number 16. In red for Senegal, we have Sidi Kamara. In green for Ukraine, Yaroslav Dombrowski. And for Hungary in white, Saba Pinkses. Coming up next, we're going to move into our heat number 17, where we'll have Oscar Guzman for Nicaragua. For Slovakia, we'll have Ralph Zizek. And for Sweden, Miloshani. Want to make sure that they're checked in. And at the 10-minute mark of this heat, we'll be sending them out. So here we have the previous heat, unofficial final results. Winning the heat, Chinese Taipei's John Chan. Green had 12.64 total points. Second was red, Robin Keating for Ireland with 5.33 total points. Third place was blue, Benjamin Stoller for Slovakia with 4.06 points. So it has been an amazing day 3 of competition for this 2025 Surf City El Salvador World Surfing Games. So 3 more heats to go to finish our day 3 of competition. Red up and riding. Opening wave for Team Senegal. First priority goes to white, as we have an opening ride for Ukraine. We'll have an opening score for City for Senegal in just a moment, 17 minutes and 20 seconds. Opening wave for Team Senegal, 4.67. Team Ukraine, first wave, 2.0. White has first priority. We have 17 minutes remaining. So for all of our friends who stuck with us through this day 3 of competition, we appreciate your company, watching us live on the web from here in Surf City, El Salvador, home of the right surf. And we have consistently fun waves throughout the day. Tide filling in. We're almost to our afternoon high tide. We've got about 40 minutes to our high tide today. And we have consistently fun surf all the time here in Surf City, El Salvador. This is about as small as you'll see it, and we'll see that incoming swell pick up the size in the next few days. First priority white, second priority green. Right now, red is in the lead with a 4.67. Green is in second with a 2.0. White currently in third place with first priority, needing 2.01 to advance. So for all of our friends at home, if you want more action, and at the end of the competition day, if you want to catch up on our highlights video, follow us on Instagram at ISAsurfing. You're probably early on the YouTube if you're hearing this, and you can also follow us on TikTok and Facebook. So beautiful Surf City, El Salvador. The smallest country in Central America with the biggest amount of waves, and a lot of destinations throughout the world. Never go a day without surfing this place. First priority white, second priority green, and third priorities with red. Priority change, first priority white, second priority red, third priority green. So in case you're just catching up with us on the web around the world, we are in Surf City, El Salvador. This is our men's Repacharge round 1, heat number 16. We'll be ending at our heat number 19 today. A few more to go to finish off our contest day. We've had some great surf on this Malibu of Surf City, El Salvador, which is the El Sunzal point break. And this is the opening wave for Team Hungary. First priority goes to red, second priority goes to green. White's first wave, 2.37. So Team Hungary goes to second. Ukraine in third, needing 0.38. Red first, second white, third green, needing 0.38. We have 14 minutes. Red has first priority, and second priority is the green. Time call just over 13 minutes. So the tide's filled in. We have a 3 o'clock afternoon high tide. It's about as deep as it'll get on top of the reef, slowing things down just a bit, but still a lot of swell making its way through and finding those shallow spots on the reef to peel off these perfect right waves. 12 minutes and 40 seconds. Red has first priority, second priority is with green. Team Senegal in the lead at the moment with a 4.67. Team Hungary white has a 2.37 in second place, and green Ukraine is in third with a 2.0, needing 0.38. So we're down to 12 minutes remaining. We'll give a rundown of the situation for our friends that are watching in Spanish. Estamos en la ronda de repachaje número 1, varonil, heat número 16. Por el momento, rojo está en primer lugar, el surfer de Senegal, con 4,67. Segundo, blanco de Hungría, tiene 2,37. En tercer lugar, verde, tiene 2,0. El surfer de Ucrania, que tiene buscando 0,38 para avanzar. Tenemos 11 minutos, 15 segundos. Primer pilar rojo, segundo pilar verde. So we are pleased to be back here in Surf City, El Salvador. We've had some amazing competition moments throughout the years since our partnership with Surf City in 2019, starting with our World SUP Championship. And we've had great World Championships over the years. Thank you to Surf City, President Bukele, and the Minister of Tourism of El Salvador, Ms. Morena Valdez. 10 minutes and 40 seconds. To any of our friends that are interested in coming to Surf City, El Salvador, it's a very accommodating spot. Very peaceful vibe here and very friendly locals. And you can get along without any Spanish skills at all. Everyone can speak English. And it's a very fun place that you will have a non-stop surf. You'll be able to surf every day, as well as catch your own wave if you want to use some of the surf schools and local instructors. 10 minutes remaining. Our next heat is welcome to enter the water. Oscar, Ralph, and Milo. Go ahead and start working your way out. Time call, 9 minutes and 30 seconds. Once again, the competitors from the next heat are welcome to enter the water whenever they like. Start making their way out to the standby buoy. Here we have green up and riding on the left. That's right. Not only rights here in El Salvador, we also have the left option, white up and riding. This will be the second ride for Team Hungary. On the left, we had Team Ukraine. Red up and riding. Second wave for Team Senegal. So we've been happy to have our team Senegal at multiple events for the ISA throughout the years. We've seen City in many a competition. We'll see his second score in just a moment. And we have scores coming in for Yaroslav, who's also Ukraine. He's been representing Ukraine in various events for us. Green second wave, 2.53. And Kasava for Hungary. Second wave, 1.87. Red, your second wave, 5.23. City, you're in the lead with a 5.23 and a 4.67. Green second with a 2.53 and a 2.0. And white in third with a 2.37 and a 1.87, needing 2.17. So current situation in the water, Team Senegal in the lead. Red with a 5.23 and a 4.67. Green second with a 2.53 and a 2.0. White is in third with a 2.37 and a 1.87. Just under 7 minutes remaining. Green has first priority. 6 minutes and 30 seconds remaining. So priority situation, first priority green, second priority red, third priority is with white. And white, spinning it around on the inside. That'll be the third wave for Team Hungary. So as we're almost at the highest tide of the afternoon, we can start to hear the shore break rumbling down below us. Some of the bigger sets that come through will finish all the way at the beach, giving these guys a lot of space to work out some maneuvers and work on those high-scoring combinations. 5 minutes and 15 seconds. Priority change. First priority red, second priority green. So for our less contest-savvy viewers at home, when we say priority change, that means one surfer had the choice of the first wave of the set or whichever wave they choose. If they show intent but don't actually ride the wave, they will lose that priority and the next in line will move into their position. So that's what happened in the last one. First priority now with red, second priority with green, 4 minutes and 40 seconds. So if anyone out there is interested in becoming part of the ISA family, the International United Nations of Surfing family, we have coach and instructor courses. We've created 18,000 plus coaches around the world and instructors, 5,000 plus judges, and we're very excited to have our women's judging program currently live judging and creating new talent as we have white up again on the fourth wave. So the ISA also always pushing for gender equality, and they're breaking barriers with the judging program, creating more opportunities for women in surfing. 3 minutes and 30 seconds. So we have a number of women's judges in training under the watchful eye of Dave Shipley, a legend in surfing competition, second generation, 3 minutes and 15 seconds. First priority red, second priority green. Previous of white was a 2.30. He topped that with his last wave of a 2.73. Green is first, white is in second. Red is first, white is second, green is in third, needing a 2.58. We have just under 3 minutes. Red has first priority, second priority is with green. Red's in the lead with a 5.23 and a 4.67. White in second, now with a 2.73 and a 2.37. And green in third with a 2.53 and a 2.0, needing 2.58 points to advance. 2 minutes and 40 seconds. Green up and riding. Third wave for Team Ukraine. Red has first priority. We're down to 2 minutes and 15 seconds. Red up and riding. City Camara for Team Senegal. This is his third wave. He's our heat leader at the moment. 2 minutes. Got a score coming in for the last wave of green as we watch Team Senegal's third ride. 1 minute and 30 seconds remaining. Scores coming in for green and for red. One minute remaining, waiting on scores for green and red, and we'll give these guys an update in the situation. Green's third wave, 2.97. Red's last wave, 6.0. We're down to 40 seconds remaining. Red in the lead. Second green, third white, needing a 2.78. We're down to 35 seconds. 25 seconds remaining. Time winding down. We're down to 10 seconds. Counting down. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So that wraps up our heat number 16. Heat 17 moving into position. All right, we're going to move into our heat number 17. Attention riders, counting you in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We are now in our men's Repacharge round 1, heat number 17. In red for Team Nicaragua, Oscar Guzman. For Slovakia in blue, Ralph Zizak. And for Sweden in green, Milo Shani. Here we have our unofficial previous heat final results. Winning the heat was Team Senegal Red, City Yoro Kamara, with 11.23 total points. Second was green, Ukraine's Yaroslav Dombrowski, with 5.50 points. Third place was white, Ksasaba Pinches, for Team Hungary with 5.10. Coming up next in our heat number 18, we will have Team Netherlands, Oliver Heinz. People's Republic of China, Jiang Kaiteng. And for Hungary, in white will be Zisolt Diosegi. And here we have opening wave for Team Nicaragua. This is Oscar Guzman. Opening wave for Team Sweden. And that was our opening ride for Team Slovakia. One ride for each of our riders. We'll have some opening scores, and we'll continue to update them on the situation as the scores come in. So the wave machine of El Sunzal here in Surf City, El Salvador, keeps pumping waves through. We're about 25 minutes from our highest tide of the day. First of green was a 3.0. Blue's first wave was a 1.07. And we'll have an opening score for red in just a moment. La primera ola de verde fue 3.0. Primera ola de azul 1.07. Restan 17 minutos 30 segundos. Faltamos un puntaje más para la primera ola de rojo. Red's first wave, 5.17. La primera ola de rojo, 5.17. Rojo liderando el heat. Segundo verde con 3.0. Tercero azul con 1.07. Buscando 1.94 para avanzar. Restan 16 minutos, 45 segundos. Primera prioridad verde, segunda prioridad azul. So red in the lead with 5.17. Green second with a 3.0. Blue is in third with a 1.07, needing 1.94. Time call, 16 minutes. Currently green with first priority. Second priority is with blue. We want to thank all of our friends watching from around the world. You're watching live from Surf City, El Salvador. 2:40 in the afternoon here in El Salvador time. And today the high tide of the afternoon is going to be at 3:15. So we're almost about as full as it will get. The wind came up for a second, and now it's starting to clean up again. Beautiful conditions and really, really fun waves always here in Surf City, El Salvador. So we invite all of our friends to come down here, come and catch some waves with us here in Surf City, El Salvador, the home of the right surf, where the surf is always pumping. Red up and riding. That will be the second wave for Team Nicaragua. First priority goes to green. Second priority goes to blue. We had red up and riding again on his third wave for Nicaragua. $14 minutes and 20 seconds waiting on the second and third scores of red. Faltamos dos puntajes de las últimas dos olas de rojo. Primer prioridad verde, segunda prioridad azul. Restan 14 minutos. Just under 14 minutes. We'll have two more scores for Nicaragua in just a moment. We'll keep them updated with the situation as those scores come in. $13 minutes and 20 seconds. Restan 13 minutos 20 segundos. Estamos esperando dos puntajes de rojo. Y otra vez tenemos que agradecer a la gente, el equipo de Papaya Surf Garden, que nos consientan cada campeonato aquí en Surf City, El Salvador, bringing Ixa cookies. 12 minutes and 45 seconds. Friday green, second Friday blue. Just save me a couple. 12 minutes and 30 seconds. So we're waiting on 2 scores for red. First priority green, second priority blue, third priorities with red. Red's second wave was a 1.13. La segunda ola de rojo 1.13. Faltamos un puntaje más de rojo. Rojo liderando el heat con 5.17 y 1.13. Faltamos un puntaje más de rojo. Segundo, verde con 3.0. Azul en tercer lugar con 1.07 buscando 1.94. So green with first priority, second priority blue, and third priority is with red. So where our riders are positioned at the moment is about a third of the way out in the ocean from where they were in the morning at the low tide. There's many options at this beautiful Sunzal point. Priority change, first priority green, second priority red. A lot of options on the reef out there at any tide with any swell direction, and there's waves year-round. Red up and riding. This will be the 4th wave for Team Nicaragua. Green has first priority. Time call, 11 minutes. Last of red, 1.40, did not. Waiting on scores. 2 scores for red. Estamos faltando la tercera y cuarta ola de rojo para Nicaragua. First priority green, second priority blue. Primer prioridad verde, segunda prioridad azul. Time call, 10 minutes and 30 seconds. Green has first priority, second priorities with blue. Waiting on 2 scores for red, and I'll give you an update in the situation. Previous of red, 3.77. Last of red, 1.40 does not factor in. Ola anterior de rojo, 3.77. Rojo sigue en primera posición con 5.17 y 3.77. Verde segundo con 3.0 y azul en tercer lugar buscando 1.94. We're now down to 10 minutes. We invite heat number 18 to start paddling out to the standby buoy. First priority green, second priority blue, and third priorities with red. So 2 more heats after this one to finish off our day 3 of competition here in beautiful Surf City, El Salvador for the 2025 Surf City El Salvador World Surfing Games. And the waves continue to pump. So if you'd like to catch up with us, follow us at ISAsurfing on Instagram. Hopefully you're joining us right now from YouTube, on TikTok, and on Facebook. So the ISA puts the daily highest single wave scores for our men's and women's divisions up every day. So if you want to check out our highlights, check out our Instagram later on after this day 3 of competition. 9 minutes remaining. First priority green, second priority blue, and third priorities with red. Restan 9 minutos. Primera prioridad verde, segunda prioridad azul, tercera prioridad rojo. Green up and riding. First priority goes to blue. First priority goes to red. Second priority goes to blue. This is the second wave for Team Sweden. Milo finding a fun wave on the inside. Blue on the outside. Slovakia's second wave. Red now has first priority. Time call, 8 minutes. So a lot of fun, even at the high tide. You can get these middle to inside shore break waves. And it makes the paddle back out a lot shorter as well. First priority red. Green second wave, 4.27. Blue's second wave, 2.67. So the updated situation, red in first, second green, third blue needs 4.60 to advance. Time call 7.5 minutes. Red has first priority. La segunda ola de verde fue 4.27, verde en segundo con 4.27 y 3.0. Azul en tercer lugar con 2.67 y 1.07, buscando 4.60 para avanzar. Primer prioridad rojo, 7 minutos. Red up and riding. This will be the fifth wave for Team Nicaragua. Six minutes and 40 seconds. We'll see another score for red in just a moment. Restan 6 minutos, 30 segundos, esperando el último puntaje de rojo. Last of red, 3.60. Doesn't factor into his top two. Último de rojo, 3.60, no entre tus mejores dos puntajes. 6 minutos, 10 segundos. So no change in situation. Red still first, second green. Blue in third, still needing 4.60 to advance. We have 6 minutes. So for the daily schedule and any information on our teams and athlete bios, you can go to ISAsurf.org and check out all the inside information for this edition of the 2025 World Surfing Games here in Surf City, El Salvador. Red up and riding, sixth wave for Nicaragua. Green now has first priority. So we got a little bit of water pooled up from the high tide on the inside, making those waves end a little shorter. Green is out in the primary takeoff zone with first priority. 4 minutes and 45 seconds. Last of red, 3.03 does not factor in. Último de rojo, 3.03. Primer prioridad verde, 4 minutos y 30 segundos. Blue now has first priority. And this will be the third ride for Team Sweden. Have another score coming in for Sweden. Blue has first priority. We're down to 4 minutes. Primer prioridad azul. Faltamos un puntaje más de verde. We're going to let that third score come in for green, and we'll give an update in the situation. We're now down to 3 minutes and 40 seconds. First priority blue, second priority red, waiting on the last of green. Restan 3 minutos. We're down to 3 minutes remaining, waiting on the third score for green. 2.5 minutes remaining, waiting on that last score for green. We'll give you an update in just a moment. Blue has first priority. Second priority is with red. Last of green, 5.33 changes the situation. Sweden goes to the lead with a 5.33 and a 4.27. Último de verde, 5.33, le subió a primera posición. Rojo segundo, tercero azul buscando 6.27. Now blues in third, needing 6.27. Once again, Sweden in the lead with a 5.33 and a 4.27. Nicaragua's in second with a 5.17 and a 3.77. And Slovakia in third, needing 6.27 to advance. We have 1 minute and 30 seconds. Red has first priority. Tenemos 1 minuto y 10 segundos en el reloj. Primera prioridad rojo, segunda prioridad verde. Verde liderando el heat, segundo rojo, tercero azul buscando 6.27. We're down to 1 minute remaining. Red with first priority, second priority green. And we're now down to 45 seconds remaining. Treinta segundos. Blue up and riding. Third wave for Slovakia. We're 25 seconds. $15 seconds. Last to blue, 0.67 doesn't factor in. 10 seconds. And counting down. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That wraps up our heat number 17. We're moving heat number 18 into position. We had another ride by green, last of green, 1.97. We're going to let heat 18 move into position. We'll get them started in just a moment. And we're going to start you guys up in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Now in our Repacharge round 1, heat number 18, as I'm going to hand the microphone over to ISAsurfing for the next 2 heats. It's been a wonderful day. Thank you for joining us. I enjoyed your company. And we will be back with you tomorrow. Got 2 more heats to end this day 3. And I'm going to hand you over to the talented ISAsurfing for these next 2 heats. Take it away.
Gracias, Ben. Ahí se despide quien ha estado acompañándome aquí en la transmisión desde el Sunzal. No solamente a la gente que está acá presente en la playa, competidores, los equipos, la gente del staff, sino que también a la gente que está sintonizando la transmisión del Podio 2, el podio de el Sunzal. Así que gracias, Ben, por tu excelente trabajo tan elocuente, tan carismático que siempre haces. Estamos viviendo el hit número 18 y vamos a repasar los resultados del hit anterior. So we have done official previous hit final results. Winning the heat, green, Milo, Shani, Team Sweden with 9.60 points total. Also advancing in second, red, Oscar Guzmán, Team Nicaragua with 8.94 points total. In third place coming blue, Ralph Zizak, Team Slovakia with 3.74 points total. Quien se despide ahí el tercer lugar entonces es el competidor de Eslovaquia. Y continuamos con más acción por parte de los competidores que están en este momento en el agua tenemos al hit número 18. Y después nos vamos a ir con el hit 19, que va a ser el último del día. So this is the introduction for our hit number 18 in the water. In the red jersey, Oliver Haynes, Team Netherlands. In green, Jiang Kaiteng, Team People's Republic of China. In white, Salt Diosegi, Team Hungary. And we are going to invite our next hit to please check in at the beach marshal area. Matteo Christodoulou, Team Greece. Joey Gale, Team Bahamas. Lucas McMahon, Team Finland. ¿Cómo estamos? También avisando cosas que están extras, pero que son ese ingrediente especial que le da Surf City a los torneos. Aprovecho de contarles que puedes disfrutar de nuestro servicio de shuttle gratuito hacia los puntos turísticos más atractivos de Surf City. Solo tienes que registrarte en el stand de Bamboo Lifestyle para vivir esta experiencia. This is really important information for all the athletes, all the members of the national federations. If you want to enjoy our free shuttle service to Surf City's top tourist spots, please go and register at the Bamboo Lifestyle stand and live the experience. Surf City no solamente está encargado de hacer los mejores eventos a nivel mundial, sino de también hacer que puedas vivir una experiencia completa, integral, cada vez que visitas El Salvador. Es por eso que siempre hay actividades que se están desarrollando en paralelo cuando están ocurriendo los torneos, porque una de las misiones del Ministerio de Turismo con este proyecto que tienen de Surf City es que puedas recorrer, conocer el país y todos esos lugares turísticos maravillosos a través de su gente y la cultura de El Salvador cada vez que visitas el país. Nosotros hemos tenido la fortuna de venir muchas veces a El Salvador. Personalmente ya he perdido la cuenta, pero con estos viajes que he hecho he podido conocer el corazón de su gente y de su cultura, porque siempre nos están llevando a lugares increíbles, así que aprovechen esta oportunidad también que le están ofreciendo. Vayan a disfrutar y a inscribirse en el stand de Bambú para poder ir a estos lugares turísticos. Yo he ido a bastantes, he ido a pueblitos mágicos, he ido, por ejemplo, a Suchitoto, también a subir el volcán Santa Ana, he ido a la zona oriente del país, he ido a la ruta de las flores y hay muchos lugares que pueden conocer, como el lago Coatepeque, o también disfrutar de otros deportes. Ayer me contaba uno de los miembros del staff de jueces que fueron a jugar pádel a un centro deportivo que está cerca de la ciudad, con canchas no solamente de pádel, sino que también de básquetbol, un lugar techado. Siempre hay actividades que ustedes pueden hacer. Y el golf, por ejemplo, es otra de las grandes actividades deportivas que ofrece el país. Como pueden ver en la entrada del club salvadoreño, hay una cancha de minigolf y está dispuesta para ustedes. And we have opening scores in for this hit number 18. We have in the lead position green with 5 points. In second is red, Team Netherlands, with 2.17. In third is white with 0.87 and 0.37. White needing a 1.31 to go to second. Priority just changed, so priority is with red now. And second priority green. Time call 14 minutes and 35 seconds remaining. Y sí, bueno, como les estaba contando, la verdad que es importante cuando conocemos nuevos lugares de ir a recorrer no solamente una pura playa, no solamente un puro pueblo acá alrededor en La Libertad. También tenemos otra de las olas más emblemáticas y que ha dado que hablar a través del surfing, obviamente, que es Punta Roca, que está en el Puerto de la Libertad. En el Puerto de la Libertad, además, se encuentra un parque de diversiones maravilloso que puedes acceder. También está el puerto donde puedes ir a comer comida fresca de mar. Es increíble y la verdad que está solamente a 15 minutos acá del Tunco, así que es uno de los puntos turísticos importantes que puedes ir a conocer. También hay otro pueblito maravilloso que es El Zonte. y hay muchos restaurancitos, nuevos hoteles, mucho desarrollo gastronómico y está súper cool ir a darse una vuelta. Está muy chivo ir a darse una vuelta también a estos lugares que están alrededor del Tunco para expandir un poquito la zona que vamos a descubrir del Salvador. Y obviamente en todos estos lugares te recibe gente con el carisma, la bondad, la amabilidad que caracteriza al salvadoreño, a las salvadoreñas, que siempre nos reciben aquí de la mejor manera. Le estábamos agradeciendo, por ejemplo, a Papaya, que es uno de nuestros proveedores permanentes de los torneos y que siempre mantienen la alimentación de todo el staff, y es un restaurante increíble que también ofrecen servicio de hotelería. Entonces, si ustedes andan por acá y quieren ir a comer rico, comida sabrosa, comida muy bien cocinada, preparaciones exquisitas de mar, pueden ir a hacerlo ahí en Papaya Garden. Así que un saludo para todas mis amigas y amigos de Papaya, que siempre tienen la más buena onda cada vez que nos quedamos acá en El Salvador. Son un equipo increíble. Un saludo ahí para Papaya, para Jaime, para su hija Fátima y por supuesto que a cada uno de los miembros del equipo, que son lo máximo, los queremos mucho. 12 minutos con 20 segundos restan de competencia. Prioridad la tiene rojo, prioridad 2 verde. Time call 12 minutes and 15 seconds. Esté prevenido del próximo hit, que en los próximos 2 minutitos ya van a poder ingresar al agua. Cuando vemos más acción por parte del competidor de la República Popular de China, él es Yang Kaiteng en su segunda ola. Él es el líder de la serie con un 5 puntos. Estamos esperando en puntaje entonces de la segunda ola para este competidor y a entregarles ya una situación. With green, we're down to 10 minutes and 30 seconds and I'll be announcing priority until we get the priority panel back. So time call 10 minutes and 15 seconds. The last of white. 1.33 that goes to the top 2 scores for Team Hungary. He's in second with 1.33 and 0.87, and we are waiting on the second score of red. We already have the last of green, 3.17. That doesn't factor in for Team People's Republic of China. He's in the lead with a 5 point and a 3.67. Now waiting on that second scut of red for Team Netherlands, and I'll give you the heat situation. Time call, 9 minutes and 40 seconds remaining. No priority established yet. Mas todavía no está establecida, pero sí aparece cuando lo marcan. Okay, voy a anunciar. So priority goes to green, second priority red. We're waiting on that second score of red. We're down to 9 minutes and 5 seconds, and we have the second scoring for red, 6.33. So now red goes to second. Current hit situation, in the lead green with 5 points and a 3.67. In second, red with 6.33 and 2.17. Third place, white with 1.33 and 0.87. White needs a 7.17 to go to second. We're down to 8 minutes and 35 seconds, so the next heat can enter the water. And the priorities with green, second priority red. Red takes position, and we have a third ride for Team Netherlands, priority green. Next heat, number 19, you can enter the water. Y hemos podido ver cómo ha cambiado la punta durante el día con los cambios de marea. Ahora que está llena la marea, podemos ver cómo se acercan los competidores más hacia la playa. Ahí finalizaba el recorrido frente al club, frente a las piedras casi, el competidor de los Países Bajos. Cuando atrás vemos una ola más para el competidor de la República Popular de China. 7 minutos y 30 segundos restan de competencia. Y ahí vemos a los competidores haciendo ingreso al agua del hit número 19, muchachos. Les recordamos que deben esperar en la zona de la boya, no entrar al área de competencia hasta que finaliza el hit que está en curso. 7 minutes and 10 seconds remaining of this heat 18. We're waiting on scores, 1 for red and now 1 more for green. The previous of green, 1 point. We're waiting now on the last of green. Just under 7 minutes. No priority yet. Time call 6 minutes and 30 seconds.
I'll be done by then. I can be up top and ready.
Are you going to go now? Meanwhile, yeah, perfect. I'm going to ask the driver to come like in half hour.
Oh, he's gonna come here.
5 minutes and 30 seconds remaining. We're waiting for scores. We're working on the last of red and last of green. And we have the last of red in 9 points for Team Netherlands. So Team Netherlands in red is in the lead with 9 points and 6.33 back up. In second is green. We're waiting on your last wave. Your top 2 scores for now, 5 points and 3.67. And in third place is white. We're just under 5 minutes remaining of this heat number 18. Don't forget your pet.
Our mascot. Yeah, so we're gonna do it at the Sunzal office, so I don't have to go past the
Okay. Last of green, 5.37.
No, he's being lazy. He wanted me to go to him. I'm like, fuck that. Well, I didn't say fuck that. He just said fuck it.
Last of green, 5.37. That goes to his top 2 scores. So new hit situation. Still in the lead, red, Team Netherlands with 9 points and 6.33. Second, green, Team People's Republic of China with 5.37 and 5 points back up. In third, white, Team Hungary with 1.33 and 0.90. White needs 9.04 to go to second. 3 minutes and 50 seconds remaining. As we have white up and riding on the inside and out the back is a red, Team Netherlands, our hit leader. Priority goes to green. Time called 3 minutes and 35 seconds remaining. 3 minutos y 30 en el reloj. Estamos ya llegando al final de este hit número 18 y también acercándonos al final del día porque vamos a terminar esta jornada número 3 con el hit 19 que ya está preparado en el agua para entrar a la zona una vez termine el hit 18 y después de eso ya vamos a liberar la cancha del Sunzal para la gente que quiera aprovechar de las olitas esta tarde. Restan 3 minutos. Last of white, 0.6, does not factor in. Waiting on the last of red to give you an update on the situation. Time call 2 minutes and 50 seconds. Priority green. Time call 2 minutes. Últimos 2 minutos y 5 segundos. La prioridad la tiene verde, la prioridad 2 la tiene rojo. Last of red 3.97 does not factor in for Team Netherlands. So just a quick rundown of the situation. In the lead position is red Oliver Haynes, Team Netherlands with 9 points and a 6.33. Second green Yang Kai-teng, Team People's Republic of China with 5.37 and 5 points. In third place, white Salts Diosegi, Team Hungary with 1.33 and 0.9, needing a 9.04 to go to second. And we are down to 1 minute remaining of this heat 18. The priorities with green, second priority red. $35 seconds. $30 seconds remaining. And we have white up. $20 seconds. $10 seconds. And we are ready for the countdown in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Time is up for heat 18. Please heat 19, move into position. The 30 seconds. I know.
Oh, yeah.
But
We know how we lost it.
I remember. They're paddling slow though. We already had the 30 seconds.
You know, there's a set coming. Go ahead. Go
Okay.
count down and maybe they'll pedal faster.
All right, and we are ready to start. We have that 30 seconds gap for you to take position, and we are gonna count you in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So we have done official previous heat final results. Winning the heat, red Oliver Haynes, Team Netherlands with 15.33 points. Coming in second, green Yang Kai-teng, Team People's Republic of China, 10.37 points total. In third place, white Salt Diosegi, Team Hungary with 2.23 points total. Now we have in the water heat 19 and the last heat of the day here at El Sunzal. In the red jersey, Matteo Christodoulou, Team Greece. In blue, Joey Gale, Team Bahamas. In green, Lucas McMahon, Team Finland. As we have an opening ride, that's Team Greece. Matteo. First off red, 0.67. Time call 18 minutes and 50 seconds. Wow, y le damos la bienvenida a la gente que nos está viendo acá desde casa a través de la transmisión del Sunzal por nuestra página web oficial de la ISA en ISAsurf o también en YouTube. Gracias por estar acompañándonos y sintonizando este tercer día de competencia de Surf City El Salvador ISA World Surfing Games 2025. Estamos ya llegando al final del día. Estamos viviendo el hit 19, la ronda 1 de repecharge por el lado de los varones. Tenemos un puntaje para Rojo, 0.67 en su primera ola. Y también vamos a ver un puntaje para Lucas McMahon de Finlandia, que viene en la primera ola para el finlandés. La prioridad se va para Azul de Bahamas. So we're down to 18 minutes. Priorities with Blue for Team Bahamas. Y ya queda poco también para desocupar la cancha. Todos los free surfers que quieren meterse a la agüita a disfrutar de las maravillosas olas, porque la verdad es que sí dan ganas de estar viendo todo el día el mar con estas olas increíbles en el Sunzal. Solo tener a 3 personas en el agua. ¡Qué privilegio! Eso es uno de los grandes privilegios que tiene también representar a tu bandera, poder estar en las mejores olas solamente compartiendo con 3 personas. Eso ya es ganar. Por eso es que todas las personas son campeonas cuando vienen aquí a competir en los mundiales. ISA, estamos aguardando por notas para verde, para rojo. Ya les entrego la situación del hit. 17 minutos restan de competencia. Aprovecho también de comentarle a la gente que recién se suma a la transmisión que nosotros estamos aquí a cargo de los anuncios técnicos de playa, pero también el audio que está saliendo en la transmisión es el audio de los beach announcers, de nosotros. Entonces, estamos principalmente enfocados en darle la información a los competidores que están en el agua para que no pierdan ese ritmo de competencia, de saber los puntajes, las prioridades, si es que hay algún tipo de interferencia. Eso se lo tenemos que comunicar primero a ellos. And we have an opening score for Green Team Finland, 5 points. We're waiting on that second wave of red to give you an update on the situation. So we're down to 16 minutes and 5 seconds. The priority is with blue for Team Bahamas. Second priority, green for Team Finland. We have the score for red in 5.5. So this is a hit situation in the lead red, Team Greece, with 5.5 and 0.67. Second green, Team Finland with the 5 points. Third blue, still no rides for Team Bahamas, who needs a 5.01 to go to second. Time call 15 minutes and 10 seconds remaining. Priority blue, second priority green. Ya estamos llegando al final de nuestro día 3 de competencia en Surf City El Salvador ISA World Surfing Games 2025 y estuvimos pasándoles información importante para que vayan programando sus próximos días, no solamente de disfrutar olas, sino también de poder hacer otro tipo de actividades relacionadas al turismo. Si quieres disfrutar de un servicio gratuito de shuttle a los puntos turísticos más atractivos de Surf City, puedes ir a registrarte en el stand de Bamboo Lifestyle a vivir esta experiencia. Así que quedan invitadísimos todos los equipos de surf de estas 61 naciones, algunas que por primera vez nos visitan en El Salvador. Pueden aprovechar este servicio gratuito, tan solo inscribiéndose para ir a descubrir otros rinconcitos hermosos de Surf City. This is important information for all our teams. If you want to enjoy our free shuttle service to Surf City's top tourist spots, just go and register at the Bamboo Lifestyle stand and leave the experience. That's the beautiful thing about competing here at Surf City, El Salvador. Y también paso para comentarles el programa de mañana en el día 4 de competencia. Vamos a comenzar aquí en el Sunzal a las 7 de la mañana, así que invitamos a todos a que lleguen por lo menos a las 6:45 cuando haremos el llamado. Vamos a continuar con la ronda 1 de repetaje de los varones, hits 20 al 24. Vamos a ir desde las 7 hasta las 8:40 de la mañana con esos hits y luego desde las 8:40 de la mañana vamos a continuar acá en el Sunzal con la ronda 2 de repetaje por el lado de las damas. Así que vamos a tener un día muy activo para el día 4 de competencia. Vamos a terminar a eso de las 2 de la tarde mañana, así que están también ahí pendientes de lo que vaya a ocurrir en este podio del Sunzal y también en la Bocana, donde van a comenzar a la misma hora en la Bocana. A las 6:45 es el llamado para un inicio a las 7 de la mañana con las rondas de repetaje de los hits 9 al 16, ronda 1. Después se continúa con el evento principal, ronda 3, por el lado de los varones. Y se termina la jornada en la Bocana con la ronda 3 principal de las damas, hits 1 al 4. Así que para ahí que estén atentos también porque van a tener que cambiarse de podio. Las mujeres que estén en la ronda de repetaje 1 van a tener que volver a competir en el repetaje 2 acá en el Sunzal. Así que ahí se van organizando los equipos para que estén pendientes del cronograma. So we already have our schedule for day 2. Here at El Sunzal, we're gonna make the first call at 6:45 to start at 7 a.m. sharp with the men's repechage round 1 hits 22-24, and then we will continue with the women's repechage round 2 hits 1-16. 10 minutes and 20 seconds remaining. We're waiting on the second score for green. We have an opening score for Blue Team Bahamas, 1.83, and we have the second of green in 4.40, changing situation. Now, green is in the lead, Team Finland, with 5 points and a 4.4. Red dropped to second with 5.5 and 0.67. And third place, Blue Team Bahamas with 1.83, needing a 4.35 to go to second. Time call, 9 minutes and 45 seconds remaining as we watch Mateo Cristodulo for Team Chris on his third ride of the heat. Y por supuesto que mañana continuaremos con la transmisión acá desde el Sunzal a través de nuestros sitios oficiales que son ISAsurf.org y también las redes sociales. En YouTube pueden encontrar la transmisión en vivo de ambos podios y además el podio de la Bocana que tiene 2 idiomas oficiales, está en inglés y en español, y nosotros acá junto a Benway vamos a estar haciendo los comentarios de playa que salen, ¿verdad?, a la transmisión en vivo y en directo del podio 2, que es el podio de el Sunzal. We're waiting for scores for blue and red to give you an update on the situation. Time call 8 minutes and 40 seconds. So we have the score in for blue 3.33 and the last of red 4.30. Changing situation for red. He is now in the lead. So current heat situation. Red first with 5.5 and a 4.3. Second, green, Team Finland with 5 points and a 4.4. Third place, blue, Team Bahamas with 3.33 and 1.83, needing a 6.07 to go to second. We're down to 7 minutes and 35 seconds as we watch green, Lucas McMahon for Team Finland on his third ride. Once again, time call. 7 minutes and 25 seconds remaining. So priority goes to red as we are down to 6 minutes and 45 seconds. All the free surfers, please remind to stay in the standby zone until this heat is finished. Thank you, guys. Enjoy that free surf session at El Sunzal. Qué rico ir a meterse al agua esta tarde. Un día maravilloso para la competencia. Este día 3 de Surf City, El Salvador ISA World Surfing Games 2025. Para todos aquellos que están entrando ya al agua a esta sesión de free surfing, les pedimos por favor que se mantengan en el área de stand-by cerca de las boyas hasta que finalice este hit 19 y ahí recién pueden ingresar a la zona. So we have the first priority with red, second priority blue, third priority green. We're just waiting on the last of green to give you an update on the situation. 5 minutos y 40 segundos para finalizar con este día 3 de competencia. Estamos esperando un puntaje para verde. Last of green, 5.80 for Team Finland, and he goes back to the lead position. So now first is Team Finland in green with 5.8 and 5 points back up. In second, red, Team Greece with 5.5 and 4.3. In third place, blue, Team Bahamas with 3.33 and 1.83. Blue needs 6.47 to go to second. Time call 4 minutes and 45 seconds remaining. Priority red for Team Greece. Second priority blue for Team Bahamas. Third priority green for Team Finland. 4 minutos y 35 segundos restan de competencia. Cuando vemos más acción por parte del competidor de Grecia, el es Mateo Christodoulou, la prioridad se va para azul, prioridad 2 verde. Él está buscando mejorar un 4.30 para meterse a la siguiente ronda. Él está segundo, pero puede mejorar ese 4.30 para aumentar su puntaje total en este hit o bien ir al primer lugar. 4 minutos, 5 segundos en el reloj. Priority blue, second priority green. Time called 3 minutes and 50 seconds. Time call, 3 minutes and 5 seconds. Still waiting on the last of red, priority blue, second priority green. 3 minutos para finalizar nuestro tercer día de competencia. Seguimos esperando el puntaje de rojo y acaba de aparecer en pantalla. Last of red is in 5.83 for Team Greece. And that changed situation for Team Greece, and he goes to the lead position. So red, Mateo Christodoulou is in the lead with 5.83 and 5.5. In second, green Team Finland with 5.8 and 5 points. In third is blue Team Bahamas with 3.33 and 1.83. Blue needs a 7.47 to go to second. 2 minutes and 20 seconds remaining as we watch Lucas McMahon for Team Finland up and riding. And out the back, blue Joey Gale for Team Bahamas. 2 minutes and 5 seconds remaining. Just under 2 minutes. And we have the last of green in 6.07, and he goes back to the lead. So now in the lead is green Team Finland with 6.07 and 5.8. Red in second with 5.83 and 5.5. In third, blue with 2.27, your last wave, and a 3.33 back up. Blue needs 8 points to go to second. Time call, 1 minute and 5 seconds remaining. We're down to 45 seconds. Last of red, 0.5. Last of red, 0.5. We're down to 30 seconds. Últimos 25 segundos para dar término a este día número 3. Ten seconds. And we are ready for the countdown in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So time is up for heat number 19. And we're going to give the unofficial previous heat final results. Winning the heat, green Lucas McMahon, Team Finland with 11.87 points. In second, red Mateo Christodoulou, Team Greece with 11.33 points. In third, finish blue Joey Gale, Team Bahamas with 5.60 points. And that's a wrap-up for day number 3 of the Surf City El Salvador ISA World Surfing Games 2025. Y es así entonces como llegamos al final de este día 3 de Surf City El Salvador ISA World Surfing Games. Muchas gracias a todos los competidores, a todas las naciones presentes, a todo el staff, la producción y por supuesto a quienes estuvieron siguiéndonos en la pantalla desde sus casas de todas partes del planeta en este día 3 de competencia. Un cariñoso saludo. Estuvimos transmitiendo junto a Ben Way. Soy Ixa Marieta. Nos vemos mañana para más acción desde las 6:45 de la mañana. El primer llamado comenzamos a las 7 a.m. aquí en El Sunzal con la ronda 1 de repechaje, hits 20 al 24, para continuar con la ronda 2 del repechaje femenino, los 16 hits de esa ronda. Que tengan una excelente tarde y disfruten del surfing. Nos vemos en el agua. Chao.